Chapter 33-31. So you've broken through to the Great Emperor realm. No wonder you're so confident. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Yin Xian Kuan's aura was indeed much stronger than other great emperors. The Sun-Moon tribe was one of the top powers in the starry sky world. The Sun-Moon bloodline of this tribe was not to be underestimated. As such, Yin Xian Kuan might not be as talented as the top talents in the tribe. However, compared to the cultivators of the other races, his talent was also quite astonishing. That was why Yin Xian Kuan's combat strength was so much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. He saw Lin Feng's disdainful expression even after he knew that he had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. This made Yin Xian Kuan very angry. He thought that Lin Feng was bluffing. Furthermore, Yin Xian Kuan did not think much of Lin Feng. He had heard many rumors about Lin Feng. However, Yin Xian Kuan had always thought that Lin Feng was able to display such extraordinary combat strength. It was all because he had many powerful Dharma treasures. Without those Dharma treasures, he could kill Lin Feng in any way he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had many powerful Dharma treasures on him. After breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, Yin Xian Kuan was not afraid at all. Brat! Die! Yin Xian Kuan sneered and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Limitless sun, moon, art, Yin Xian Kuan's cold voice rang out. The limitless sun-moon art was a terrifying superpower. Once this superpower was unleashed, it could summon the sun-moon energy. The sun-moon energy was one of the most terrifying powers in the world. Boundless sun-moon energy surged towards Yin Xian Kuan. It wrapped around Yin Xian Kuan's fist. A streak of sun-moon energy. It crushed the void. Furthermore, the sun-moon energy had fused together to form a lethal force. It was unimaginable. Many people's faces changed when they felt the terrifying power of Yin Xian Kuan's attack. What a powerful attack! This superpower must be the most powerful superpower passed down from the Sun-Moon tribe. Such a divine ability is truly peerless and terrifying. That's right. This superpower is indeed powerful. It can summon the sun-moon energy to attack. It is said that yin energy is one of the most terrifying powers in the world. Now that Yin Xian Kuan has summoned so much sun-moon energy, its power is unimaginable. Will that brat be killed by Yin Xian Kuan's attack? Don't underestimate him. Don't forget that the brat has many powerful treasures on him. Even if he can't defeat Yin Xian Kuan with those treasures, it won't be easy for Yin Xian Kuan to kill him with a single punch. That's right. It was unrealistic to want to kill that brat with one punch. However, with Yin Xian Kuan's current cultivation level, if he were to attack 3 times in a row, there's a high chance he could kill that brat. The cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. In the eyes of those people, the only thing they needed to know was how many of Yin Xian Kuan's attacks Lin Feng could withstand. Yin of. But when that tyrannical punch came crashing down, it was too late. Even the void was shattered. The invincible punch enveloped Lin Feng. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would take out a powerful superpower to counter Yin Xian Kuan's attack. But they realized. Lin Feng did not take out any superpower. Lin Feng did not move in the face of Yin Xian Kuan's attack. Is that brat scared out of his wits by Yin Xian Kuan? Ha 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 ha. Perhaps there is such a possibility. It seems that the saying is true. Hearsay may be false, but seeing is believing. The outside world cannot take the rumors of that brat seriously. It seems that brat is simply a waste. Many people laughed in disdain. These people felt that the rumors in the outside world were probably not true. Lin Feng's performance had disappointed them, just as Yin Xian Kuan's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be killed by Yin Xian Kuan's attack. But, right at that moment, Lin Feng moved. Everyone saw. Faced with Yin Xian Kuan's powerful attack, Lin Feng's hands kept changing seals. In front of Lin Feng, suddenly, a mysterious world appeared. In that mysterious world, a true dragon appeared. Roar. The true dragon roared. The sound shook the starry sky. The skill Lin Feng had just used was the dragon imprint, a peerless skill. This superpower was the legacy of the true Dragon Emperor. That powerful true dragon. It rushed out of Lin Feng's illusory world. Its huge body. It was shocking. The aura emanating from the true dragon's body made countless people feel suffocated. Many people couldn't help but reveal a feeling of horror and loss of color. Many of the spectators thought that Lin Feng would not be able to take even one attack from Yin Shen Kuan. Until now. They knew. How ridiculously wrong was he? Lin Feng was too powerful. It was powerful to the point where people couldn't help but be aghast. Yin Shen Kuan also felt the power of Lin Feng's superpower and his face changed. Originally, Yin Shen Kuan thought that after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, killing Lin Feng would be as easy as killing an ant. But when he felt the power of Lin Feng's superpower, only then did Yin Shen Kuan realize how wrong he was. Yin Shen Kuan did not want to fight Lin Feng head-on, because he felt that he could not block Lin Feng's attack. So, Yin Shen Kuan wanted to avoid Lin Feng's attack. Then, he joined forces with the other experts of the Sun Moon tribe to deal with Lin Feng. Although it would be embarrassing, however, it was still much better than losing his life. But the reality was, Yin Shen Kuan could not avoid Lin Feng's attack. The real dragon formed by the real dragon seal was too powerful. Real dragon claws, shattering heaven and earth. Yin Shen Kuan saw that he could not avoid the attack and his eyes turned cold. Kill! Yin Shen Kuan roared. Then, he leaped up. A powerful attack blasted towards the true dragon. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, the two sides collided fiercely. Everyone saw. Yin Shen Kuan's body exploded when he collided with the real dragon formed by Lin Feng's superpower. His body and soul were destroyed. Yin Shen Kuan, who was a great emperor, was killed by Lin Feng in one move. How is this possible? Seeing this, the cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone thought that they were seeing things. Yin Shen Kuan was a great emperor of the Sun Moon tribe. He was actually killed by a quasi-emperor cultivator in a single move. Chapter 33-32. Around them. Complete silence. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of seeing Lin Feng kill Yin Shen Kuan. They could not believe their eyes. Yin Shen Kuan was so powerful. Yet, he was killed just like that. If the two sides had fought for more than 10 rounds, Yin Shen Kuan's death would not have been so shocking. More importantly, Yin Shen Kuan was killed by Lin Feng in a single move. A moment ago, Lin Feng didn't even use a treasure. He killed Yin Shen Kuan in a flash. If he had used a treasure, how terrifying would he have been? Someone could not help but exclaim in shock. Lin Feng's battle prowess had shocked everyone. Many had thought that Lin Feng's battle prowess was boosted by magic treasures. As for Lin Feng himself, there was nothing to be afraid of. Only now did they realize. His previous thoughts were so wrong. Lin Feng himself was a heaven-defying existence. His cultivation base was simply too terrifying. Looks like the rumors are true. There were rumors that he had participated in the Emperor War in the 9 states and even killed Emperor Realm cultivators. Someone else said. He seems to be at the peak of the boundary Emperor Realm. To be able to kill Yin Shen Kuan in a single move at this level of cultivation is too unbelievable. Someone continued. But there were also people who questioned. Although Lin Feng did not use any magic treasures, some magic treasures are special. They do not need to be used at all. The cultivator who uses the magic treasures can use the power of the magic treasures to fight against the enemy. There are indeed such magic treasures, but they are extremely rare. Any one of them is unimaginably valuable. Someone said. It is rumored that Lin Feng has many top-grade magic treasures. He even has a few immortal-grade magic treasures. So, it is not surprising that he has such a magic treasure, someone else said. The cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Some people thought that Lin Feng had killed Yin Shen Kuan with his own strength. He did not use any magic treasures. But this was too unbelievable. Therefore, only a very small number of cultivators believed in this. However, the vast majority of people still believed that Lin Feng had borrowed the power of a powerful artifact. That was how he managed to kill Yin Xian Kuan. Brat! How dare you kill a member of the Sun Moon tribe? You are seeking death. A middle-aged cultivator gloomily looked at Lin Feng. His eyes could not help but reveal a dense killing intent. The middle-aged cultivator who spoke was called Yin Wu Kang. It was the immortal emperor from the Sun Moon tribe. This person was at the 5th level of the immortal emperor realm. Extremely tyrannical. Previously, Lin Feng had used the Black Dragon Sword to kill immortal emperor-level cultivators. But without using the Black Dragon Sword, he had never killed a cultivator of this level before. Scram as far as you can, otherwise, all of you from the Sun Moon tribe will die here today. Lin Feng flicked his sleeve. Then, he said coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Many people even thought that they had misheard. This was because Lin Feng was facing a 5th-level immortal emperor expert. Therefore, at this very moment, Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. One must know that the difference between the Emperor God realm and the immortal Emperor realm is like heaven and earth. The gap is so big that it is almost impossible to overcome. This Lin Feng actually dares to ask Yin Wu Kang to scram as far as he can. He completely disregards Yin Wu Kang, a 5th-level immortal emperor expert. This brat is too arrogant. Does he think that he can be so presumptuous in front of an immortal emperor expert just because he killed a cultivator who had just entered the great emperor realm? Many cultivators could not help but discuss. They were all paying attention to the development of the situation. Little bastard, you are too arrogant. Today, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces as an offering to Yin Xian Kuan's spirit in heaven, Yin Wu Kang said coldly. As his voice fell, Yin Wu Kang stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. Inside his body, it emitted a wave of destructive energy. An immortal emperor expert was indeed not comparable to an emperor god cultivator. After the terrifying aura emitted from Yin Wu Kang's body, many of the weaker cultivators could not bear it at all. Their faces were as pale as paper. These cultivators had no choice but to quickly retreat. If they retreated too slowly, they might even be killed by the terrifying aura emitted from Yin Wu Kang's body. Divine Moon Art. Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice came from Yin Wu Kang's throat. He had unleashed an extremely terrifying divine ability. Behind Yin Wu Kang, suddenly, a huge moon appeared in the sky. The moon was Yin. The power of the moon. It was said that it was a terrifying power born from the moon. There had always been a saying in the starry sky world. It was said that the Sun Moon tribe was related to the moon. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether this saying was accurate or not. However, many of the divine abilities of this tribe were related to the moon. Just like the divine ability called Divine Moon Art in front of him. After this divine ability evolved into the moon, waves of cold energy emitted from the moon. What is that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the center of the moon. An illusory shadow appeared. Is that a cultivator? Then, someone exclaimed. It was a terrifying creature. It was surrounded by the moonlight. When the creature walked out, everyone knew that it was a divine spirit born from the moon. It was known as the Divine Moon Art. Lowly ant, you are doomed to fall forever. After the Divine Moon Art walked out of the moon, it looked coldly at Lin Feng. In its eyes, it was full of killing intent. This terrifying existence. It seemed to have its own consciousness. Divine Moon Fist. The Divine Moon Art attacked and punched towards Lin Feng. Endless power of the moon gathered on the fist of the Divine Moon Art. The bright moon. It floated behind the Divine Moon Art. It was like the Buddhist light behind the head of a divine monk. It illuminated the world. The most terrifying thing was that the bright moon created by the divine ability had a special connection with the real moon in the sky. It could continuously summon the purest power of the moon and then support the Divine Moon Art. The powerful Divine Moon Fist directly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not avoid it. What a terrifying attack. Will Lin Feng be killed by the Divine Moon Art? Chapter 33-33. The battle prowess of the Divine Yin was shocking. It was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that the onlooking cultivators were all so shocked and moved. However, facing the attack of the divine yin, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng walked in the void. Mysterious incantation after incantation. Suddenly, they resounded between heaven and earth. That is the great path of destiny, immortal, the power of destiny. No one can resist it. Now, I am the incarnation of the path of destiny. Any lowly existence who dares to blaspheme the path of destiny is destined to be punished by the path of destiny. Lin Feng's voice sounded mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone felt that. Lin Feng's body seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Everyone has their own destiny. It was difficult to reverse. It was destined to be destiny. Only by cultivating the great fate technique could one go against the heavens and change one's destiny. I am the master of destiny. I stand in the river of destiny and see through the past, present, and future. Lin Feng's voice continued. A loud rumbling sound was suddenly heard. A river of destiny. It streaked across the void. It appeared in this world. Lin Feng stood in the river of destiny. He was like an immortal and indestructible god. The power of destiny. It curled around his body. Lin Feng seemed to be able to see the past and the future. Lowly creature, even if you are a god born from the moon, you are still like an ant in front of the master of destiny. Lin Feng looked at the divine yin. The aura on Lin Feng's body was too terrifying. It was as if he had really become the master of destiny. Lin Feng's battle prowess was already extremely terrifying. Let alone now. Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively. The Great Fate technique, which was ranked second among the 3,000 Great Daos, was mysterious and unfathomable. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the terrifying aspect of the divine ability, the Great Destiny Art, it was gradually revealed by Lin Feng. I shall represent the Great Tao of Destiny to punish you, a lowly being who dares to blaspheme the Tao of Destiny. Lin Feng waved his hand. The river of destiny let out an earth-shaking rumble. Then, it directly engulfed the god of shadow. Facing the oppression of the Tao of Destiny, the god of extreme yin didn't even have the courage to resist. No. When the river of destiny swept over, the god of extreme yin let out a terrified cry. The next moment, the god of extreme yin was directly drowned by the river of destiny. This, all the spectating cultivators were shocked beyond words. They couldn't understand Lin Feng's incantation. However, everyone saw how terrifying Lin Feng's divine ability was. It was simply too terrifying. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. That was the attack of a 5th-level immortal emperor. They were all broken by Lin Feng in an instant. Just how strong was Lin Feng? Now it's your turn. Lin Feng's cold eyes looked at Yin Wutsang, the 5th-level immortal emperor. Since the enmity had already been formed, Lin Feng wouldn't be merciful. He would kill if he had to. The world of cultivators didn't allow you to sympathize with your enemy. Lin Feng continued to urge the river of destiny to attack Yin Wutsang. Yin Wutsang's expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The river of destiny directly enveloped Yin Wutsang. Break. Yin Wutsang couldn't help but roar. He continuously used 4 or 5 powerful divine abilities to break Lin Feng's river of destiny. But in the end, he failed. Yin Wutsang won't be killed, right? Yin Wutsang is a 5th-level immortal emperor. He can't be killed so easily, right? But the current situation is too bad for Yin Wutsang. That Lin Feng must have other terrifying techniques that he hasn't used yet. Look, Lin Feng is walking towards Yin Wutsang. The spectating cultivators exclaimed. Go, save the Lord. The 2 Sun Moon Tribe God Emperors shouted in a deep voice. There were more than 30 cultivators on the Sun Moon Tribe's side. Of these 2 God Emperor level cultivators, one was a 6th heavenly layer God Emperor. The other was an 8th level God Emperor. They were also quite tyrannical existences. They led more than 30 Sun Moon Tribe cultivators to attack Lin Feng. They wanted to save Yin Wutsang. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He couldn't help but snort. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, The river of destiny swept towards the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. There were 2 God Emperor level cultivators and over 30 other cultivators. All of them were trapped. Bang bang bang, those cultivators below the Great Emperor realm. Their bodies exploded. These people couldn't pose any threat to Lin Feng. The 2 God Emperor experts were trapped in the river of destiny and their situation was extremely bad. They couldn't help but struggle bitterly. Oh my God! Lin Feng is terrifying. He's fighting against so many strong cultivators alone, and is still fighting with ease. Some cultivators exclaimed. Has this guy really not entered the Emperor realm? Some people questioned, thinking that Lin Feng might be hiding his cultivation level. Otherwise, he couldn't be so tyrannical. Even if he borrowed the power of a treasure, he shouldn't be so tyrannical. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Yin Wutsang. I told you to get lost, but you didn't listen. Now, are you ready to die? Lin Feng looked at Yin Wutsang indifferently. My father is the great elder of the Sun Moon tribe. If you dare to kill my evolution, the Sun Moon tribe will definitely not let you go. With the power of the Sun Moon tribe, it will be easy to kill you. Why don't we both take a step back? I will never trouble you again in the future, Yin Wutsang said with an ugly face. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe Yin Wutsang's words. If he let Yin Wutsang go, this guy would definitely find experts to deal with him. This person. He would definitely die. Endless domineering power. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He displayed the 2nd level of the supreme domineering power, endless domineering power. Endless domineering power condensed together and blasted towards Yin Wutsang. Yin Wu Kang's complexion changed greatly when he felt the earth-shattering power surging towards him. He hurriedly displayed a defensive superpower called Limitless Heavenly Dipper Art to block Lin Feng's attack. However, his divine ability was instantly broken. Endless domineering power bombarded Yin Wutsang's body. Yin Wutsang's body exploded. He died on the spot. At this moment, Yin Wutsang's storage ring cracked. A ray of saint light quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng was shocked. What was in Yin Wutsang's storage ring? It actually took the initiative to destroy Yin Wutsang's storage ring and then escaped? Chapter 33-34. Lin Feng did not know what it was, but he instinctively felt it. That thing was definitely an extraordinary treasure. If he could get it, it would be extremely powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng could not wait to get the treasure. Lin Feng's powerful dharmic powers suddenly rolled out. It directly swept towards the supreme treasure. The treasure wanted to shake off Lin Feng's grasp, but it could not do so. In the end, Lin Feng grabbed it. Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. However, he did not immediately check what the treasure was. He kept the treasure in his mountain river ring. Then, he quickly flew towards the other 2 Sun Moon tribe great emperors. Lin Feng directly displayed his boundless domineering aura. This powerful technique attacked the other 2 Sun Moon tribe great emperors. The power was simply earth-shattering. The 2 Sun Moon tribe great emperors could not withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack and were eventually killed by Lin Feng. He actually killed all the experts of the Sun Moon tribe. He is really decisive in killing. It is said that this person played an extremely important role in the 9 States War. Now, I finally believe this rumor. The Sun Moon tribe lost so many experts. They will definitely not let this matter rest. Just wait and see. The Sun Moon tribe will definitely send powerful cultivators to kill this person. Many cultivators started to discuss. They were all talking about this matter. Lin Feng quickly left after collecting the origin source of these great emperors. Of course, he did not leave the Stone State's imperial capital. Instead, he recovered his body in a forest not far from the Stone State's imperial capital. When Lin Feng recovered to his peak state, he took out the mysterious treasure that he had obtained from Yin Wutsang. The treasure was shrouded in holy light. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know what the treasure was. After Lin Feng took out the treasure, the saint light gradually converged. Finally, Lin Feng saw what the treasure was. That treasure was actually a jade talisman. As for that jade talisman, it was extremely ancient. There were extremely mysterious runes and symbols on it. Moreover, the word She was written on the front of the jade talisman. After seeing this jade talisman, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. This jade talisman was simply too extraordinary. Lin Feng felt that this jade talisman might have something to do with the stone state. Perhaps it was some kind of token. Demon Lord, look at this jade talisman. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord observed for a while and said, "This is a good thing. Perhaps it has something to do with some opportunities in the stone state's imperial capital." Lin Feng thought so too. Therefore, this item was definitely a good item. After entering the capital of the stone state, perhaps it could be of great use. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been comprehending the 3,000 great Taos. At the same time, he waited for the restriction that enveloped the capital of the stone state to disperse. The news that Lin Feng had killed dozens of experts of the Sun Moon tribe, including an immortal emperor and 3 great emperor gods, quickly spread. This matter naturally caused a huge uproar. Many people were talking about this matter. This Lin Feng is an extremely heaven-defying figure. His luck is monstrous. He has many powerful magic treasures and many top-notch superpowers. He even has the 3,000 great Taos and several types of heaven flames. Moreover, he is the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Someone was deliberately spreading news about Lin Feng. They revealed all of Lin Feng's secrets. Obviously, they were very familiar with Lin Feng. Originally, the forces in the Starry Sky world had heard of Lin Feng. However, they did not know the details. Now, after hearing this news, they were extremely shocked. No wonder so many forces want to kill this man. A cultivator said. They also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know what was happening in the outside world. It was not until 10 days later that Lin Feng came out of seclusion. On this day, the restriction outside the capital of the stone state fluctuated violently. Those powerful restrictions seemed to be gradually dispersing. Lin Feng had sensed that powerful fluctuation. He had just come out of seclusion. When he came out, he found that a large number of cultivators had already gathered. Even 3 of the top 10 interstellar bandit groups had come. They were Heaven, Hell, Yellow Spring. These 3 interstellar bandit groups were so powerful that it was unimaginable. Especially Heaven, the interstellar bandit group, which was ranked first among all the bandit groups. It was said that they were related to the Heaven domain. However, whether this was true or not was unknown. In addition, many top forces had also come. Therefore, this place was extremely lively. Lin Feng saw Elder Kang Hai and the others from the 100 Joy Pavilion. Elder Kang Hai's expression was not good because someone from the 4 forces had leaked the news. That was why so many forces were attracted. If they did not leak the news privately, then the people who came here were the 4 major forces. The treasures and opportunities here were also shared by the cultivators of the 4 major forces. The 4 major forces. The 100 Joy Pavilion is obviously in a dominant position. Moreover, among the cultivators who entered the Stone State ruins, Elder Kang Hai's cultivation is the strongest. With his protection, the people from the 100 Joy Pavilion should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. They have no need to leak the news here. Therefore, the cultivator who leaked the news here should be one of the 10,000 Fiend Starfield, Bright Moon Starfield, or Yin Yang Starfield. However, if they leaked the news, their own opportunities would also be reduced. If they simply want to earn a lot of money, leaking the news doesn't seem to be worth the loss. Lin Feng could not help but think. He suddenly felt that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps the other party did not just want to earn a lot of money. Lin Feng felt there might be other reasons for this matter. However, after all, this was only his guess. Lin Feng wasn't sure about the specifics of the situation. Rumble. Rumble. The restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital was constantly dissipating. Everyone's attention was attracted by the Stone State's imperial capital. Finally, a large part of the restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital dissipated. Only a part of the restriction above did not dissipate. Moreover, that part of the restriction above seemed to be very strong and had no intention of dissipating. Open the city gate and enter the Stone State's imperial capital, a cultivator shouted loudly. Although the restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital did not completely dissipate. However, everyone already had a way to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. As long as they opened the huge city gate of the Stone State's imperial capital, they could enter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, many cultivators could not wait to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Therefore, those cultivators quickly flew towards the Stone State's imperial capital's imperial capital, wanting to open the Stone State's imperial capital's imperial capital's imperial capital's imperial capital. However, at this moment, Chapter 33-35, the word kill was too demonic. It exuded a power that made people shudder. Many people stopped in their tracks, shocked by the word kill. Given our cultivation bases, why should we be afraid of a few kill characters written in blood? Someone said with a sneer. They were not afraid of the word kill. There were naturally many cultivators with such skills and courage. That's right. What are we afraid of? What's the big deal with the word kill written countless years ago? We can easily break it. Then another cultivator said. There were still many cultivators rushing to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital, wanting to be the first to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Perhaps. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter the Stone State's imperial capital, but some people were more cautious. Therefore, they were still observing. The group of cultivators who rushed to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital directly used powerful magical powers to bombard the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. When the attacks of many cultivators bombarded the gate, they were unable to cause any damage to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. What a sturdy gate, many people said in surprise. The gate of the Stone State's imperial capital was too sturdy. There was no way to blast it open. This degree of sturdiness. It was simply unbelievable. We don't believe that we can't destroy this gate. Those cultivators said coldly. Then, they continued to prepare a new attack. But at this time, the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital emitted an extremely demonic luster. Buzz. Then, a terrifying aura permeated the air. A strange blood-colored light surged out from the word kill. It enveloped all the cultivators who were attacking the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Ah, my head, suddenly. A group of cultivators covered their heads and screamed. Roar, the next moment. A series of low roars suddenly sounded. The eyes of those cultivators turned blood-red. And each cultivator seemed to have completely lost themselves. Those cultivators exuded a chilling and terrifying aura. Next, a group of cultivators began to fight and kill each other. After seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed greatly. They lost themselves because of the blood-red word kill, a cultivator said, having seen through the clues. It was the strange word kill that had caused everything that had happened. The word kill was too demonic and terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh tearing rang out one after another. The fleshly bodies of the cultivators were torn to shreds as they attacked one another. In the end, he died tragically. Soon, dozens of powerful cultivators died tragically. The smell of blood filled the air. The surroundings became completely silent. This was because the word kill above the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital had shocked everyone present. No one could resist the 5 demonic kill words. Right now, no one else dared to step forward. The 5 words kill scared off so many forces. Is there no way to enter? A cultivator said. Don't worry, those major forces will be even more anxious. They're all anxious to enter. They'll definitely find a way to break the word kill. Then, another cultivator said, understanding the situation very clearly. He wasn't worried about the situation at hand. Lin Feng frowned. The word kill reminded him of the 7 words kill he saw in the Temple of Eternal Life. The Temple of Eternal Life was extremely mysterious. Lin Feng didn't know if it had anything to do with the Gate of Eternal Life. However, It was in the mysterious space inside the Temple of Eternal Life that he saw the legendary 9-province lamp. It was also there that he obtained the primal chaos ancestral chi. It was forged into his natal treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng would never forget the 7 words kill above the gate of life and death of the Temple of Eternal Life. Kill, 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 kill. First kill the heavens. Second kill the earth. Third kill the gods. Fourth kill the immortals. Fifth kill the ancient devil. Sixth kill the Buddhas. Seventh kill all living things. The 7 words kill contained an extremely powerful will. It was easy to get lost in it. Back then, Lin Feng almost got lost in the 7 words kill. Fortunately, he woke up at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have died in the Temple of Eternal Life. The 5 words kill above the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital were very similar to the 7 words above the gate of life and death of the Temple of Eternal Life. Although the will contained was different. However, the unique aura that contained an unparalleled killing intent. It was exactly the same. It's just 5 words kill. If you want to break it, you can break it. At this time, someone snorted and stepped forward. It was a very young cultivator wearing a golden robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Some people couldn't help but curl their lips, not believing the young cultivator's words. So many experts had died before. It was obvious how terrifying the 5 words kill were. Even the Emperor Realm experts of the major factions didn't dare to approach the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. It was enough to explain too many problems. And now, a young cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Naturally, it was hard to believe. Since no one dares to break the 5 words kill, let me do it. The young cultivator continued. His words caused many experts to be dissatisfied. What did it mean that no one dared to break the 5 words kill? Did he think that the Emperor Realm experts of the major factions didn't have the guts to break it? Or did they not have the ability to break it? This kind of extended meaning. It made many experts' eyes turn cold. This guy is quite arrogant. He dares to say such words in front of so many people. He doesn't give any face to the Emperor Realm experts of the major factions. A cultivator said. Yeah, I wonder where this guy came from. Is he really capable? Or is he just bragging? A cultivator continued. At this time, the young cultivator walked step by step towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. This guy is really going to break the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, many people thought that the young cultivator was blowing his own trumpet. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Naturally, no one thought that the young cultivator would joke around with his life. Hum, 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 hum. The 5 blood-red words kill seemed to sense the young cultivator's aura. Because of this, terrifying blood-red light shook out and then blasted towards the young cultivator. Chapter 33-36. The blood-red light from the word kill instantly arrived in front of the young cultivator. Just as it was about to land on the young cultivator's body, suddenly, the young cultivator attacked, sending a punch towards the incoming blood-colored beams of light. The young cultivator's attack was too powerful. His fist shook heaven and earth. It directly broke the blood-red rays of light. As the saying goes, when an expert attacked, one would know whether there was one or not. As soon as the young cultivator made his move, his skills shocked everyone. It shocked the surrounding cultivators. The young cultivator's expression was indifferent. He continued to step forward. The 5 blood-colored kill characters vibrated with blood-red light ripples. The blood-red ripples were terrifying. It could make people lose themselves. Even the cultivators who were far away were affected and almost went crazy. Many cultivators had to retreat quickly and stay far away. Only then did they recover. The word kill is too terrifying. It's not something that ordinary people can resist. A cultivator said. It was indeed as the cultivator said. The word kill was too terrifying. It could release all kinds of attacks. It was indeed not something that ordinary people could resist. However, the young cultivator was not an ordinary person. His methods were extremely powerful. He gently waved his hands in front of him. Instantly, an energy light shield appeared and enveloped the young cultivator. Streaks of blood-red ripples bombarded the energy light shield. They were all blocked by the energy light shield. This person's cultivation is really powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the young cultivator with great surprise. All these years, Lin Feng had seen so many different kinds of geniuses in his life. Like that young cultivator, he was a proud son of heaven. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Many people around couldn't help but exclaim. The young cultivator's attack. It caused many cultivators to be shocked. Soon, the young cultivator came in front of the 5 blood-colored words and wanted to destroy them. But at this moment, a blood-red light surged out from the word kill. In the blood-red light, 5 terrifying existences appeared. These 5 existences, each one was more terrifying than the last. Their auras surged to the heavens. All of them charged towards the young cultivator. Was the word kill written with the blood of those 5 existences? Someone could not help but ask. He felt that this was very likely. Those 5 existences were bloodline projections. When they were killed in the past, someone used their blood to write the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, someone wanted to destroy the 5 words, so the bloodlines of the 5 cultivators revealed their figures. 10,000 Nirvana Art, Divine Thunder Demon Slaying / Supreme Mystery Immortal Vanquishing Art, Path of the Divine Court of the 9 Firmament, Ancient Heaven Shattering Art. 5 terrifying existences made their moves. Each of their divine abilities could be described as peerless and terrifying. In an instant, they enveloped the young cultivator. Just as the attacks of the 5 terrifying existences were about to kill the young cultivator's body suddenly shone with golden light. At that moment, that young cultivator seemed to have transformed into an immortal god king. Immortal scorching sun. Eternal instant. Suddenly, that young cultivator shouted in a low voice. A blazing sun rose from his dantian into the sky. In an instant, it was dazzling. That blazing sun seemed to have become the center of heaven and earth. It seemed to have turned into an eternal divine sun of the 9 heavens. The blazing sun rose into the sky, suppressing the world. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive violent collisions suddenly rang out. That blazing sun directly broke the attacks of the 5 terrifying cultivators. Then, it shattered the bodies of the 5 terrifying cultivators. After the 5 terrifying existences were destroyed, the 5 blood-colored word kill actually began to dim. Soon, the 5 blood-colored word kill dried up. Open. That young cultivator directly pushed towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The gate of the Stone State's imperial capital was pushed open. That young cultivator was the first to rush in. He really broke the 5 blood-colored word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. That guy is so young, but his strength is a bit too terrifying. There are geniuses in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's hurry into the Stone State's imperial capital, maybe we'll get something. Many cultivators rushed into the sky. They flew towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fastest were naturally the great emperors of the major forces. After seeing the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital open, those great emperors all sped up towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. They were as fast as lightning. One by one, the great emperors entered the Stone State's imperial capital. Lin Feng also quickly rushed towards the Stone State's imperial capital. Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Someone riding a giant beast rushed over from afar, knocking many people away. Some of the weaker cultivators were even directly smashed to death. It's Wan Shen Kong. People from the myriad demon star region quickly dodge. Some people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the newcomers. and hurriedly called for their companions to dodge. The group of cultivators riding wild beasts had extraordinary origins. They came from the myriad demon star region, which was an extremely large star region in the starry sky world. The leading cultivator was called Wan Shenkong, and he was a cultivator of the ancient demon race. The ancient demon race was one of the most powerful demon races in the starry sky world, and their strength was not inferior to the sky demon race. Therefore, such a force. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. The group of people from the myriad demon star region also entered the Stone State's imperial capital. It's really a gathering of all kinds of monsters here. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Whoosh, he also sped up, and quickly rushed into the Stone State's imperial capital. The Stone State's imperial capital was very large, and after entering, they saw a huge square. Originally, there was a 1,000-meter-tall statue in the square. But now, the statue had been broken in half. The upper half of the statue had fallen to the ground. Many people only hurriedly glanced at the huge statue before quickly leaving. Lin Feng didn't immediately leave, and he carefully observed the broken statue. The cultivator enshrined in the statue was a very valiant man. Is the owner of this statue the Stone State's monarch from back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's right, he's the Stone State's monarch. So many people came in, but they only glanced at him briefly. It seems that he's long been forgotten. At that moment, an old voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw that an old man was standing 3 or 4 meters away at some point in time. It was this old man who had just sighed. Chapter 33-37. Given Lin Feng's current cultivation level, it was too difficult to appear by his side without making a sound. After all, Lin Feng's perception was too strong, but this old man was able to do it. Therefore, even Lin Feng didn't dare to guess what level of cultivation this old man had. Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards the old man. The old man nodded his head slightly. Lin Feng asked, Senior, do you know anything about the Stone State? I've heard of it. The old man said. For some reason, Lin Feng felt that the old man was a little sad when he mentioned the Stone State. But Lin Feng didn't know why he was sad. Lin Feng asked, Senior, do you know how the powerful Stone State was destroyed? The old man said, those who defied the heavens would definitely be punished by the heavens. Lin Feng was shocked. The old man clearly knew something about what had happened back then. But now, the old man was clearly implying something. Those who defied the heavens, they would definitely be punished by the heavens. Was the old man saying that the Stone State's king was doing something that defied the heavens? And then he was punished by the heavens? A cultivator's cultivation was something that defied the heavens. But Lin Feng felt that things weren't that simple. He felt that there was more to this than met the eye. Lin Feng continued asking, did the Stone State's king fall in the battle that destroyed the Stone State? The old man said, I don't know. What happened countless years ago is destined to be a mystery to the people of the future. Lin Feng felt that the truth wasn't as the old man said. This old man should know something. But he didn't want to say it. Lin Feng knew how to deal with people, so he didn't continue asking. The old man didn't stay any longer. He walked into the depths. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Who is he? Facing the broken statue of the Stone State's king, he actually showed sadness. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although the old man hid it very well, but Lin Feng still saw through some clues. Perhaps no matter how powerful a person was, when they revealed their true feelings, they couldn't truly hide their feelings completely. The old man couldn't do that. After the old man entered the depths of the Stone State's imperial capital, Lin Feng also walked into the Stone State's imperial capital. The Stone State's imperial capital was very large area. The wide streets were filled with scars and holes, as if they were telling the story of what had happened here in the past. Many buildings had been severely damaged. Now, it had collapsed. A large number of cultivators were scattered in the ancient city, searching for opportunities to find opportunities. Lin Feng could see cultivators fighting from time to time. Perhaps it was the first time. There were indeed many things to be had. Those precious items, on the other hand, caused the surrounding cultivators to fight to the death. Lin Feng basically didn't participate in it. He walked into the depths. He wanted to find the inheritance of the Stone State's king, or the treasures left behind by the Stone State's king. Lin Feng didn't care about ordinary opportunities at all. Buzz. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the mysterious jade talisman he obtained from Yin Wucang was emitting waves of fluctuations. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy, because he had always felt that this jade talisman was related to the Stone State's imperial capital. It was even related to the Stone State's king. This guess might really be verified. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman. The runes on the jade talisman twisted, and finally, a map appeared. Lin Feng carefully observed it. He found that the map that appeared on the jade talisman seemed to be the map of the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, there was a red dot of light on the jade talisman. That red dot of light seemed to be mobile. Could it be that this red dot of light is me? As I move, the red dot of light can move on the map created by this jade talisman. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. This method was really shocking. And this method. It was obviously the use of a large array. However, Lin Feng had never mastered such an extraordinary method. Where are these places? Lin Feng looked at the few places marked on the map in surprise. There was a small flag-like thing marking them. This made Lin Feng very surprised. There weren't many such markings on the entire jade talisman. There were only 4 or 5 of them. Lin Feng decided to go to these places to take a look. Maybe he could gain something. He chose a relatively close place and quickly rushed over. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at that place. It was a gloomy and terrifying old house. When he arrived, many cultivators also gathered around. Looking at the old house, Lin Feng felt a gloomy aura enveloping his entire body. The old house in front of him made him feel uneasy. Lin Feng decided to use the Xiantian 8 trigrams to deduce. The deduction technique of the Xiantian 8 trigrams was extremely mysterious. It didn't necessarily have to be calculated with the tortoise shell. Lin Feng's deduction method was a diagram deduction method. He could create some diagrams to deduce. Lin Feng carefully deduced for a while and couldn't help but frown slightly. This place was very strange. There was a terrifying aura that blocked the heavenly secrets of this place. Thus, it was difficult to deduce the specific situation of this old house. Let's go in and take a look, a cultivator said. Then, they entered the old house. In the distance, cultivators arrived one after another and entered the old house one after another. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and also entered the old house. The old house was very large, and it was relatively well preserved. There were many courtyards. Everything showed that the expert who lived here in the past had an extraordinary identity. Many people couldn't wait to rush into the depths of the old house. There were also people who rushed to the surrounding houses. Pharmacy. This is a pharmacy. Oh my God, is this an immortal pill? Soon, the exclamations of cultivators came from the depths. Someone seemed to have found the pharmacy. A large number of cultivators rushed over. Damn it, these pills are mine. Someone cursed loudly. These are mine. Then, someone cursed again. Boom, a great battle immediately broke out. Facing so many pills, many people's eyes turned red. For the sake of benefits, they would fight to the death. It was very common in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng didn't lack pills. Therefore, when he saw the fierce battle that broke out in the pharmacy, he stayed far away and didn't participate. Lin Feng was looking for the orthodoxy of this place. Perhaps there were some powerful inheritances. It would be best if they were the 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng was eager to obtain more of the 3,000 Great Tao to increase his Great Tao foundation. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of holy light flew out from the pharmacy. In the holy light, a 2 or 3-year-old boy appeared. Human-shaped supreme medicine. Lin Feng was shocked. That little boy was actually transformed from a medicinal pill. What level of medicinal pill was that? It actually turned into the shape of a human. It's a human-shaped supreme medicine. Chase. Many cultivators rushed out of the pharmacy. When they looked at the human-shaped supreme medicine, their eyes revealed endless greed. Chapter 33-38. The human-shaped elixir emitted a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Not to mention swallowing the human-shaped precious medicine. Just by smelling the medicinal fragrance emitted from the human-shaped precious medicine's body, Lin Feng felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. They were greedily absorbing the medicinal fragrance in the air. The human-shaped precious medicine was too extraordinary and too precious. This was something that only existed in legends. Lin Feng had only seen it in the mountain and sea scripture. In reality, he had never seen it before. Lin Feng even had the immortal medicine on him, but it was said that the immortal medicine was not even as rare as the human-shaped precious medicine. From this, it could be seen just how precious was the human-shaped precious medicine. So many cultivators were chasing after the human-shaped precious medicine. If the human-shaped elixir wanted to escape, it would be an impossible task. Seeing the human-shaped precious medicine quickly flying in his direction, Lin Feng rushed towards the human-shaped precious medicine. He also wanted to obtain the human-shaped precious medicine. At the critical moment, it might be able to play a key role. Along the way, there were also some cultivators who attacked the human-shaped precious medicine. However, the human-shaped precious medicine's strength was extraordinary, and it sent several cultivators flying. I can't escape. Lin Feng rushed forward, opened his hand, and grabbed the human-shaped precious medicine. The human-shaped precious medicine attacked Lin Feng. Because the human-shaped precious medicine had turned into a little boy. Therefore, the little boy threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided. The human-shaped precious medicine was no match for Lin Feng. It was directly sent flying. Lin Feng, on the other hand, unleashed a powerful magic power, directly suppressing the human-shaped precious medicine. The human-shaped precious medicine wanted to escape, but it failed in the end. After Lin Feng suppressed the human-shaped precious medicine, he kept it into the mountain and river ring. Brat, hand over the human-shaped precious medicine. The densely packed cultivators quickly flew over, looking at Lin Feng with fiendish eyes. All of them had extremely greedy gazes. They were determined to obtain the human-shaped precious medicine. And now that the human-shaped elixir was in Lin Feng's possession, many people had the intention to kill Lin Feng. If it weren't for the fact that they were concerned about the cultivators from the other forces around them, they would have attacked Lin Feng long ago. Lin Feng looked at these people mockingly and said indifferently, "You all want it. Who should I give it to?" "Brat, I'm from the Wu family of the Supreme Devil Starfield. Hand over the human-shaped elixir, and my Wu family will protect you for the rest of your life." "Kid, I'm from the Dugu clan in the Yin-Yang Starfield. Give the human-shaped elixir to my Dugu clan, and we'll take you in and train you." Next, one cultivator after another shouted. They all wanted Lin Feng to hand over the human-shaped precious medicine to them. Lin Feng simply did not believe the benefits that these cultivators promised him. These people, if he took away the human-shaped elixir, in the blink of an eye, they would turn hostile and not recognize him. Lin Feng said with a smile that was not a smile, "With so many people, it's really hard to decide who to give it to. How about this, you guys kill each other, and whoever survives to the end will get the human-shaped elixir." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of cultivators immediately flew into a rage. They naturally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Obviously. Previously, Lin Feng had said so much to them, but he was actually toying with them. These cultivators. How could they not be angry? All of them were furious, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. "Kid, you're courting death. Let's get rid of this guy first," many cultivators said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Next, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth blasted towards Lin Feng. The power of those attacks was extremely strong. It was truly shocking. After all, it was a torrent of attacks from so many cultivators, so it was naturally terrifying. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be drowned by these powerful divine abilities. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. Greater teleportation technique. Lin Feng opened his hand and displayed a powerful divine ability. This 3000 Great Tao was extremely mysterious. It was easy. Shifting the heavens. After Lin Feng displayed the greater teleportation technique, all sorts of divine abilities that attacked Lin Feng were under the effect of the greater teleportation technique. Lin Feng actually teleported them towards the surrounding cultivators who were attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was giving them a taste of their own medicine. Not good, retreat. Many cultivators cried out in alarm and wanted to retreat quickly. However, it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth blasted down, and the power was extremely terrifying. Many cultivators could not dodge in time. They were directly killed by those powerful attacks. Other than the cultivators who were killed by those divine abilities, there were also many others who were injured. Miserable screams rang out one after another. Who the hell is this guy? He's actually so powerful. Some of the cultivators who were watching the show from afar were extremely shocked. Lin Feng looked so young. He had actually defeated hundreds of people by himself. It was too unbelievable. I don't know him. He seems to be a human cultivator. There are very few top experts in the human race, and there are even fewer experts in the younger generation. A cultivator said. If we're talking about the experts of the younger generation of the human race, that Lin Feng from the 9 provinces has been in the limelight recently. That kid can't be Lin Feng, right? Suddenly, a cultivator mentioned the name Lin Feng. Many people's eyes couldn't help but narrow. The name Lin Feng. Many people had indeed heard this name countless times, and it was as if thunder had struck their ears. However, although many people had heard of the name Lin Feng, there were very few people who had seen Lin Feng. Therefore, they couldn't be sure if the human cultivator who attacked not far away was Lin Feng. That's right. He's Lin Feng. I've seen this person before. A cultivator said. This cultivator had seen Lin Feng attack before. Hence, he remembered Lin Feng's appearance. The moment this cultivator said that, everyone was in an uproar. It was actually Lin Feng. When the cultivators who were besieging Lin Feng heard that the cultivator in front of them was the famous Lin Feng, their expressions changed drastically. They hated and feared Lin Feng, although they really wanted to obtain the human-shaped precious medicine. But Lin Feng's cultivation was so powerful. Those cultivators also knew their own limits. They didn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Then, a tall and burly cultivator walked out. This cultivator had long golden hair, and his aura was extremely valiant and intimidating. People from the myriad races, some cultivators recognized the other party's origin. The cultivators of the myriad races had a special mark between their eyebrows. It could be easily distinguished. It's Huang Yangdao of the Golden Saint Lion race, someone said, pointing out the identity of this cultivator. What? This person is Huang Yangdao. He's a terrifying figure. Although he's only cultivated for more than 700 years, it's said that his strength has already suppressed many of the older generation expert. When they found out the identity of this cultivator from the myriad races, many people couldn't help but exclaim, "So you're that human Lin Feng? I've heard of you." Chapter 33-39. Huang Yandao's disdain for Lin Feng seemed to come from his bones. It was a deep disdain. It was a disdain that came from his bones. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew the Golden Saint Lion race's Huang Yanmo. He didn't know this Huang Yangdao. The myriad races and the 9 states had an irreconcilable relationship. Now that both sides had met in the outer realm, naturally, they wouldn't have a good attitude. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's wrong? What's the matter? Hand over the human-shaped elixir and break one of your arms. Then, I can spare your life," Huang Yangdao said in an indisputable tone. Many people couldn't help but be shocked by Huang Yandao's domineering aura. As expected of the top expert of the myriad race's younger generation. Even when facing an expert like Lin Feng, he's still so domineering. He doesn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. I'm afraid this Huang Yangdao is a little too arrogant. I wonder how strong Lin Feng is. No. Huang Yangdao indeed has this strength. Huang Yangdao has only cultivated for 700 years, but he had already broken through to the great sovereign realm 400 years ago. You all know how terrifying his talent is. Now, no one knows how strong Huang Yandao's cultivation is. In addition, the Golden Saint Lion race's talent is so strong. They are all top geniuses who can challenge people of a higher realm. Huang Yangdao has the advantage of cultivation realm. Naturally, he looks down on Lin Feng, a cultivator said. After hearing this cultivator's words, many people couldn't help but nod. They felt that it made sense. Even the cultivators who thought Huang Yangdao was arrogant before. They didn't think so anymore. Just a four-legged beast. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Lin Feng said indifferently. The moment Lin Feng said that, the surroundings fell silent. Huang Yangdao was incomparably arrogant. He was full of disdain and contempt for Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. However, Lin Feng was even more arrogant than Huang Yangdao. This is going to be a good show. These two people are obviously extremely arrogant. Lin Feng is too arrogant. His cultivation is indeed not weak and his talent is also strong. However, when facing a top genius like Huang Yangdao, he is destined to be trampled under Huang Yandao's feet. Being so arrogant in front of Huang Yangdao is simply courting death. That's right. I think so too. You still don't know how to restrain yourself in front of Huang Yangdao. You're simply asking for humiliation. Many of the surrounding cultivators began discussing amongst themselves. They were not optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. Huang Yangdao was famous. In addition, he had broken through to the Emperor realm 400 years ago. Therefore, everyone had ample reason to believe that Huang Yangdao could kill Lin Feng. Of course. There were also a few cultivators who thought highly of Lin Feng. However, there were simply too few cultivators who thought highly of Lin Feng. They could be counted on one hand. Brat, I've heard that you're very arrogant. Today, I've finally seen it. That's true. I also know that your strength is extraordinary, but so what? You won't be able to do anything in front of me. You should have heard of the saying, one must know one's limits, right? Don't be shameless when I give you face. In the end, you lost your life instead. Huang Yangdao said indifferently. He did not attack Lin Feng directly. It was as if he disdained to attack. Now, his gaze towards Lin Feng was still filled with disdain and contempt. This sentence should be for you. I've seen too many cultivators like you. You don't have much ability, but you think you're infallible. Only when you really fight will you realize that you're so weak and pitifully weak. When the time comes, you're destined to be trampled under my feet. Lin Feng said indifferently. Huang Yangdao's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng's words provoked him. Because of this, Huang Yangdao had the intention to kill Lin Feng. I've always been a magnanimous person. On account of the goodness of the heavens, I can forgive you for offending me today, but you can't escape punishment. How about this? We'll do as you said before. Break one of your arms and scram as far as you can. Lin Feng continued with his hands behind his back. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone around was dumbfounded. Everyone had already seen Lin Feng's arrogant character. Just now, he had confronted Huang Yangdao. He also had the upper hand. However, no one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually ask Huang Yangdao to break one of his arms and scram. It was so arrogant that it was unbelievable. I've never seen such an arrogant person. Now it seems that Huang Yangdao is far inferior to this guy. Huang Yangdao has been completely enraged. Although this guy's mouth is good, it's useless. But what's the use? He's not Huang Yangdao's opponent at all. When Huang Yangdao attacks later, let's see how this guy deals with it. I know Huang Yangdao. He's vicious and merciless. Just wait and see. Huang Yangdao won't kill that brat straight away. He'll torture him until he's better off dead than alive. Only then will he kill him. Many cultivators whispered to each other, waiting for the battle to break out. Once it broke out, it would definitely be exciting. In everyone's opinion, with Lin Feng's cultivation, there wouldn't be any problem for him to resist for a period of time. But in the end, he was destined to die in Huang Yangdao's hands. You don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Huang Yangdao's voice was extremely cold. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A terrifying aura was emitted from Huang Yangdao's body. That aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, a ray of light containing terrifying power surged out from Huang Yangdao's body. It was an orange gas. It was actually orange haki. Orange haki was one level higher than red haki. Among the 9 types of haki, it was ranked 4th. This kind of haki was naturally very powerful. Now, Huang Yangdao directly used haki to deal with Lin Feng. He wanted to use haki to suppress Lin Feng. Haki. Huang Yangdao actually mastered haki. This is orange haki, the 4th stage of haki. This kind of haki is so terrifying. Just feeling this kind of haki aura, my body is almost unable to move. Huang Yangdao is too powerful. That kid is dead for sure. Many people exclaimed. Lin Feng, I've heard that you've also mastered haki, but it said that you only know the simplest way to use it. Letting you master haki is really an insult to haki. Release your haki, or else you'll die a tragic death. Huang Yangdao's mouth curled into a contemptuous expression as he looked at Lin Feng. I'll let you see the power of haki cultivated to the 9th level. Even if you master haki, you are just an ant in front of me. As his voice faded. Chapter 3340. This Huang Yangdao obviously had a certain understanding of Lin Feng. He actually knew that Lin Feng had mastered the supreme domineering aura. Huang Yangdao's orange domineering aura had broken through to the 9th level. This person's talent was really terrifying. He had actually cultivated his domineering aura to such a high level. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was precisely because he had cultivated his domineering aura to the 9th level. That was why Huang Yangdao didn't put Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura in his eyes. In Huang Yangdao's opinion, no matter how strong the supreme domineering aura was. But because the realm was too low, it was absolutely impossible to compete with his orange domineering aura. Kneel down. Huang Yangdao's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He shouted coldly. It shook heaven and earth. It shocked everyone. It was really domineering. Many cultivators couldn't help but look sideways. Huang Yangdao is really handsome. If you want to marry Huang Yangdao. Some female cultivators whispered to each other. They couldn't help but be captivated by Huang Yangdao's domineering image. Huang Yangdao is indeed domineering. This person will definitely achieve extremely heaven-defying achievements in the future. That's right. In the future, he will at least be a space overlord. Many male cultivators also said aloud. They admired Huang Yangdao very much. They thought that Huang Yangdao would definitely achieve shocking achievements. It was only a matter of time. As for Lin Feng, he was ignored by everyone. Huang Yangdao was almost an unrivaled existence now. His domineering aura had been cultivated to the 9th level by Huang Yangdao. How could Lin Feng compete with Huang Yangdao? Just when everyone thought that Huang Yangdao was about to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had endured Huang Yangdao's domineering aura attack, also used the domineering aura he had mastered. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly came out. Huang Yangdao, do you think that you can compete with my supreme domineering aura just because you have cultivated your orange domineering aura to the 9th level? It was simply an extremely stupid idea. A low-level haki was still a low-level haki. How could it compete with a high-level haki like the supreme haki? High-level haki has the most fatal suppression on low-level haki. This kind of suppression is equivalent to the suppression of life. Now, I will let you know the terror of a supreme haki. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng displayed the 2nd layer of the supreme aura, boundless aura. Although Lin Feng's supremacy haki had only reached the 2nd level of haki, Lin Feng's supremacy haki had already reached the 2nd level. However, it was still terrifying to the point where people couldn't help but be aghast. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, The two domineering auras collided. At this moment, if the orange domineering aura of the Imperial Flames path was compared to the boundless power of the ocean, in that case, Lin Feng's supreme aura was like an indestructible sword. This indestructible sword could easily split open the water of the vast ocean. Poof! The sound of something tearing could be heard. Lin Feng's supreme being aura displayed an almost heaven-defying battle prowess. It directly destroyed the orange domineering aura of Imperial Flames path. Then, it continued to attack Imperial Flames path. This is impossible. Imperial Flames path roared in disbelief. His orange domineering aura had already been cultivated to the 9th layer. However, it was still broken by Lin Feng's 2nd layer of the supreme aura. This was something that Imperial Flames path could not accept. Thus, Imperial Flames path roared. He did not want to believe what he had seen. But all of this, it was all real. Imperial Flames path's attack was completely destroyed. Moreover, the power of the supreme aura was still extremely terrifying. It was about to hit Imperial Flames path's body. Imperial Flames path's reaction was extremely fast, and he quickly displayed a move of the great black martial art. It condensed a defensive crystal wall that was like a black tortoise's shell. The great black martial art was both offensive and defensive. It was also a famous great Dao among the 3,000 great Dao. However, even though he used the great black martial art, Imperial Flames path was unable to completely dissolve the attack of the boundless aura. Crack crack. The defensive crystal wall formed by the great black martial art was destroyed. Then, Imperial Flames path was sent flying. Imperial Flames path spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. How is this possible? Many cultivators had expressions of disbelief on their faces. How domineering was Imperial Flames path just now? It was to the point where everyone believed that Imperial Flames path would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. However, the result was that Lin Feng had beaten Imperial Flames path to the point of vomiting blood. This was an extreme contrast. Many people were still unable to recover from their shock. Is this your cultivation level? You're really too weak. In my eyes, you're like an ant. You dare to show off with this little bit of cultivation? If I were you, I would definitely obediently go into seclusion and cultivate instead of coming out to act cool. There's a saying that acting cool will be struck by lightning. However, you won't be struck by lightning, but you will die here. Don't worry, there are many cultivators who have died in this place, so you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly sounded out. Just as Imperial Flames path was sent flying by the boundless aura, Lin Feng had already rushed towards Imperial Flames path. In an instant, he had arrived beside Imperial Flames path. Then, he moved his right hand. A punch was sent towards Imperial Flames path. The five-fold Dracophant arm was activated. Lin Feng's punch seemed to be able to shatter a vacuum. Now, Lin Feng's strength had risen to a level that was enough to make people pale with fright. Physical combat. This was the method Lin Feng was best at. I think you're the one who's seeking death. To actually fight in close combat with us Golden Saint Lions, you're simply stupid to the extreme. Imperial Flames path looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face. He had just been injured by Lin Feng, and Imperial Flames path viewed it as a great humiliation. Now, Imperial Flames path wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Originally, Imperial Flames path thought that perhaps the chances were very slim, because Lin Feng's combat strength was simply too strong, beyond his expectations. However, Imperial Flames path didn't expect that things would actually take a turn for the better. Lin Feng actually chose to fight with him physically. The Golden Saint Lions' physical bodies were incomparably strong to begin with, and could even contend against godfiends. And Imperial Flames path had swallowed a strange spirit herb like the petrification grass when he was young. His physical body could be petrified, and his physical body was much stronger than the other Golden Saint Lions. Therefore, close combat was one of Imperial Flames path's best techniques. Now that Lin Feng had chosen to fight in close combat with Imperial Flames path, it was exactly what Imperial Flames path wanted. Facing Lin Feng's fivefold Dracophant arm attack, Imperial Flame's path also sent a punch towards Lin Feng. When he punched, his body actually petrified instantly. Imperial Flame's path punched out, shattering the void. The strength of his attack was simply shocking. The corners of Imperial Flame's path's mouth curled into a cold smile. The way he saw it, to withstand his incomparably terrifying punch. Chapter 3341. That kid is really stupid. As a human cultivator, he actually chose to fight with Huang Yandao's physical body. Is he tired of living so he wants to die quickly? A cultivator mocked. He felt that Lin Feng's choice to fight Huang Yangdao in close combat was no different from courting death. It's not what you think. Lin Feng's physical body is also extremely strong, unlike other human cultivators who have weak physical bodies, a cultivator said. But no matter how strong his physical body is, it's impossible for him to fight against Huang Yandao's physical body because Huang Yandao's physical body can be petrified. Once petrified, it will become extremely terrifying. Almost no one can stop it. Then, another cultivator said. Indeed, once Huang Yandao's physical body is petrified, it's indeed terrifying. Another cultivator said. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the petrified Huang Yangdao collided with Lin Feng's fivefold dragon elephant arm. Then, everyone saw a scene that shocked them to the core and even made them unable to believe their eyes. After the two of them collided, Huang Yangdao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Ugh! Huang Yangdao couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Crack, crack. At the same time, the arm which had collided with Lin Feng's attack was also broken. Even the white bones were exposed. The eerie white bones emitted a sinister and terrifying feeling. It made one's heart tremble. The surroundings were silent. There was no more sound. Everyone's eyes widened. Their eyeballs almost popped out. These cultivators. They thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be a match for Huang Yangdao in a physical battle. However, the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Feng was completely fine. On the other hand, Huang Yangdao was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. Even one of his arms was broken. Shock. In everyone's hearts. They were all deeply shocked. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was truly unparalleled and unparalleled. His battle strength was unparalleled. No, 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 this can't be true. This can't be true. Huang Yangdao couldn't accept this at all. When he first met Lin Feng, Huang Yangdao despised Lin Feng so much. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. But now, regardless of whether it was a showdown of dharmic powers or divine arts, or perhaps it was a battle of physical strength, he had failed miserably. How could Huang Yangdao accept this? Huang Yangdao was an extremely conceited person. Now, he had been defeated so miserably. This was even more unbearable for Huang Yangdao than if he had been killed. But now, Huang Yangdao knew that his defeat was certain. He was completely powerless to resist Lin Feng. Stay. In the end, only death awaited them. As such, Huang Yangdao turned around and rushed outside, wanting to escape. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's too late to leave now. I said I would kill you, so I will kill you today." Lin Feng's words were incomparably domineering. It was an unquestionable tone. It was an incomparable confidence in himself. He said he would kill anyone. He would kill anyone. He would not give the other party a chance. Boundless domineering aura was unleashed once more, heading straight for the fleeing Huang Yangdao. Bang! The attack landed on Huang Yandao's body. Huang Yangdao was sent flying. Barf! He spat out another mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill me? If you don't kill me, I swear that I will never be your enemy again, and I can guarantee that our Golden Saint Lion clan will never be your enemy again. How about it? Huang Yangdao couldn't help but shout. Lin Feng sneered. So what if you're from the Golden Saint Lion clan? I'll kill you today. If anyone from the Golden Saint Lion clan comes to avenge you, that'll be even better. When the time comes, I'll kill one if one comes. If two come, I'll kill two. They'll die a horrible death. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, which was filled with boundless killing intent, the surrounding cultivators all felt a surge of emotions. They all wanted to be like Lin Feng, who could kill without hesitation. "I'll fight you to the death." When Huang Yangdao realized that he couldn't escape, his face contorted. He wanted to gather his dharmic powers and activate a powerful mystique to fight to the death with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give Huang Yangdao the chance to do so. Lin Feng had already moved forward and arrived beside Huang Yangdao. Then, he threw a punch at Huang Yangdao. Huang Yandao's expression was extremely ugly. He had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The two sides collided once more. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking rang out once more. This time, Huang Yandao's other arm was also broken by Lin Feng. "Ah!" Huang Yangdao screamed. Previously, he was so majestic and awe-inspiring. And he had been looking at Lin Feng with a condescending attitude. He was incomparably contemptuous of Lin Feng. But now, he was severely injured by Lin Feng's attack. It was simply an extreme contrast. "Die, die, die with me." Huang Yangdao went crazy when he realized that he couldn't fight back against Lin Feng at all. Moreover, his hope of escaping was completely cut off. His body began to swell. It was like blowing up a balloon. His body was getting bigger and rounder. Anytime, anywhere. It was as if he was about to explode. After seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. The powerful Huang Yangdao. Now, he was actually forced to the extent of self-destruction. Self-destruction? In your next life. You won't have this chance in this life, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He reached out his hand and gently pointed at Huang Yangdao. Suddenly, dense runes flew out. 8 seals of God. The supreme sealing technique passed down from the Celestial Master sect. This sealing technique was simply a work of art that excelled nature. Dense runes surged out. Those runes connected together and turned into a series of sealing divine runes. Those sealing divine runes directly wrapped around Huang Yandao's body. All of a sudden, Huang Yandao's inflated body actually began to recover as before. "No, no, no, why is it like this?" Huang Yangdao roared in disbelief. He revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Because, he found out. He didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. It wasn't until now that Huang Yangdao knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He was simply like a demon. "Huang Yangdao, let me search your soul and see what kind of powerful divine ability you've cultivated," Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Then, Lin Feng's right hand grabbed Huang Yandao's head and then performed the soul-searching technique. "Ah!" Huang Yangdao screamed in pain. Then, he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. There was a soul restriction in Huang Yandao's mind. If someone searched Huang Yandao's soul or Huang Yangdao betrayed his family's secrets, the soul restriction could sense it. Then, the soul restriction was activated. Huang Yangdao was instantly scared out of his wits. Just now, Lin Feng performed the soul-searching technique on Huang Yangdao, so the soul restriction in Huang Yandao's mind was activated. Chapter 3342. Lin Feng had taken the source and storage ring of Huang Yangdao. Then, he coldly swept his gaze around and said with an indifferent expression, "Is there anyone else who wants to die?" Around. There was complete silence. No one dared to stand out and make an enemy out of Lin Feng. The battle prowess that Lin Feng had displayed had deeply shocked everyone present. Even though the human-shaped precious medicine had been taken away by Lin Feng. However, now, everyone had accepted their fate. Because, they wanted to snatch the human-shaped precious medicine from Lin Feng's hands. It was simply impossible for something like that to happen. The rest of the people dispersed. Then, they continued to look for opportunities. There were many courtyards and many treasures stored in each courtyard. Finally, many cultivators came to the deepest part of this ancient house. It was a huge purple bamboo forest. It was surrounded by rays of purple light. It looked very sacred. Many cultivators stopped outside to watch, but they did not enter the purple bamboo forest. Because everyone felt that such a place. It would definitely not be simple. Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of the zither rang out. When they heard the sound of the zither, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The sound of the zither rose in spirals. However, how could there be the sound of the zither here? Not only was Lin Feng shocked, everyone was extremely shocked. There shouldn't be any living beings in the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, the sound of the zither rang out. It was too strange. This made everyone extremely puzzled, not understanding where the sound of the zither came from. The purple bamboo forest is indeed extraordinary, a cultivator said, wanting to explore the purple bamboo forest. Then, cultivators began to enter the purple bamboo forest one after another. The purple light lingered within the purple bamboo forest, so the situation inside the purple bamboo forest was not very clear. The first batch of cultivators that entered the purple bamboo forest did not make any sound. This caused many people to become restless. Because, if those people were in danger, there would definitely be some movement. However, now, there was no movement at all. Didn't that mean, those people? He didn't encounter any danger. If he didn't encounter any danger, could it be that he had encountered an opportunity? Thinking of this, more and more people were unable to continue waiting outside. Let's go in and take a look, many cultivators said. Then, he also entered the purple bamboo forest. Lin Feng also entered the purple bamboo forest. After entering this place, Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with the purple bamboo forest. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. So much so that Lin Feng once thought that it was just an illusion. The group of people walked towards the interior of the purple bamboo forest. Soon after, everyone saw the first batch of cultivators that entered the purple bamboo forest, and those cultivators all stood in place. He was motionless. No one knew what they were doing. What happened? Let's go and take a look. Everyone felt puzzled. Then, they walked towards the first batch of cultivators. When they arrived at the side of the first group of cultivators, everyone realized that these people's eyes were wide open. His body was motionless. It was as if he had lost control of his body. Someone reached out and touched a cultivator next to him. Instantly, that cultivator's body turned into ashes. After seeing this scene, a horrified expression appeared on everyone's face. What exactly happened? Why did this cultivator turn into ashes with just a light touch? Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. This was because this place was simply too strange. The other cultivators also reached out to touch the cultivators closer to them. A terrifying scene appeared. Those cultivators were all turned into ashes. Everyone's expression became extremely gloomy. Originally, everyone thought that these people had encountered an opportunity and didn't make any movements in the purple bamboo forest. In fact, they were collecting the treasures here. But after entering, they found out that these cultivators had already suffered a calamity. It was just that everyone didn't know how these cultivators suffered a calamity. What exactly happened to them? It was truly puzzling. This place is too strange, let's retreat, some cultivators said, unwilling to stay in the purple bamboo forest any longer. This was because the purple bamboo forest gave them a bone-chilling feeling. This place was indeed very dangerous. However, a place like this, perhaps there were some amazing opportunities hidden here. Therefore, many cultivators didn't want to leave and planned to continue exploring this place. The cultivators who were planning to leave gathered together and walked out. There was strength in numbers. If they really encountered danger, so many people gathered together, it would be easier to deal with. There were a total of more than 30 cultivators who planned to leave. They walked outside together. It's foggy, Lin Feng said. At this time, purple fog appeared in the purple bamboo forest, blocking everyone's sight. Those cultivators who left didn't go too far, but Lin Feng and the others could no longer see them. Those people's traces were covered by the fog. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Then, that voice stopped abruptly. Something happened. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Something must have happened. Otherwise, Such a shrill voice wouldn't have been heard. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed towards the place where the scream came from. When they arrived at that place, they discovered it was exactly the same as what they saw before. More than 30 cultivators all stood in place, motionless. Will they also turn into ashes? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Then, he reached out and gently touched the body of a cultivator next to him. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the previous cultivators. The body of the cultivator who was touched was instantly reduced to ashes. This kind of death again. What exactly is hidden in this place? It actually allowed so many people to die in such a strange way. Many cultivators' voices trembled. The current situation could be said to be panicking. Isn't this Zhong Yarrow? This person is a great emperor. Now, he also died here? At this time, a cultivator pointed at a motionless cultivator and said aloud. Someone then reached out and touched the great emperor named Zhong Yarrow. The great emperor's body directly turned into ashes. Oh my God! Why did such a thing happen? A great emperor couldn't even resist. Many people said in horror. The situation in front of them was really too terrifying. Anyone who encountered such a situation, they would probably be filled with endless fear. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He carefully observed his surroundings. This purple bamboo forest was indeed very strange. At this moment. Chapter 33-43. Lin Feng's expression changed when he sensed the cold wind blowing in the air. Something wasn't right. He felt like something was about to happen. The two groups of cultivators from before had died mysteriously. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Perhaps it had something to do with the cold wind in front of him. Lin Feng quickly took out the mysterious iron box. This item was extraordinary and could play a key role in crucial moments. Especially now. Something strange was about to happen. Lin Feng felt that the mysterious iron box might be able to protect him. Everyone, be careful. I feel like something is about to happen, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Many people's expressions changed as they heard that. Following that, many cultivators took out some of their treasures. When they were outside, many people had Buddhist or Taoist treasures on them. Because Buddhist and Taoist treasures could ward off evil. These cultivators took out their Buddhist and Taoist treasures to deal with the crisis in front of them. Of course, not everyone had these treasures. The cultivators who didn't have these treasures all had ugly expressions on their faces. At this time, the cold wind was already blowing. Following that, something terrifying happened. One cultivator after another stood motionless where they were, as if their bodies were frozen. It's here, it's really here. After seeing this scene, many people cried out in horror. Weren't the frozen cultivators in front of them the same as the cultivators from before? After their bodies were frozen, they couldn't move. As if someone had cast a body freezing technique on them. The most horrifying thing was that those people's vitality disappeared in an instant. The others didn't even know how their life force disappeared. The situation in front of them was too shocking. Even though they had Buddhist and Taoist treasures, many cultivators were still trembling. The Buddhist treasures emitted Buddhist light to protect the cultivators. The Taoist magic treasures also emanated sacred light to protect the cultivators there. Those treasures temporarily protected them. But this situation didn't last for long. Not long after. One by one, the magic treasures began to crack. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. No, no, no. Many cultivators looked at the treasures that were cracking and screamed in horror. Those cultivators wanted those treasures to be restored to their original state. But no one could do that. The speed at which the magic treasures cracked was simply too fast. Bang, 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 soon. One by one, the treasures shattered. They turned into ashes. Everyone's face turned pale with fright. Many people wanted to rush outside. But, however, their bodies were frozen in place. Then, they lost all their life force. Lin Feng reached out and touched a cultivator next to him. The cultivator's body turned into ashes. He frowned. It was exactly as he guessed. These cultivators' deaths were related to the cold wind. And he was able to survive because of the mysterious iron box. The iron box. The dismembered corpses inside had unimaginable origins. Now, he had protected Lin Feng. But he didn't choose to leave. I'd like to see what secrets are hidden here. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He carried the mysterious iron box and walked towards the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. Just now, a cold wind blew out from there. Purple gas rose. There was no sense of mystery. Instead, it was gloomy. In a hazy state, Lin Feng saw a man in purple. A man holding a treasure sword. Now, he was holding a sword with one hand. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Retreat. Or die. The man's voice was cold. Swish. With a flash of light, the black dragon sword, the two stone swords, and the heavenly drum flew out. Lin Feng grabbed the heavenly drum. Then, he began to knock on it. Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Unhindered in the world. Invincible. The power of the heavenly drum was released. It was truly peerless and terrifying. The heavenly drum summoned the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Endless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals swept through heaven and earth, charging towards the man holding the sword. The power of the heavenly drum was world-shocking. Lin Feng was only able to activate a small portion of the heavenly drum's power. These powerful magic treasure all had matching methods to activate them, and only those methods of activation were mastered. Only then would he be able to fully release the power of these magic treasure. However, Lin Feng had obtained the cultivation method of the Bing mantra. Lin Feng felt that perhaps after he cultivated the Bing mantra, he could use the Bing mantra to activate these magic treasure. At that time, even though he had not grasped the method to activate these magic treasure. However, relying on the wonders of the Bing mantra, the power of these magic treasure should be able to be released. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals formed by the heavenly drum charged towards the other party. At the same time, Black Dragon Sword. The two stone swords also flew out one after another. They charged towards the purple-clothed man. 10,000. Sword. Slash. Immortal. Technique. An ice-cold voice suddenly sounded out. The purple-clothed man's attack collided with Lin Feng's attack. Both sides' attacks were terrifying. It was hard to tell who would win. At this moment, Lin Feng summoned Bibi. Yeah. After Bibi flew out, she immediately cried out in a childish voice. Although Bibi was young, her battle strength was already incomparably terrifying. He could help Lin Feng. After the little guy came out, he shot out streaks of 7-colored immortal light towards the purple-clothed man. At this moment, the purple-clothed man was being held back by Lin Feng, so Bibi's attack directly landed on the purple-clothed man's body. With a bang, a dull sound of impact was heard. After Bibi's attack landed on the purple-clothed man's body, the purple-clothed man's body directly exploded. Deliberately mystifying things. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The purple-clothed man was just an illusion, not a real person. Lin Feng continued to walk towards the depths, while Bibi floated in the air and walked towards the depths with Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the depths. After arriving here, he couldn't help but be shocked. Because Lin Feng saw a stone statue. The stone statue sat cross-legged. In the hand of the stone statue, there was actually a bamboo scroll. That bamboo scroll gradually became extraordinary. On it were densely packed golden runes, and the bamboo scroll was surrounded by a golden light. It emitted a mysterious and unfathomable power. There must be something shocking recorded in the bamboo scroll. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as he was about to rush towards the bamboo scroll, a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng. That terrifying aura caused Lin Feng's expression to suddenly change. "Who is it?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. "You really have a lot of treasures on you." A cold laugh was heard. Then, a woman appeared. Chapter 33-44. The woman who appeared here was no one else. It was the mysterious female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiends star region. At such a young age, she actually had the strength of an emperor sect. It was simply unbelievable. Wow! Big Fatso is here, Big Fatso is here. After seeing this female cultivator, Bibi immediately shouted. When he heard Bei Bei call him Big Fatty again, he was stunned. The female cultivator was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. It was Bibi who called you Big Fatso, why are you glaring at me? Lin Feng couldn't help but say speechlessly. He felt that he was wronged. Because Lin Feng didn't think this female cultivator was fat. On the contrary, he felt that this female cultivator belonged to the plump type. Very charming. Women were too thin. It would affect their charm instead. Like master, like pet. This little thing must have been taught badly by you. Such a beautiful and cute pet fell into the hands of a despicable and shameless guy like you and was harmed to such a state. You really deserve to die. The female cultivator said coldly. After Lin Feng heard the female cultivator's explanation, he really wanted to cry but had no tears. He was really wronged. This kind of injustice. It was really comparable to the snow in June. Cut the crap, let's fight to the death. Lin Feng looked coldly at the female cultivator. Then, he continued to punch on the sky drum one after another. Dong dong dong, earth-shaking sounds resounded through the sky. Heavenly soldiers and generals appeared and charged towards the female cultivator. Black dragon sword. 2 stone swords. They also charged towards the female cultivator one after another. As for Bei Bei, he flew towards the stone statue. Lin Feng and Bibi had a tacit understanding. One of them held the female cultivator back. The other took the bamboo slip. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded. The female cultivator attacked. She gently slapped out a palm across the void. In an instant, layers of ripples formed in the void. Those waves. It was actually the ripples of the void. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. The power of the ripples in the void was simply too strong. Lin Feng's magic treasures were all sent flying. Even Lin Feng was blown away by the attack. Bibi, who was flying towards the bamboo slips, was also sent flying. Emperor Ancestor level experts were indeed Emperor Ancestor level experts. His combat prowess was simply too terrifying. Are you reincarnated? Lin Feng said in a deep voice. This female cultivator was so young, yet so powerful. Except for the reincarnation of peerless experts. Lin Feng could not think of anyone else who could break through to the Emperor realm at such a young age. So what if I am? So what if he wasn't? In any case, you're about to become a dead man. Once I obtain the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade, I'll suppress you and extract your secrets. That will be the time of your death. The female cultivator said coldly. She walked towards the stone statue. She reached out to grab the bamboo slip in the stone statue's hand. That bamboo slip. It was actually called the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade. From the name, one could tell that the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was extraordinary. It was just that he didn't know what kind of treasure this Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was. Cloud Dream Immortal Jade. It's mine. Seeing that the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was about to be in her hands, the female cultivator's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably excited expression. But at this moment, the stone statue actually opened its eyes, then stood up and sent a palm strike towards the female cultivator. The void shattered. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The stone statue's attack was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. The female cultivator came a little later, so she didn't see the strange deaths of the cultivators from before. Lin Feng experienced the situation at that time. He knew that time. How dangerous and terrifying was it? Now, the stone statue had actually revived. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility, an existence that had silently exterminated so many cultivators. Could it be this stone statue in front of him? Perhaps. There was really such a possibility. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The female cultivator's expression obviously couldn't help but change abruptly. However, she was powerful. Facing the stone statue's attack, her reaction was extremely fast. He slapped the stone statue with his palm. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard. Both sides fiercely bombarded each other. Something amazing happened. The powerful female cultivator was actually defeated. Her whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Whoa! In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong. Lin Feng looked at the stone statue in shock. It was really too terrifying. There was no way to contend with it. He hurriedly looked at Bibi and said, "Go, go, go." The female cultivator was obviously faster, as fast as lightning. She quickly rushed outside. Her injuries were extremely serious, and she was not in the mood to continue fighting. The stone statue didn't chase after the female cultivator, but locked onto Lin Feng. Then, it walked towards Lin Feng step by step. F***CK, are you crazy? Why aren't you chasing that woman? Why are you chasing me? Lin Feng couldn't help but say speechlessly. Logically speaking, this terrifying creature liked to devour the life force of cultivators, so it should first chase after the female cultivator in the Thousand Fiends star field. Because that female cultivator was an Emperor Realm expert. Her life force was much stronger than Lin Feng's. The iron box on your back. The stone statue looked at the iron box on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng finally understood why the stone statue didn't chase after the female cultivator. It turned out that it was because of the iron box. What? You know it? Lin Feng looked at the stone statue warily and asked. I shouldn't be seeing things. The stone statue spoke. He didn't answer Lin Feng, but muttered to himself. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura was emitted from the stone statue's body. The stone statue attacked Lin Feng. It directly attacked Lin Feng with a palm strike. He wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. Then, he took the iron box away. Yeah. Bibi saw that Lin Feng was in danger and immediately cried out anxiously. It waved its little claws and released a 7-colored immortal light that swept towards the stone statue. 2 cold rays of light shot out from the stone statue's eyes, directly shattering Bibi's attack. Then, 2 rays of light swept across Bibi's body. Bei screamed miserably as he was sent flying. I want your dog life. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned blood red. He took down the iron box and directly threw it at the stone statue. Bibi was to Lin Feng. It was as if she was his family. Now that Bibi was actually injured by the stone statue, Lin Feng's killing intent was monstrous. Ant, you dare to resist? The stone statue's voice was cold, and its eyes revealed a look of contempt. The momentum of his palm did not decrease. It continued to attack Lin Feng. Bang! The iron box in Lin Feng's hand and the stone statue's palm fiercely collided. Along with the earth-shaking sound of violent collisions, there was an earth-shaking sound. Lin Feng was sent flying. The stone statue was too powerful. It was simply an invincible existence. To fight with such an existence. Chapter 33:45. Despicable Ant, are you ready to die? That terrifying creature walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He wasn't from the stone clan. He was just a stone statue. Yet, he possessed such terrifying combat strength. Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. What was the origin of this stone statue? Why was it so terrifying? It was incomprehensible. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he tried to open the mysterious box. Perhaps he could use the corpse in the box to kill this fellow. Crack, crack. Lin Feng opened the mysterious box bit by bit. A terrifying aura spread out from the box. After sensing the terrifying aura coming from the box, the stone statue's expression changed abruptly. Could it be that what's inside is real? The stone statue exclaimed. Clearly, he knew something about the mysterious box. At the very least, he had heard rumors about it. The stone statue sped up. He didn't want Lin Feng to open the mysterious box. When he sensed the aura coming from the box, the stone statue had sensed danger. Thus, he wanted to end the battle quickly and finish off Lin Feng. However, the stone statue couldn't stop Lin Feng in time. Crack, crack. The mysterious box emitted intense grinding sounds. Next, Lin Feng opened the mysterious box. Inside the mysterious box, it contained the mysterious expert's flesh. Even though the body was destroyed, it still emitted an unbearable power. Pu. Lin Feng's body was penetrated by the terrifying power emitted by the flesh. The flesh attacked indiscriminately. It wouldn't stop attacking Lin Feng just because he was the owner of the mysterious box. Of course, Lin Feng was different from others in that he only suffered a small portion of the attack. Perhaps because of the mysterious box, the flesh didn't attack Lin Feng fatally. Otherwise, Lin Feng didn't even know how many times he had died. However, even though he had only suffered a portion of the mysterious iron box's attack, the damage to Lin Feng was still enormous. He had no choice but to activate his immortal divine body. He needed to rely on his immortal divine body to block the mysterious iron box's attack. Or else, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Die. Lin Feng held the opened mysterious iron box with both hands and rushed towards the stone statue. Then, it smashed directly at the stone statue. Lin Feng was not worried about the minced meat flying out. The minced meat inside the mysterious iron box was confined by a powerful force. Therefore, the minced meat inside the mysterious metal box would not fly out because of this. After seeing the minced meat inside the mysterious iron box, the stone statue quickly retreated. It was as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. His eyes flashed with deep fear. How could that be? How could this be? He kept murmuring these words. He couldn't believe that he had really seen the minced meat. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. With the stone statue's strength, dodging Lin Feng's attack shouldn't be too difficult. This time, the stone statue failed. As a result, a very strange power was released from the mysterious iron box. That very strange power directly enveloped the stone statue. The stone statue couldn't avoid it. He had no choice but to resist the mysterious iron box's attack. The chunks of flesh actually trembled slightly. Every piece of minced meat could release an unimaginably terrifying force with a slight tremble. That force directly enveloped the stone statue. Break! The stone statue roared, trying to break the terrifying force that enveloped his body. He threw out 36 punches in a row. However, he still couldn't break the terrifying force that enveloped him. Crack, crack. The stone statue's body began to crack. This was a very terrifying scene. The stone statue was so powerful, but he couldn't resist the force that came from the minced meat. However, in reality, the power of the minced meat wasn't that strong at the moment. If the minced meat completely released the power contained within, it would cause a terrifying lethality. This was unimaginable. I don't want to die like this. The stone statue roared angrily. He was struggling hard. However, he still couldn't change his fate. Crack, crack. His body was still cracking, and the cracks were getting faster and faster. It wasn't easy for me to get a drop of stone man blood. I should have evolved into a perfect stone man. Why did I end up like this? The stone statue roared, extremely unwilling. Originally, he was indeed just a stone statue, but later on, by chance, he gained spiritual awareness. He turned into a stone statue with spiritual awareness. In the ruins of the stone state, he saw a dead stone man. He obtained the stone man blood of that stone man. Since then, he had completed his transformation. He was evolving into a stone man. But now, he couldn't resist the minced meat's attack. All hope was about to vanish into thin air. It was destined to be a fleeting cloud. You brought this upon yourself. Don't even think about getting something that isn't yours. Otherwise, you'll attract a fatal disaster, Lin Feng said coldly. He grabbed the iron box and threw it directly at the stone statue. Clang! The stone statue was once again hit by the iron box. The stone statue was sent flying. Bang! This time, the stone statue's body was completely shattered. I'm really unwilling to accept this. The stone statue's final voice resounded in the purple bamboo forest. Then, he died completely. Is the stone man blood still on me? After Lin Feng closed the mysterious iron box, he didn't even have time to heal his injuries before he began to check the shattered stone statue. Finally, he found a drop of stone man blood. This drop of stone man blood contained a terrifying amount of energy. It was extremely precious. If he refined it, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his combat strength. Next, Lin Feng picked up the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip. He carefully studied the runes on it. Vaguely, Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his surroundings had changed. Although he was still in the same purple bamboo forest, he seemed to have appeared in another purple bamboo forest. Immortal energy lingered in the purple bamboo forest. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, a white-clothed woman floated like a fairy. She held a brush in her hand and wrote something on a bamboo slip. The distance was too far. Lin Feng couldn't see what the woman was writing. Could it be that the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip was written by that fairy? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of a possibility. Then, a shocked expression appeared on his face. The scene in front of him changed again. The celestial being had already disappeared. Lin Feng reappeared in the purple bamboo forest. These runes should be ancient characters. Demon Lord, do you recognize them? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. These are characters from the immortal era, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. What ancient characters? Chapter 3346. When Lin Feng heard the Demon Lord's first sentence, he couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. The Stone State's crisis. This meant that when this woman wrote the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip, the Stone State had already encountered a serious crisis. It was even easier to understand that the book's magical power was in the Immortal Slip. Because the Stone State was in danger, this woman was worried that some magical powers would be lost, so she wrote them on the Immortal Slip. I want to write 3 Cloud Dream Immortal Slips, each recording 300 magical powers. The Demon Lord continued. Lin Feng was shocked. 3 Cloud Dream Immortal Slips. It was obvious that he had only obtained one of the scrolls. In other words, in addition to the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip in his hand, there were 2 other Cloud Dream Immortal Slips. He just didn't know where the other 2 Cloud Dream Immortal Slips were. This is the first scroll. The Demon Lord continued to read. The first magical power. Great Creation Technique. Great Creation Technique? It's ranked 5th among the 3000 Great Tao. Lin Feng said in shock. The first magical power was actually one of the 3000 Great Tao. And it was ranked 5th among the 3000 Great Tao. The only pity was that Lin Feng had already cultivated this Great Creation Technique. The Demon Lord didn't read the small words below the Great Creation Technique. Those words were all cultivation techniques. The Demon Lord only read the names of the magical powers recorded on the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip. Cloud Dream Immortal Slip. There were a total of 300 magical powers recorded, and they were all 3000 Great Tao. Among the 300 types of 3000 Great Tao, there were 18 types of 3000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had cultivated before. In other words, there were a total of 282 types of 3000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had never cultivated before. This made Lin Feng wild with joy. Lin Feng lacked 3000 Great Tao, and he was extremely lacking 3000 Great Tao. Now Lin Feng could even try to break through to the Great Emperor Realm, but he didn't do so. It was because he needed more 3000 Great Tao. Lin Feng now had a total of 677 types of 3000 Great Tao, including the 284 types of 3000 Great Tao. Add them together. A total of 961 types of 3000 Great Taos. Originally, Lin Feng planned to cultivate at least 1000 types of 3000 Great Taos before attempting to break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Now, he wasn't too far away from his goal. Lin Feng decided to wait until he had mastered the 3000 Great Tao skills, then he would try to break through. Of course, he had cultivated several hundred types of the 3000 Great Taos. It would take quite some time. Lin Feng put away the things and walked outside with Bibi. The little guy was very active. He was curious about everything and kept looking around. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman and continued to search for the next target. There were marks on the jade talisman. They should all have their own opportunities. Therefore, Lin Feng only went to places that were marked. By the time he arrived at the second marked location, blood had already flowed like a river. In the depths, a great battle was still going on, and it was a battle between monarchs. More than a dozen great emperors were involved in the battle. There were many cultivators watching the commotion outside. Lin Feng asked about the situation here and found out. Someone found a complete immortal artifact in the depths. That was definitely a terrifying treasure. Hence, a great battle broke out. First, several waves of cultivators killed each other. Later, even Emperor Realm experts were attracted over. The situation here was completely out of control. A group of great Emperor Realm experts were locked in a fierce battle. Whoosh whoosh, two bloodstained figures rushed out. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue from the Hundred Joy Pavilion. Lin Feng was quite familiar with the two sisters. This time, the two sisters joined forces to obtain that mysterious immortal artifact and failed to break through. They quickly flew into the distance. Chase, don't let these two escape. More than a dozen great emperors chased after them in exasperation. Immortal artifacts were too precious. And it was a complete immortal artifact. That made it even more precious. One had to know that the materials were hard to find. Many great emperors didn't even have emperor weapons. Not to mention immortal artifacts that surpassed emperor weapons. The preciousness of immortal artifacts couldn't be described with words. Its usefulness to a cultivator was immeasurable. No wonder so many great emperors chased after the Shu sisters like crazy. The opportunity here had been taken by someone else. Lin Feng continued to head to the location of the next opportunity. It was still the location marked on the Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng arrived, the battle here had just ended. Someone had snatched the opportunity here. There were two more locations marked on the Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng arrived at the fourth location, he was surprised. The situation was exactly the same as the previous two locations. The opportunities at these two locations had already been snatched away. Lin Feng and Bibi headed to the fifth location. This location was in the deepest part of the Stone State's imperial capital. It seemed to be the imperial city within the Stone State's imperial capital. That was where the former ruler of the Stone State lived. They didn't walk far before the sky began to darken. The Stone State's imperial capital was gloomy at night. Because the Stone State's imperial capital was too big, the streets were silent. The shadow was very long. Until a mysterious thumping sound rang out. Ghosts. Bibi stretched out her snow-white little paw and pointed in a direction. Lin Feng looked over and saw a group of armed and armored soldiers walking over. Bei Bei was a very timid little fellow. She was so scared that she trembled. She immediately hid in the mountain river ring and didn't come out again. Are they Yin soldiers? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Who knew how many people had died in a place like this? Even if there were Yin soldiers, Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange. He didn't pay attention to the passing soldiers. Instead, he continued to head deeper into the city. There weren't many cultivators that could be seen at night. Lin Feng guessed that many cultivators were probably hiding. Because the Stone State's imperial capital was indeed quite strange at night. Lin Feng saw a woman appear in front of him. She had a graceful figure. She walked, swaying gently. Although he didn't see what she looked like, Lin Feng felt that she was definitely a peerless beauty. Fairy. The night is long. Don't you feel lonely, empty, and cold walking alone on this quiet street? This humble one can be the flower protector, Lin Feng said. He had always been this carefree. When he saw a beautiful woman, even if he didn't have any special relationship with her. But Lin Feng also wanted to see what she looked like. Any man. They all liked to see beautiful women. Because seeing a beautiful woman, perhaps a bad mood would become a good mood. But the woman didn't answer Lin Feng. She continued to walk forward and then entered the street on the left. At this time, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. The Stone State's imperial capital was too quiet at night. Traces of grayish-brown gas filled the air. The entire Stone State's imperial capital was deathly silent. It was as if it had turned into a city of death. Chapter 3347. Maybe it really isn't suitable to move outside at night. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was a little uneasy. The Stone State's imperial capital might be more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Feng decided to find a place to rest. There were many ancient residences in the Stone State's imperial capital. But not all of them were suitable for resting. Some of the ancient residences were very terrifying, hiding great dangers and dangers. Entering one of them was very likely to be met with disaster. Lin Feng chose an ancient residence, then pushed the door open and entered. Then, he closed the door of the ancient residence. The ancient residence wasn't particularly big, but it was well preserved. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt the aura of a cultivator. Although the other party hid it very well. But it still couldn't hide it from Lin Feng. That aura was emitted from the living room. After Lin Feng entered the living room, he found that there was no one there. He said with a faint smile, "Fairies, we're old acquaintances. Why are you still so cautious?" It turned out that the two cultivators hiding here were none other than the sisters Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue. Lin Feng was very familiar with Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue's aura. When he sensed that someone was here, Lin Feng already knew that it was the two of them. Not long ago, Lin Feng remembered it very clearly. After Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue obtained the immortal artifact, they broke out of the encirclement and escaped. More than 10 great emperors chased after the two sisters. It seemed that they hadn't left the Stone State's imperial capital. Perhaps they felt that there were other opportunities in the Stone State's imperial capital, so they didn't want to leave so soon. Or maybe it was because they were injured. It wasn't good to leave now. Of course, it could be both reasons. We didn't guard against Lin Gongzi. We were just worried that someone else would come here later. Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue walked out of the inner hall. Xu Jiaomei continued. She was still as charming and flirtatious as before. But now, her face was a bit pale. It was obvious that she hadn't recovered from her previous injuries. Xu Jiayue's situation was similar to Xu Jiaomei's. "I really didn't expect to meet young master here. Seeing young master here, we sisters can finally relax," Xu Jiayue said sweetly. Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean?" "Originally, the two of us stayed here and treated our wounds with fear and trepidation. We were afraid that someone would come and take our lives. But now that Lin Gongzi is here, we naturally don't have to be afraid of these things. With Lin Gongzi here, no matter what danger we encounter, Lin Gongzi will definitely protect us two sisters," Xu Jiayue said. Lin Feng looked at Xu Jiayue with a faint smile and said, "Fairy, you're quite confident. It's just that our friendship doesn't seem to be that deep. Although there have been gatherings, nothing actually happened. If we really meet with danger, I'm afraid we'll just fly away in the face of disaster." Xu Jiaomei said, "Young master is not that kind of person. The two of us won't misjudge a man." Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to flatter me. Of course, there's no problem in protecting the two of you. How about this? What's that immortal artifact you obtained? Hand it over to me, and I can guarantee your safety." "You," Xu Jiaomei's eyes turned cold. "Young master, are you trying to take advantage of us?" Xu Jiayue's voice turned much colder. "Isn't the world of cultivators like this?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "If young master wants to fight, we sisters can accompany you to the end. When the time comes, let's see who will emerge victorious," Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue said in unison. As expected of sisters, their thoughts were exactly the same. Lin Feng said indifferently, "We've known each other for a while, so there's no need to fight and hurt our friendship. Since you two fairies are unwilling to hand over the immortal artifact, then just don't hand it over. However, you two fairies need to promise me something else." "What is it?" Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lin Feng's words. Then, they looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Recently, I've been researching the dual cultivation technique," Lin Feng said with a smile. When they heard Lin Feng's words, their expressions changed slightly. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, I think you want both the woman and the treasure, right?" At that moment, loud laughter came from outside. A middle-aged cultivator walked in from outside. He was a great emperor-level expert, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Hawkwolf King. When they saw this cultivator, Shu Jiaomei and Shu Jiaoyue's expressions changed abruptly. The two sisters clearly knew this person. However, Lin Feng did not know this middle-aged cultivator. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. Lin Feng had just arrived in the starry sky world from the 9 provinces Great World. There were many experts in the starry sky world that Lin Feng did not know. After the Hawkwolf King appeared, he waved his hand and immediately sealed off the living room. "Sir, are you trying to catch us all in one fell swoop?" Lin Feng looked at the Hawkwolf King indifferently. "Kid, I saw you earlier. You're that Lin Feng? Since you want to fight, the 3 of you will naturally die." The Hawkwolf King's lips curled into a sinister smile. The Hawkwolf King had sealed off this place because he was worried that news would leak out. After all, the Shu sisters were from the 100 Joy Pavilion. The 100 Joy Pavilion was an overlord of the starry sky world. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke them. As for Lin Feng, he had many treasures on him and many powerful divine abilities. The Hawkwolf King did not have a chance to attack before, but now, he finally had the chance. Shu Jiaomei and Shu Jiaoyue's expressions were extremely ugly because they were injured. They could not unleash much of their combat strength. The Hawkwolf King was a peak immortal emperor. He had such a powerful cultivation. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be a match for him. Seriously, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to jump around in front of this young master. Fairies, let this young master deal with this person first, then I'll discuss the matter of dual cultivation with you 2 fairies, Lin Feng said. Shu Jiaomei and Shu Jiaoyue immediately became speechless. What kind of situation was this? Lin Feng was actually still thinking about that extremely despicable thing. Moreover, Lin Feng was actually so contemptuous and disdainful of the Hawkwolf King. It was probably because Lin Feng did not know how terrifying the Hawkwolf King was. If he knew the Hawkwolf King's cultivation, she wondered if she regretted what she had just said. "Kid, you're about to die, yet you still dare to provoke this king so recklessly. This king will not kill you directly later. This king will break every bone in your body and let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead." Chapter 33-48. The peak of the immortal emperor realm was indeed an extremely terrifying realm. Even in the starry sky world, he could be considered a tyrant. However, today, the cultivator the Hawkwolf King was facing was a monstrous existence like Lin Feng. The Hawkwolf King's attack was indeed extremely powerful. If it was purely based on his own combat strength, Lin Feng might not be a match for the Hawkwolf King. However, Lin Feng had many Dharma treasures on him. To deal with the Hawkwolf King, he was naturally full of confidence. When the Hawkwolf King's attack arrived, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Swoosh! Light flashed. Lin Feng took out one Dharma treasure after another. Black Dragon Sword. Heavenly Drum. The 2 stone swords flew out. Lin Feng held the heavenly drum in his hand and directly struck it. Dong! 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 A deafening sound was heard. The heavenly drum resounded through the clouds, condensing heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They directly charged towards the Hawkwolf King. At the same time, under Lin Feng's control, the Black Dragon Sword and the 2 stone swords also charged towards the Hawkwolf King. Lin Feng multitasked and launched the most violent attack on the Hawkwolf King. How powerful was this attack? It was simply destructive. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking. Sensing the terror of Lin Feng's attack, the Hawkwolf King hurriedly took out a battle spear. This was a battle spear made of bronze, and its power was extremely extraordinary. The Hawkwolf King held the battle spear to block Lin Feng's attack. Clang! 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 3 consecutive strikes. The Hawkwolf King sent Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword and the 2 stone swords flying. Then, he struck out with his palm and neutralized the heavenly drum's attack. I'm only a step away from stepping into the Imperial Emperor realm. So what if you have many Dharma treasures on you? It's impossible for you to fight against me. The Hawkwolf King looked at Lin Feng indifferently, his face filled with killing intent. With that, The Hawkwolf King charged towards Lin Feng with his spear in hand. He held the spear with both hands, and the invincible spear directly stabbed towards Lin Feng. Even the void was shattered. The Hawkwolf King was truly a terrifying existence. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Just as the Hawkwolf King's attack was about to land on him, Lin Feng used the heaven-mending technique and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind the Hawkwolf King. The Yi Qi turning 3 pure ones was displayed. Following that, the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki pressed down on the Hawkwolf King. The Hawkwolf King's battle prowess had been greatly weakened. Meanwhile, Lin Feng took out the 9 devils painting and the Hell King's bell. The 6 supreme treasures were activated at the same time, hurtling toward the Hawkwolf King. This was Lin Feng's peak combat strength. The Hawkwolf King was shocked. He felt the threat of death. He wanted to retreat, but Lin Feng's attack had locked onto him. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to take action to defend against the attack of Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. Shatter the sky, the Hawkwolf King growled. He used a peerless and invincible spear attack. The spear swept out. It directly formed a barrier of light formed from spear light. It swept towards the 6 supreme treasures. However, just how powerful were Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures? How could the Hawkwolf King withstand them in his current state? Moreover, the Hawkwolf King's battle prowess had been weakened by at least 30% by Lin Feng. The Hawkwolf King, whose battle prowess had been sharply reduced, was even less able to defend against Lin Feng's attack. Fart! There was a ripping sound. It suddenly rang out. The Hawkwolf King's spear attack was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. No. The Hawkwolf King sensed the aura of death enveloping him, so he couldn't help but cry out in horror. Bang! 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 However, in the next moment, along with the sound of 6 violent collisions, there were 6 sounds of violent collisions. Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures directly bombarded the Hawkwolf King's body. The Hawkwolf King couldn't withstand the attack of Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. His body exploded. His body and soul were directly destroyed, leaving only his origin energy and storage ring. Lin Feng put away the Hawkwolf King's origin energy and storage ring, as well as his own supreme treasures. Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue watched this battle with their mouths agape. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had killed the Hawkwolf King, who had the strength of the top of the Celestial Emperor layer. It was simply too unbelievable. Fairies, now that the troublesome Hawkwolf King's soul has returned to hell, no one can disturb the 3 of us. Lin Feng looked at Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue with a half-smile. The 2 girls' faces were pink. Originally, they were extremely resistant to Lin Feng's suggestion. However, now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Following Lin Feng, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Women needed to find a good home to return to. Lin Feng seemed to be a good candidate. Sir, if you can treat us well, we're willing to promise you, Xu Jiaomei said. Xu Jiayue also nodded, clearly having the same thoughts as Xu Jiaomei. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He just wanted to tease the 2 of them. He didn't have such thoughts. Who would have thought that Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue would actually agree? Lin Feng said with a smile, if your charm is too great, everyone will love you, and flowers will bloom when they see you. I was actually joking with the 2 fairies just now, so you don't have to take it seriously. You bastard! Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue immediately roared. They ignored their image and directly pounced on Lin Feng. This farce finally ended with Lin Feng being beaten up by the 2 girls. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. No matter how charming a woman was, once she got angry, it could take half a person's life. Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue found a place to heal their injuries. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of Huang Yangdao and Hawkwolf King. He wanted to see what was in the storage rings of these 2 people. He checked carefully. There were indeed many good things. However, Lin Feng couldn't find the 3,000 Great Dao that he wanted the most. Very few cultivators would put these orthodoxes' inheritances in their storage rings. They would often remember it in their minds and then destroy the things that recorded the Orthodox's inheritances. Actually, it wasn't just other cultivators who did this. Even Lin Feng did the same. The next day, when he woke up at dawn, Lin Feng planned to part ways with Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue. "Let's meet again," said Lin Feng while waving. Then, he quickly left. That bastard who doesn't understand romance. Xu Jiaomei and Xu Jiayue looked at Lin Feng's departing figure and couldn't help but gnash their teeth and curse Lin Feng. In the end, the two sisters couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng left. They didn't know if they would have any more interactions. Chapter 33-49. The palace of the Stone State's imperial capital was shrouded in a layer of golden holy light. From time to time, the sound of the heavenly Tao would come out from it. It was like the sound of a zither and a flute. There were many cultivators gathered outside, all waiting to enter. Lin Feng saw many major factions wanting to enter the palace. Lin Feng even saw a few emperor-level experts, including the mysterious female cultivator from the Myriad Fiend starfield. She actually dared to come here when she's injured. It seems that this place should have something that woman needs. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a contemplative expression. The Empress sect of the Myriad Fiend starfield was very terrifying. But now, she was injured. The situation wasn't ideal. Of course. Her cultivation realm was too high. Even if ordinary cultivators knew that she was injured, they didn't dare to provoke this woman. Because it was no different from courting death. Now, cultivators from various major factions gathered outside the palace. There were even more than a dozen interstellar bandits led by Heaven, Hell, and Yellow Spring. The evil demon experts also arrived one after another. It was really a gathering of all kinds of monsters. Perhaps the corpse of the Stone State's monarch is still inside. Will the mystery of what happened in the Stone State be solved? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that perhaps the truth was really about to be revealed. What happened in the Stone State back then was destined to be impossible to hide. Lin Feng was also waiting patiently. The restriction that enveloped the palace was very powerful. If it didn't disperse on its own accord, other cultivators who dared to touch the restriction would obviously not have a good ending. He waited for about 3 days. Finally, the restriction that enveloped the palace began to gradually disperse. Everyone's faces revealed an expression of anticipation. 1 day later, the restriction that enveloped the palace completely dispersed. Everyone flew towards the palace. The palace was very large. Many people scattered to search for opportunities. When Lin Feng flew into the palace, he saw a woman passing by in front of him. Lin Feng could only see the woman's silhouette. It was actually the mysterious woman he saw a few days ago. At that time, Lin Feng only saw the other person's back. Although he didn't see what this female cultivator looked like, he could tell that she was a goddess just by looking at her back. The woman's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared without a trace. There's a Tao platform in the depths, and there's a coffin on it. The king of the Stone State might be buried there. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. When the news spread, it immediately startled everyone. Everyone quickly rushed to the depths of the square. Lin Feng also came to the depths of the palace. There was a huge square here, and in the center of the square, there was a Tao platform. The runes on the Tao platform were intertwined. These runes were extremely complex and profound. Moreover, the Tao platform looked like a huge altar. The altar is the Tao platform. The Tao platform is the altar, Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. He felt that things were a little complicated. It was not as simple as he had imagined. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that this place was a bit strange. However, when Lin Feng wanted to find out what was strange, he didn't find anything. Is the problem on the Tao platform? Or is it because of that coffin? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with the coffin. It made him feel uneasy. Open the coffin and see, a cultivator said. They wanted to open the coffin. Now, cultivators who were qualified to approach the Tao platform were all existences above the Great Emperor realm. If they hadn't stepped into this realm, They didn't even have the right to approach the Tao platform. All right. Then let's open the coffin and see. Following that, many great emperors agreed with this point of view. They wanted to open the coffin and see if the king of the stone state was really buried there. I'll open the coffin, a female cultivator said and stepped forward. This female cultivator was actually the Empress sect from the Myriad Fiends starfield. Wan Shenxue. It's actually this woman. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but mutter, as if they had recognized this woman. Who is she? She looks very young. A cultivator asked, very curious about the identity of the Empress sect from the Myriad Fiends starfield. This Wan Shenxue isn't a simple person. It's said that she's the reincarnation of a peerless expert, and it's said that she has already awakened the memories of her previous life. That cultivator said. What? There's such a thing? Many people couldn't help but exclaim, their faces full of incomparable shock. The reincarnation of a peerless expert, the meaning behind this. Everyone was very clear about this. It was absolutely shocking. Allowing Wan Shenxue to grow was because of the cultivation experience of her previous life. Therefore, what kind of achievements could Wan Shenxue achieve in the future? It was simply unimaginable. Taking the initiative to open the coffin was not an easy task. And it was very likely that she would face great danger. The other great emperors saw that Wan Shenxue had taken the initiative to ask her to open the coffin. Naturally, they were happy to see this. All right, Fairy Wan will open the coffin, many great emperors said in unison. What is this woman trying to do? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He looked at Wan Shenxue, who was walking step by step toward the platform, and felt that something was wrong. He felt that, at this moment, Wan Shenxue seemed to be a little too enthusiastic. She was clearly injured. Not only did she not heal her injuries, she even took the initiative to ask her to open the coffin. Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of something. Originally, the news of the Stone State ruins was only known by people from the 4 major forces. But in the end, the news was leaked out. Lin Feng targeted the 10,000 Fiends star zone, the Bright Moon star zone, and the Yin-Yang star zone. He felt that one of the 3 forces should have leaked the news. Now that he saw Wan Shenxue taking the initiative to open the coffin, Lin Feng felt that, the person who leaked the news. It should be someone from the 10,000 Fiends star zone. But why would the 10,000 Fiends star zone leak the news? Lin Feng didn't know for now. Perhaps the fox tail of the 10,000 Fiends star zone would be revealed soon. At this moment, Wan Shenxue had already stepped onto the platform. Wan Shenxue stood in front of the coffin, her lips moving quickly. He didn't know what she was saying. Lin Feng immediately frowned. What was Wan Shenxue saying? He felt that this was a very strange situation. Many great emperors seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Therefore, the great emperors all frowned. Fairy Wan, what are you doing? Aren't you going to open the coffin? A great emperor-level expert urged. Wan Shenxue, on the other hand, launched a series of hand seals. Rays of divine light surged into the coffin. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly. Chapter 3350. The coffin shook. Even the entire Tao platform began to shake violently. After seeing this scene, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. What are you doing? Many great emperors' expressions changed drastically as they glared at Wan Shenxue. By now, everyone naturally knew. Wan Shenxue didn't sincerely want to open the coffin. She had other motives. It was you from the 10,000 Fiends starfield who leaked the news about the Stone State ruins. Old Man Tsunghai's expression was gloomy as he charged toward Wan Shenxue, wanting to kill her. Old Man Tsunghai looked like a good guy. But in reality, which person like him didn't kill decisively? How could he be a completely good guy? That good guy appearance was just Old Man Tsunghai's external image. The great emperors from the Bright Moon starfield and the Yin-Yang starfield also came to their senses. Their hatred for the people from the 10,000 Fiends starfield was monstrous. If the people from the 10,000 Fiends starfield hadn't leaked the news, How could so many cultivators enter the Stone State ruins? And the opportunities and treasures they obtained were far more than what they had now. Therefore, the great emperors from the 2 star fields rushed into the sky and charged toward Wn Shenxue. Kill Wn Shenxue. Otherwise, I'm afraid something terrible will happen, a cultivator shouted in a deep voice, having a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Wn Shenxue's strange actions were enough to explain many things. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the Monarch Realm cultivators soared into the sky and charged at Wn Shenxue, intending to kill her. But they attacked Wn Shenxue at this time. Obviously, it was too late. The entire Dao platform underwent a huge change. Distorted formation runes appeared on the Dao platform one after another. Those formation runes intertwined. Then, they quickly extended out. Every formation rune vibrated with destructive power, sending the great emperors flying. Then, those formation runes sealed off the entire huge square. All the cultivators were trapped in the square. They wanted to leave. They couldn't leave. What is Wn Shenxue trying to do? Many people looked at Wn Shenxue with ugly expressions. Wn Shenxue must have an ulterior motive for trapping everyone. Burning sky array. At this moment, Wn Shenxue's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The runes intertwined together to form an incomparably terrifying great burning sky array. The void was instantly ignited. My body is burning, Lin Feng said. Next, a cultivator cried out in horror. That cultivator's body was actually burning up. He tried his best to extinguish the flames on his body, but to no avail. The burning sky array was extremely strange. It could ignite the magic power within a cultivator's body. When the magic power was ignited, the cultivator's body would ignite. This was a burning from the inside out. The first cultivator's body began to burn. Next, 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, 6th place, one cultivator after another began to burn. Ah! An incomparably shrill scream suddenly rang out. One cultivator after another screamed in agony. Soon, those cultivators were burned to ashes, and the essences in their bodies were turned into the purest energy. One after another, they rushed toward the coffin on the platform. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. My future is so smooth. How can I die here? I don't want to die either. I still have a pharaoh-like fiancé that I haven't married yet. I don't want to die here like this. Many cultivators cried out in horror. But no one could save them. The flames here were too strange. Even Lin Feng's magic power began to burn. Not to mention the ordinary cultivators. Emperor-level cultivators could temporarily resist the flames, but they couldn't resist for too long. As for the cultivators who hadn't reached the emperor level, they were burned to ashes one by one. In the end, they were all turned into supplies for the coffin. He wants to open the coffin by sacrificing cultivators, the demon lord said in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded with a gloomy expression. That despicable woman, Wn Shenxue, was indeed thinking of this. That woman's methods were extremely terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly. Or else, the situation wouldn't be good. Lin Feng circulated the heavenly fire in his body to suppress the strange flames that ignited his magic power. The heavenly fire's powerful power played an extremely crucial role at this time. It directly suppressed the strange flames that ignited Lin Feng's magic power. But now Lin Feng could only protect himself. He couldn't save others. He tried to leave this place, but he was forced back by the formation. The formation here was abnormally terrifying. Even with Lin Feng's methods, it wasn't easy to break the formation here in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, Lin Feng was now in some trouble. A large number of cultivators died. Originally, there were close to 10,000 cultivators from various factions here. But in the end, there were only a little more than 100 people left. Among these 100 people, some of them were emperor-level experts. There were also some who weren't emperor-level experts but had extraordinary methods. For example, cultivators like Lin Feng. As for the remaining cultivators, they were all sacrificed. Wan Shenxue. You deserve to die. The 10,000 Fiends star region should be destroyed. Many cultivators roared in exasperation. They couldn't wait to tear Wn Shenshua into pieces. Destroy the 10,000 Fiends star region. Wan Shenshua's expression was indifferent. She didn't care about those cultivators' roars at all. Crack, crack. At this time, the coffin also changed after absorbing the pure energy of nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators. The coffin was originally sealed by a powerful restriction. But now, those restrictions were beginning to crack open. The coffin is about to open. Many people's expressions became serious. The coffin opened. What would happen? Could it really be the Stone State's monarch inside? Could it be that the Stone State's monarch would be resurrected? None of this was known. Crack, crack. The formation patterns on the coffin cracked more and more. Finally, all the formation patterns cracked completely. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The coffin lid flew up. Clang! The coffin lid fell on the platform. The next moment, a terrifying creature sat up from the coffin. It was an extremely handsome man. He had a face so handsome that it was almost demonic. There was a huge bloody hole in the man's chest. His heart. Chapter 33:51. The man whose heart had been dug out still had a horn and a pair of golden wings. He didn't know what race this being belonged to. In the past, Lin Feng had never seen such a race. This isn't the Stone State's monarch's corpse. Where was the Stone State's monarch's corpse buried? Or, the Stone State's monarch didn't die back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. When he thought of that possibility, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. If the Stone State's monarch really didn't die, where would he go? A long time had passed. Did time bury the Stone State's monarch? Lin Feng suddenly remembered Wan Shenshua's background. This Wan Shenshua was the reincarnation of a peerless expert. And now, she was actually taking such a huge risk. She didn't hesitate to offend so many factions and sacrificed nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators. It was all to release the mysterious winged cultivator. Could it be? Wan Shenshua knew this mysterious winged cultivator in her previous life. Lin Feng also thought of another possibility. Did that winged cultivator die when the Stone State was destroyed? Was he a subordinate of the Stone State's monarch? Or was he an enemy of the Stone State's monarch? If he was a subordinate, then Wan Shenshua should also be one of the experts who participated in the destruction of the Stone State. However, Lin Feng guessed that Wan Shenshua had suffered extremely serious injuries in that battle. Her body was probably destroyed. So she had no choice but to reincarnate. This method was different from the method of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation in the legends. When a peerless expert reincarnated, their soul would enter the mind of an unborn child and enter a deep sleep. They hoped that one day, they would be able to recover. Lowly creatures, you dare to stop me from escaping? Have you thought about how you want to die? The terrifying winged cultivator walked out of the coffin. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Although he had lost his heart, he was still extremely terrifying. His aura shook the world. It was suffocating. This was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. He threw a punch at one of the great emperors across the void. The great emperor's expression changed drastically. He wanted to quickly dodge the attack of that terrifying creature. However, that great emperor realized that he had been completely locked down. Therefore, there was no way to avoid it. He had no choice but to face that terrifying being head-on. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The attacks of the two existences clashed. The great emperor-level expert's body directly exploded, his body and soul annihilated on the spot. Seeing that, the surrounding cultivators revealed looks of disbelief. After all, that great emperor was an emperor realm expert. Cultivators of this level, in the entire starry sky world. He was definitely an overlord-level existence. But now, he was actually killed in an instant. This scene could only be described as horrifying. After killing that imperial emperor-level expert, the winged creature abruptly inhaled. The origin energy of the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator was directly devoured by the winged creature. Delicious. It's really delicious. Can you understand the feeling of being trapped in a coffin for countless years? The winged creature coldly glanced at the surrounding cultivators. His face was cold, ferocious, and filled with killing intent. It made one's heart palpitate. He was like a demon that had walked out of the world of hell. When everyone faced him, they would all feel a sense of fear. That kind of fear was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. No one spoke. At this moment, no one dared to talk to this terrifying being without permission. No one could understand his temperament. If they really wanted to communicate with him, it was very likely that they would be killed by him. Darkness, loneliness, hatred, unwillingness, desire, the winged creature continued. He seemed to be talking to himself. In the endless darkness, I tasted loneliness all by myself. Hatred grew in my heart and took over my body and mind. I was unwilling to be trapped in there forever, so I began to struggle. It was precisely because of my constant struggle that I didn't die. Finally, one day, I sensed a familiar aura, and I saw the hope of escaping. When he reached this point, the winged creature looked at Wn Shenshue beside him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. The winged creature said that he sensed a familiar aura. Could it be that he sensed Wn Shenshue's aura? Or could it be that he sensed the aura of Wn Shenshue's past life's memories in her mind? Now, I'm finally free. This feeling is great. I'll give you all a chance to submit to me. Swear that you'll become my slave, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll all become my food. The winged creature said coldly. It's not certain who will emerge victorious. Old man Tsunghai said coldly. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of many cultivators. They wanted to join forces and fight to the death with this winged being. Because everyone had cultivated to this level. They were all reputable figures. Who would willingly become someone else's slave? They would completely lose themselves. This was even more unbearable than killing them. Do you all want to die? The winged creature said coldly. His cold eyes swept across all the cultivators around him. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. No one chose to join the winged cultivator and become his slave. If you're smart, you should know what to choose. Wan Shenshue said. Wan Shenshue, you vicious woman. If I don't die, I'll skin you alive sooner or later and dig out your heart to see if you have a heart of a snake or scorpion. Some cultivators looked at Wan Shenshue coldly. That cultivator watched his brothers die one after another. But there was no way to save them. Therefore, he hated Wan Shenshue to the extreme. Wan Shenshue said with a sneer. A person who's about to die dares to say such shameless words. You're overestimating yourself. Everyone, let's do it. With so many of us joining forces, I don't believe that we can't kill that guy. Old man Tsunghai said. That's right. There's no need to be afraid at all. That guy has been trapped for so many years, and his heart has been dug out. His combat strength has decreased tremendously. With so many of us, we might not necessarily lose. Another Emperor sect-level expert shouted in a deep voice. The two Emperor sect-level experts encouraged everyone one after another. This greatly boosted everyone's morale. Kill. The cultivators couldn't help but shout. Or use powerful divine abilities. Or take out some powerful magic treasures. More than 100 people. All of them attacked. Chapter 3352. With so many cultivators attacking at the same time, their attacks were incredibly powerful and terrifying. However, the winged being had an extremely cold expression on his face. He stretched out his hands. Then, he gently pushed in the air. A terrifying power instantly surged out and swept through the world. It was extremely powerful. It was simply unimaginable. Bang, 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 along with the sounds of violent collisions, a series of violent collisions could be heard. One after another, the divine abilities were broken. One after another, the magic treasures were sent flying. The winged being was simply too powerful. He was able to fight against so many experts alone. He was actually in an invincible position. Such a cultivation base could only be described as heaven-defying. Damn it. What kind of existence was this guy at his peak? Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. This being was truly too terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. However, they didn't give up just like that. Everyone continued to use their powerful attacks to attack the winged being. The second wave of attacks continued to bombard the winged being. The second wave of attacks was even more powerful than the first wave. Over 100 cultivators attacked with all their might without holding back. Although there were fewer people, but their willpower was condensed. Therefore, these people joined forces and even formed a blood chi dragon. The blood chi dragon circling above them bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It roared at the sky and shook the world. Do you lowly ants think that you can contend against me just because you're working together? How laughable. Ants will always be ants. In front of me, you ants are destined to become a pile of bones and be buried here forever. The winged being's voice was extremely cold. His body gradually floated into the air. Then, the pair of huge golden wings began to flap. Every time the huge golden wings flapped, violent golden gales would be formed. The golden gales were extremely terrifying. When they swept out, they had the power to destroy the world. Everyone's second wave of attacks was attacked by the golden gales. It was broken again. The winged being floated in the golden gales. His cold gaze swept across everyone. At this moment, it was as if he had become the ruler of the world. No one could fight against such a terrifying existence. In front of such a terrifying existence, there was only fear, despair, and trembling. Puff, puff, puff. The powerful golden astral wind continued to rush towards them after breaking through their attacks. The power was too strong. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another, along with the sound of something being torn apart. One cultivator after another was attacked by the astral winds. It was directly torn to pieces. The winged creature greedily devoured the essence of the dead cultivators. Comfortable. It's so comfortable. I like this feeling. It's as if I've returned to the past, the winged being couldn't help but ask. At this very moment, he was extremely excited. However, in the eyes of others, this guy was a little perverted at this moment. However, this fella was truly horrifying. Even though his heart had been dug out, he still possessed such formidable combat strength. This was truly inconceivable. Everyone was struggling to resist the attack of the golden wind. Lin Feng was the same. He used the heavenly profound pagoda to protect his body, and at the same time, he used the great defensive technique and the magic immunity theurgy. That was how he managed to block the attack of the golden gale. However, not everyone could withstand the attack of the golden gale. Under the attack of the golden gale, more and more cultivators died. I beg you, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Spare me, spare my dog life, please. When some cultivators were facing death, their inner defenses finally collapsed. They began to beg for mercy from the winged being. However, there were also many people who watched all of this with indifferent expressions. They did not beg for mercy. Some people would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The winged being said coldly. He took the lead to attack the cultivators who were begging for mercy. His methods were extremely cruel. Puff, puff, puff. Along with the sound of something being torn apart one after another. The cultivators who were begging for mercy were all killed by the winged being. I hate spineless things like you the most in my life. After killing those cultivators, the winged being couldn't help but sneer. This existence was extremely terrifying and difficult to fight against. How long had it been since the battle started? More than half of the people had died under the attacks of this terrifying existence. There was no lack of great emperor-level experts among them. Now, no one could see any hope of defeating this terrifying being. Of course, some of the cultivators present were hiding their final escape methods. Some of them were already planning to use these methods. For example, Lin Feng had the Stone of Destiny. He could use it at this time. Buzz. Just as these cultivators were planning to use their hidden methods to leave this place, in the outside world. Sword chi swept across the world. A dazzling sword chi tore apart the formation of this place. Next, a treasured sword flew over, streaking across the void, and slashing towards the winged being. Stone sword. When he saw the treasured sword, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The treasured sword that suddenly appeared here was actually one of the 36 stone swords. An elder walked over, controlling the stone sword, fighting a great battle against the winged creature. The winged being's battle strength was too heaven-defying. Facing the stone sword's attack, it was still able to handle it with ease. The stone sword inheritance hasn't been destroyed yet. The winged being couldn't help but mutter to himself. His methods were extremely terrifying and incomparably violent. The pair of wings was his strongest magic treasure. The wings slashed towards the stone sword as fast as lightning. The void was instantly torn apart. Next, the pair of golden wings collided with the stone sword. The stone sword was actually suppressed. Are you a descendant of the Stone State's monarch? The winged being coldly looked at the old man controlling the stone sword. Lin Feng looked at the old man in shock. He had actually seen that old man before. When he had just entered the Stone State's imperial capital, Lin Feng had stopped alone at the outermost square to look at the broken statue of the Stone State's monarch. This old man had appeared. He was actually a descendant of the Stone State's monarch. This was truly shocking. It turned out that not all of the people of the Stone State had perished back then. It seemed that some people of the Stone State had escaped. Shi Yunsang, the great-grandson of the Stone State's monarch, the old man said, and his attacks became even more powerful. Then I'll kill you first, and then I'll exterminate your clan. The winged being's voice was ice-cold. Light flashed in his hands. A blood-colored spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 3353. The winged being wielded a blood-colored spear. His aura had completely fused with the blood-colored spear. The blood-colored spear should be his natal treasure. The winged being swung his blood-colored spear at the stone sword. Clang! The stone sword and the blood-colored spear collided. Suddenly, an earth-shaking sound of violent collisions rang out. The stone sword was sent flying. You don't even know how to activate the stone sword. How can you unleash its power? This treasure should be the stone sword sealed in the Stone State's imperial capital, right? Since you've obtained the stone sword, you should have left instead of appearing here. You'll only end up losing your life if you do. The winged being said coldly. He was extremely arrogant and did not take Shi Yunsang seriously at all. Who will be the victor? That remains to be seen. Shi Yunsang's voice was cold. He held the stone sword and charged at the winged being. Clang! 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 The treasures in their hands collided. Every collision caused a part of the void to collapse. This level of collision really made people turn pale with fright. After more than 10 rounds of collisions, the winged being seized an opportunity and stabbed with his blood-colored spear. Poochie! The blood-colored spear pierced a bloody hole in Shi Yunsang's chest. Blood immediately gushed out. Shi Yunsang was sent flying. He had suffered a terrifying blow. His body had suffered extremely serious injuries. You do have a trace of the glory of the Stone State's monarch, but your cultivation level is too low. Back when I was at my peak, I could have killed an ant like you with a single glance. The winged being had an indifferent expression as he walked toward Shi Yunsang with his blood-colored spear in hand. Boast. Keep boasting. If you're really that powerful, you wouldn't have had your heart dug out. Who doesn't know how to boast these days? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was incomparably astonished. Who dared to say such words at a time like this? Who dared to say that the winged being was boasting? Did he think that he wasn't dying fast enough? Who is it? The winged creature had a cold gaze. It's me. Lin Feng stepped forward. It's Lin Feng. A cultivator recognized Lin Feng's identity and said aloud. Lin Feng? 9 prefectures Lin Feng? Someone asked doubtfully. That's right, it's this kid. The other party nodded. Is this brat courting death? Some cultivators said. They felt that Lin Feng's actions were no different from courting death. ant-like thing actually dares to jump about before me? You're simply courting death. The winged creature's voice was indifferent. A palm shot towards Lin Feng. That brat is dead for sure, many people said. He felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. This was because the winged creatures were simply too powerful. There was simply no one who could contend against this terrifying creature. Lin Feng's cultivation was not bad. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to contend against this terrifying existence. Therefore, many people felt that facing the winged creature's attack, Lin Feng was probably going to die. However, when the winged spirit's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Lin Feng disappeared. Lin Feng used the Great Death Substitution technique to neutralize the winged creature's attack. The next moment, he appeared beside the old man. Senior, I'll lend you 2 stone swords. I'll help you kill the enemy, Lin Feng said. Then, he waved his right hand. Immediately, 2 stone swords flew out. Thank you, young friend. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 stone swords Lin Feng took out. The more stone swords he collected, the more powerful they were. These stone swords seemed to be able to boost each other's power. The power displayed by 1 stone sword naturally could not be compared to the power displayed by 3 stone swords. The old man controlled the 3 stone swords to attack the winged creature. The winged creature's expression was extremely ugly. An existence at his level, high and mighty. Looking down on the world. He attacked to kill Lin Feng, a cultivator he regarded as an ant. He actually failed. This was equivalent to a slap to his face. Now, Lin Feng actually took out 2 stone swords and lent them to Shi Yunsang to deal with him. The winged creature wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. Although Shi Yunsang did not control the special technique to activate the stone swords. However, with the addition of 2 stone swords, Shi Yunsang clearly felt that the 3 stone swords had a special connection with each other. The power of the 3 stone swords increased greatly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 stone swords quickly attacked the winged creature. The 3 stone swords attacked the winged creature at lightning speed in mid-air. The blood-colored spear in the winged creature's hand blocked the attack of a stone sword. A pair of golden wings blocked the attack of the other stone sword. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Old man Kang Hai shouted. Boom boom boom, the dozens of surviving cultivators attacked. All sorts of powerful divine abilities and magic treasures were launched at the winged creature. The winged creature was now held back by Shi Yunsang's 3 stone swords. Therefore, it did not have time to deal with the attacks of other cultivators. All sorts of powerful divine abilities and magic treasures slammed into the winged creature's body. Although the winged creature was extremely powerful, it was still made of flesh and blood. After receiving so many attacks, it could not help but vomit blood. When the winged being was sent flying, Shi Yunsang took advantage of this rare opportunity. He controlled the 3 stone swords to attack the winged being. Puff. The winged creature's expression changed slightly. The blood-colored spear in its hand swept out and knocked away one of the stone swords. A pair of golden wings swept towards the other 2 stone swords. However, the pair of golden wings only hit 1 stone sword. The other stone sword charged in front of the winged creature. Then, the sword stabbed into the winged creature's body. A shrill scream could be heard. The winged creature was severely injured. He pulled out the stone sword that pierced his body and tried to suppress it. However, the stone sword struggled and escaped his control. Good, good, good. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. I will not let you go. Especially the brat who controls the 2 stone swords. I will tear you to pieces. Send your soul into purgatory and torture it for eternity. The winged creature roared with hatred. Then, he swept Wen Shenxue and tore through the void. Chapter 3354. It was not an easy task to kill a winged creature. After all, the creature was simply too powerful. Kill it. Easier said than done. However, now that the creature had been severely injured, it would most likely be quiet for a while. Let's go, Shi Yunsang looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng put away his 2 stone swords and left with Shi Yunsang. Finally, They left the stone state ruins and arrived in the starry sky. Finally, they landed on a planet. Senior, how are your injuries? Lin Feng asked. I'm fine, Shi Yunsang said. After a slight pause, he continued, this time, I have to thank you for your 2 stone swords. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that creature. Lin Feng had many questions. For example, what was the origin of that winged creature? What had happened to the stone state in the past? Had the stone state's king really died? And so on. May I ask a few questions? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Shi Yunsang nodded. Lin Feng was delighted. He then asked, did the stone state's king die in the past? This was something he wanted to know the most. In the past, the stone state's king was an existence that even the 3 realms did not dare to offend. It was widely rumored that the stone state's king had died in that battle. However, Lin Feng felt that the rumors might be wrong. The stone state's king might not have died. Of course. This was only Lin Feng's guess. As for whether the truth was the same as his guess, Lin Feng did not know for now. Great-grandfather went missing in that battle. Shi Yunsang sighed. Shi Yunsang then explained what had happened in that battle. The Stone State's king seemed to have predicted this, so he had sent some of his clansmen out of the Stone State in advance. Not long after, the Stone State really did encounter a crisis. The Stone State was known as the Starry Sky Holy State. It was a silent message. The king of the Stone Kingdom disappeared without a trace after that battle. No one knew if the king of the Stone State had fallen in that battle. Even the descendants of the Stone State's king did not know. The group of people that had been sent away by the Stone State's king had survived. As a result, the orthodoxy of the Stone State was not destroyed. Why did this battle start? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He was very concerned about this. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any forces that would want to offend someone as powerful as the king of the Stone State. However, this was clearly not the case. The other party was willing to pay a heavy price to destroy the Stone State's monarch and destroy the Stone State. There should be a huge secret hidden within. Shi Yunsang said, perhaps it has something to do with it. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. The heaven-shaking stele, Shi Yunsang said. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The heaven-shaking stele was an existence that could rival the door of everlasting life and the godly court. It was one of the greatest secrets in the universe. Lin Feng even had 2 damaged heaven-shaking steles with him. The heaven-shaking stele was incomparably powerful. But in the past, there was a heaven-shaking stone tablet that was destroyed by someone. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence could destroy a supreme treasure like the heaven-shaking stele. Lin Feng could not help but continue asking, could it be that the king of the Stone State obtained a heaven-shaking stele? Shi Yunsang nodded and said, that's right. My great-grandfather obtained a heaven-shaking stele. Moreover, his rise was greatly related to the heaven-shaking stele. However, I was still very young back then, so I only heard about this from the people of the previous generation. According to the people of the previous generation, my great-grandfather comprehended the secrets of the heaven-shaking stele. Lin Feng was moved when he heard this. The heaven-shaking stele's secrets were incomparably shocking. For example, the 3,000 grand dows, the method to become an immortal, the ultimate divine abilities, and so on. These were all relatively small secrets hidden by the heaven-shaking steles. These were not the true peerless secrets. Over the countless years, many cultivators had tried to comprehend the secrets of the heaven-shaking steles. However, it was said that they could only comprehend a few top-tier divine abilities at most. They could not comprehend the core secrets of the heaven-shaking steles. However, the king of the Stone State had done it. This was too shocking. The sky-shaking stone stele hides an extremely shocking secret, and this secret is too terrifying. Therefore, this secret has been taken apart. Each of the 18 sky-shaking stone steles hides a part of the secret. Shi Yunsang continued. What is this secret? It was actually separated and hidden within the 18 heaven-shaking steles. Could it be the secret of eternal life? Lin Feng could not help but ask. No. It can't be the secret of eternal life. It might be even more shocking than this secret, Shi Yuntsang said. According to the narration of the previous generation, this secret was too shocking. Even my great-grandfather felt extremely uneasy. Later on, my great-grandfather seemed to have sensed something and wanted to move the stone state to an unknown place. However, for some unknown reason, my great-grandfather failed. After that, some of the clansmen were sent away, and the stone state was destroyed. This was a secret that shocked Lin Feng greatly. He thought of the creatures he had seen in the wasteland and the terrifying winged creature. Lin Feng then said, "Previously, I saw a terrifying existence walk out of the wasteland. As for the winged creature, I don't know its origin. They should be the creatures that besieged the stone state back then, right?" Shi Yuntsang said. "That's right. They were a part of the creatures that besieged the stone state. However, they were clearly not the true masterminds behind the scenes. No one knows who the mastermind is. After that battle, my great-grandfather disappeared along with the heaven-shaking steelies." Lin Feng chatted with Shi Yuntsang for a long time, and he learned about many things that had happened in the past. However, it was very difficult to determine who was targeting the stone state. Too many secrets of the past were destined to be buried by history. It was difficult for future generations to find out. It had to be said. This was a great pity. This stone sword was left behind by my great-grandfather. However, I'm already old. I shouldn't be able to control it anymore. Shi Yuntsang took out his stone sword and could not help but sigh. He handed the stone sword over to Lin Feng and said, "You're still young, you have a bright future ahead of you. Besides, you already have 2 stone swords. Maybe in the future, you'll be able to obtain even more stone swords. If you keep this stone sword, it'll be even more useful." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Feng did not refuse and accepted the stone sword. This was because the stone sword was simply too important. Lin Feng even hoped that one day, he would be able to collect all 36 stone swords. If he could really collect all 36 stone swords, it would definitely be a heaven-defying weapon of mass destruction. "Young friend, let's meet again." Shi Yuntsang patted Lin Feng and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing. Lin Feng was very grateful for this senior's kindness in giving him the stone sword. He bowed in the direction that Shi Yuntsang had left in. Then, Lin Feng stood up. This was not a place to stay for long. Chapter 3355. Lin Feng had been waiting for Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors to appear. However, he didn't manage to wait for the 4 of them. Perhaps, they were still cultivating in seclusion in the land of opportunity. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried about the 4 of them. Firstly, it was because the 4 of them had powerful cultivations, and when the 4 of them worked together, their methods were extremely extraordinary. Secondly, it was because they all knew the ancient star map to the Undying Realm. If they couldn't find him, the 4 of them would definitely head to the Undying Realm. At that time, perhaps they could meet again in the Undying Realm. The news about the Stone State ruins spread more and more, even though many of the opportunities in the Stone State ruins had already been obtained. However, there were still many cultivators entering the Stone State ruins one after another. Another thing happened in the Starry Sky world. Many forces were looking for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's identity was exposed, it attracted the interest of many forces. The main reason was that Lin Feng had too many good things on him. Many people viewed killing Lin Feng as equivalent to obtaining more than 10 heaven-defying opportunities. As a result, now, more and more forces wanted to kill Lin Feng and seize Lin Feng's things. Not to mention, right now, Lin Feng was alone in the Starry Sky world. It was the best time to kill Lin Feng. If they waited until Lin Feng broke through to the Great Emperor realm, it would be very difficult to kill Lin Feng. Many forces valued this point. So they wanted to kill Lin Feng at this time. In the Starry Sky world, a large number of cultivators were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng originally wanted to leave this star field and head to a more distant star field. No one in those star fields should know him. When the time came, he could find a place to cultivate in seclusion and cultivate all the hundreds of 3,000 great Daos he had obtained. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to cultivate these 3,000 great Daos. But obviously, now was not the best time to cultivate these 3,000 great Daos. Lin Feng's plan to leave this starry sky world ultimately failed. He had been discovered. There seemed to be experts in the Tao of divination among the forces of the starry sky world. He deduced Lin Feng's position. A large number of experts surrounded Lin Feng. There was no lack of great emperors. Lin Feng experienced one bloody battle after another. He didn't know how many people he had killed. He had no idea how many scars he had on his body. Lin Feng only remembered the countless corpses of cultivators falling to the ground. In the short span of half a month, they had gone through too many battles. After another big battle, Lin Feng evaded the besiegers. Finally, he landed on a lonely planet. This was a planet that had lost all life. Every user has any vegetation. Moreover, there was a constant sandstorm. After arriving here, Lin Feng hurriedly looked for a place to recuperate. His injuries weren't light. An Emperor Ancestor Realm expert had injected terrifying sword qi into his body. That sword qi was still constantly destroying Lin Feng's life force. If not for Lin Feng's strong physical body, perhaps he would have died under the sword qi's attack. Lin Feng circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to dissolve the sword qi in his body. Then, he circulated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. I've been found so many times. Which expert is deducing my position? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He decided to find the cultivator who deduced his position. Then, he would kill that person. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to escape from the encirclement of so many forces. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce who the cultivator who deduced his position was. Dragon Eye Planet. It was a planet at the edge of the Demon Dragon starfield, relatively close to the Lanzhou starfield. This planet was under the control of the Demon Dragon starfield. It was very lively. The Demon Dragon race of the Demon Dragon starfield had built a huge mansion on this Dragon Eye planet. This star was called the Dragon's Eye Star because it looked like the eye of a dragon. That was how the planet got its name. Currently, many cultivators were gathered on the Dragon Eye planet. They were discussing how to deal with Lin Feng. These cultivators from the extraterrestrial worlds were determined to kill Lin Feng. Dragon Eye Planet, Demon Dragon Mansion. Many experts from various forces were gathered. We've just received news that the latest encirclement failed again. Lin Feng is very cunning, and his methods are superb. He has escaped many times. An expert from a cosmic race said in a deep voice. If we can't kill him, it'll be a big problem. When he gets stronger in the future, he'll definitely seek revenge. Therefore, since we've decided to take action, we must kill him. Another expert said. Fellow Daoist star operator, can you deduce Lin Feng's position again? The third expert said as he looked at a skinny middle-aged man. No one knew the name of this thin middle-aged man. They only knew that this person called himself Star Operator. This person was good at deducing the heavenly cycle using the movement of the stars. This method could be said to be miraculous. Previously, it was this person who had deduced Lin Feng's position. And he had deduced it several times. All of them were successful. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this star operator's method was. Of course, Xing Xuan smiled faintly. However, you should know the old rules. He paused slightly. Star operator continued. An evil glint flashed in his eyes. Of course we know. At night, we'll order people to send food over, an expert said. Keikakik, great. Xing Xuan Zi laughed sinisterly. Next. Star operator began to deduce. He needed to use some tools to deduce. They were jade slips. There were a total of 12 jade slips. The 12 jade slips summoned a starry sky world in the extraterrestrial world. One after another, stars were suspended in the starry sky world. Of course, that was only the shadow of the starry sky world. Star operator's deduction technique relied on the stars in the shadow of the starry sky world to deduce Lin Feng's position. This was a very miraculous method. Those who didn't understand this kind of deduction technique wouldn't be able to understand the mysteries of this technique. This wasn't the first time they had seen this kind of deduction technique. However, the surrounding people were still in a daze. It was hard to see the wonders. After a series of deductions, Star Operator said, "I've deduced this guy's position. Where is it?" Many people asked anxiously. "Lanzhou planet," Star Operator said. "Lanzhou planet. This kid has some relationship with the 100 Joy Pavilion. Could it be that he wants to use the 100 Joy Pavilion's relationship to escape?" A martial emperor expert said coldly. Chapter 3356. Is this where that guy lives? Lin Feng landed on the Dragon Eye planet. He did not know what had happened in the Demon Dragon Mansion's meeting hall during the day. This time, he descended on the Dragon Eye planet. Lin Feng not only used the Great Escape technique to change his appearance. He also used the Path of Destiny to hide his aura. In a short period of time, he guessed that the cultivator who had mastered the secret technique would not be able to deduce his exact location. However, Lin Feng knew that he had to end the battle quickly. If the other party deduced a few more times, he would definitely give himself away. At that time, he might be found. As for the previous deduction of Lin Feng's whereabouts, the news that Lin Feng had appeared on the Lanzhou planet was made up by Star Operator. Star Operator realized that his deduction had failed this time. However, Star Operator did not say it out loud. Because, no matter how powerful a deduction master was, it was impossible to succeed every time. It was normal to fail once. Moreover, every time he succeeded, these forces would contribute delicious food. If he told them that his deduction had failed, what would those people think of him? At that time, the delicious food at their fingertips would probably be gone. Star Operator enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by many forces. Therefore, he had to do his best to show off his unfathomable ability in front of the experts of the various forces. To gain the trust of these people. To his current position, Star Operator thought that he had done a good job. Although Lin Feng had deduced that the cultivator who deduced him was on the Dragon Eye planet. However, Lin Feng did not know who the other party was or where he lived. Lin Feng came to the restaurant where the news was gathered to inquire. "I heard that many experts from various forces have gone to the Lanzhou planet. It seems that Lin Feng must be on the Lanzhou planet. Otherwise, why would so many forces go there?" The guests at the table next to Lin Feng were discussing this matter. "I wonder if that Lin Feng will be killed this time?" Another person said. Lin Feng stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Hello, brothers. I am Lin Qing, and I have just entered the starry sky world to cultivate. I heard that many forces have surrounded the Lanzhou planet, and you also mentioned Lin Feng. What is going on? Brothers, is it convenient for you to tell me?" They saw that Lin Feng was a young and handsome man. Several cultivators invited Lin Feng to sit down with them. Asked a fat middle-aged cultivator. "You know Lin Feng, little brother?" asked a fat middle-aged cultivator. Said Lin Feng. "Of course I know. I've heard that he's a cultivator from Zhozhou. He's extremely strong and has precious treasures." "That's right, it's him." Now that many forces have their eyes on this kid, they invited the Star Operator to divine his whereabouts. The Star Operator divined many times, and the kid was found time and time again. However, the kid escaped each time. The Star Operator divined again and found that Lin Feng was hiding on the Lanzhou planet. Many forces suspect that Lin Feng had entered the 100 Music Pavilion to hide. Now, they are heading towards the Lanzhou planet with a large army. They are probably determined to kill Lin Feng. The fat, middle-aged cultivator said. "I see." Lin Feng nodded, then asked, "Brother, who is this Star Operator you mentioned?" The fat, middle-aged cultivator asked in surprise, "Brother, you have never heard of this Star Operator?" Lin Feng quickly shook his head. The middle-aged cultivator smiled. "Brother, you know too little about the experts of the outside world. You can't just go out and train like this. Before you go out, you should carefully understand the structure of the outside world and the various powerful cultivators. That way, you won't offend people you shouldn't offend." "Brother, you have a point. I will keep that in mind, Lin Feng said hurriedly. The middle-aged cultivator had a smug look on his face. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being able to point out the world. He continued, this star operator is not an ordinary person. It is said that he has mastered an extremely mysterious divination technique. He can divine many unimaginable things. Even many great forces treat this star operator with respect and treat him as a guest of honor. There is such a strange person. I really want to pay star operator a visit, but I wonder where he is. Lin Feng asked. Star operator lives in the Demon Dragon Prefecture. However, it is not easy to meet him, the middle-aged cultivator said. Where there is a will, there is a way. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? Lin Feng could not help but smile. At night, Lin Feng arrived outside the Demon Dragon Prefecture. The entire Demon Dragon Prefecture was enveloped by a restrictive barrier. If one wanted to enter, they would have to touch the barrier. Once they touched the barrier, they would be discovered. The only safe entrance was the main gate. However, there were hundreds of guards guarding the main gate. The place was heavily guarded. There was also a demon-revealing mirror hanging above the main gate. No one could hide from them. If one wanted to enter the Demon Dragon Prefecture through the main gate, it was also something that was almost impossible to accomplish. Lin Feng asked around and found out a shocking piece of news. It turned out that the upper echelons of many great forces were gathered in the Demon Dragon Prefecture to discuss how to deal with him. Therefore, the Demon Dragon Prefecture was now filled with experts. There were no less than 100 Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, they were all high-level Emperor Realm experts. It was unrealistic to barge into the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Once the Emperor Realm experts in the Demon Dragon Prefecture were alerted, death would be the only way out. Therefore, there was only one way. That was to find a way to sneak into the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Xing Xuanzi would definitely die. Therefore, the trip to the Demon Dragon Prefecture. For Lin Feng, it was imperative. How do I get in? Lin Feng frowned. Entering the Demon Dragon Prefecture was the most important thing now. If he couldn't enter the Demon Dragon Prefecture, how could he kill Xing Xuanzi? Drive, drive, drive. Right at this moment, 3 ferocious beasts were pulling a beast carriage. The beast carriage stopped outside the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Whose carriage is this? Why aren't you stopping it? The leader of the guards said coldly. The one driving the carriage was a middle-aged female cultivator. She said coldly, "Are you blind? Can't you recognize Fairy Xingyun's carriage? What? Is Fairy Xingyun sitting in the carriage?" The leader's expression changed slightly. Fairy Xingyun was a famous expert in the starry sky world. Moreover, Fairy Xingyun had a great background. It was said that she was related to the demon realm. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 3357. He was being reprimanded by a coachman. The guard leader felt that he had lost all face and was incomparably furious in his heart. However, thinking that this coachman was Fairy Xingyun's coachman, the guard was wary and did not dare to make a move. However, he did not step aside. The guard leader said, "Every cultivator who enters the Demon Dragon Mansion has to be checked. This is our responsibility. Fairy Xingyun, please understand the difficulties of our subordinates." When the middle-aged woman heard the guard leader's words, her face darkened. Just as she was about to say something, a melodious voice that sounded like the chirping of an oriole came from the beast carriage. "Aunt Rong, don't make things difficult for these guards. They are just following the rules." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the curtain was pulled open. A veiled woman appeared in their line of sight. She must be Fairy Xingyun. The guard leader looked inside the beast carriage and did not find anything unusual. Then, he said, "Open the demon-revealing mirror. Check it carefully." The eyes of the middle-aged woman who was addressed as Aunt Rong turned cold. "Don't tell me you don't want face." This Aunt Rong had an extremely bad temper. However, her cultivation was terrifying. When she was angry, a terrifying aura was emitted from her body. Thump, thump. The guard leader could not bear it and knelt down. The hundreds of guards around him knelt down as well. The guard leader wanted to say something, but he was shocked to find that he could not even utter a word. He felt as though his body was going to collapse at any moment. It was a terrible feeling. The guard leader was an expert who was only a step away from becoming a great emperor. He did not even dare to imagine what level the coachman was at. Emperor? Or emperor sect? The guard leader could not help but think to himself, Aunt Rong, spare these people. If they want to use the demon-revealing mirror, let them do so, Fairy Xingyun said. Her voice was still as melodious as ever. Just by listening to her voice, one could fall in love with her. Fairy Xingyun might be such a woman. There was no need to look at her figure or her appearance. Just by listening to her voice, one could not help but fall in love with her. I'll spare your lives. Search quickly, don't waste my young miss time. The guard leader naturally knew how to behave. At this moment, he did not dare to use the demon-revealing mirror to check. He quickly said, I have misspoken. Please forgive me this time. Sir and Fairy Xingyun are both important figures. Naturally, there won't be any problems. You're really a dog. If I don't whip you, you won't learn your lesson, Aunt Rong said angrily. The guard leader smiled bitterly, but he didn't dare to refute. If he really dared to refute, he would be slapped to death by this Aunt Rong. At that time, he would have died in vain. The Demon Dragon clan would not offend such a powerhouse for him. Fairy Xingyun returned to the beast carriage and drew the curtains once again. Meanwhile, Aunt Rong drove the beast carriage into the Demon Dragon mansion. This carriage is not something that any small ant can climb onto. The immortal carriage is extraordinary. If a weak ant climbs onto it, it won't be able to withstand the aura here and will only lose its life. Fairy Xingyun sat in the beast carriage. She extended her hand and gently tapped an ant in the beast carriage. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The ant in the beast carriage turned into a cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. The beast carriage was extraordinary. It was densely covered with restrictions. The demon-revealing mirror couldn't see the situation inside the beast carriage. As such, when the beast carriage opened, Lin Feng used the transformation technique and turned into an ant to hide in the beast carriage. He then avoided the detection of the demon-revealing mirror. Lin Feng initially wanted to leave without making any noise. Who would have thought that Fairy Xingyun would discover him? Lin Feng extended his hand to block Fairy Xingyun's attack. Bang! It was accompanied by a violent collision sound. Fairy Xingyun and Lin Feng collided for the first time. The beast carriage was soundproof. Aunt Rong, who was outside, didn't notice anything. Fairy, why do you have to be so aggressive? Lin Feng asked. You sneaked into the beast carriage and entered the Demon Dragon mansion. Who are you? What's your motive? Fairy Xingyun said coldly. Her slender hands moved continuously, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She grabbed at Lin Feng's neck. Fairy, why have you come to the Demon Dragon mansion? Lin Feng asked. He reached out again and grabbed Fairy Xingyun's slender hand. Why should I tell you my business? Fairy Xingyun snorted coldly. She lifted her leg and kicked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed Fairy Xingyun's slender hand with his right hand and her ankle with his left. Then, he said, perhaps we can sit down and talk peacefully. Let go of me. Fairy Xingyun glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She thought that she could easily take down this man in front of her. But who would have thought, close combat. She actually lost. Instead, she was suppressed by this man. Although she wasn't completely restrained, Fairy Xingyun's perception was very strong. She could sense, in such a narrow space in the beast carriage, if the man in front of him wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate. She might not be able to fight him in close combat. Fairy Xingyun had always been very confident in her close combat ability. This was the first time she felt that her close combat ability couldn't be compared to others. This made Fairy Xingyun very curious as to who this man was. Fairy Xingyun is really a worm in my stomach. That's what I thought too. Moreover, watching a peerless fairy quietly and then doing something unforgettable with this peerless fairy is truly a great enjoyment in life, Lin Feng said with a smile. He let go of Fairy Xingyun. Fairy Xingyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. She glared at Lin Feng fiercely and said, "Nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth." Lin Feng said as though he had been wronged. "What I meant was to talk about business with Fairy Xingyun. What were you thinking? Could it be that you were thinking the wrong way?" Fairy Xingyun had an impulse to kill Lin Feng with a punch. It was this shameless man who had led her astray. And this bastard still dared to say that she was thinking the wrong way. In the world, how could there be such a shameless person? "Who are you? What are you doing here? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, you should know what the consequences will be." Fairy Xingyun looked at Lin Feng coldly. "Human cultivator of 9 continents, Lin Feng. I'm here to kill," Lin Feng said. "So you're that Lin Feng?" Fairy Xingyun looked at Lin Feng deeply. Obviously, she had some understanding of Lin Feng, who was wanted by various major forces. Chapter 3358. Lin Feng said, "I can kill without leaving a trace and come and go as I please. With my means, I can leave quietly after killing someone and no one will be able to discover me." Humph. Fairy Xingyun snorted coldly but did not refute Lin Feng's words. Once an expert made a move, one would know if there was one or not. When Fairy Xingyun fought with Lin Feng earlier, she had already probed Lin Feng's depth. He was indeed a powerful figure. However, Fairy Xingyun was still somewhat unconvinced. Although Fairy Xingyun was also very good at close combat. However, close combat was not Fairy Xingyun's strongest technique. Fairy Xingyun's strongest technique was still the use of divine abilities. As such, Fairy Xingyun felt that if it was a battle of divine abilities, Lin Feng could forget about gaining any advantage over her. "Now, can you help me keep this a secret?" Lin Feng asked again. The news of him coming here could not be leaked. Otherwise, he would definitely be implicated. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. "Who do you want to kill?" Fairy Xingyun asked. "Xing Xuanzi." Lin Feng did not hide anything from Fairy Xingyun and said directly, "This person indeed deserves to be killed." Fairy Xingyun said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He had not expected Fairy Xingyun to say that. Why did Fairy Xingyun think that Xing Xuanzi deserved to be killed? Among them, could there be some hidden reasons? However, Fairy Xingyun did not seem to have the intention to discuss this matter with Lin Feng. As such, Lin Feng did not probe further. "You can leave now," Fairy Xingyun said. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Xingyun and said with a smile, "You have a beautiful appearance and a melodious voice. I really want to know what kind of peerless beauty is under the veil. I wonder if I have the fortune to see it today." Fairy Xingyun said with a faint smile, "After seeing it, you will have to pay the price." Looking at Fairy Xingyun's expression, "I am destined to not be able to see the peerless beauty today." Lin Feng opened the car door. It was only then that Aunt Rong noticed Lin Feng. She was shocked and wanted to take action. However, she was stopped by Fairy Xingyun. "See you later." Lin Feng turned to look at Fairy Xingyun and said with a smile. He didn't stop and quickly disappeared into the night. "Young miss, who is he?" Aunt Rong asked doubtfully. "Lin Feng. A very interesting person." Fairy Xingyun revealed a smile. "He is that Lin Feng?" Aunt Rong had obviously heard of Lin Feng's reputation. After learning that the man just now was Lin Feng, she was very surprised. It was too easy to find the star operator's residence in the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Lin Feng was hiding in the dark. He saw a maidservant passing by, and then his divine sense quietly invaded the maidservant's mind to search for the whereabouts of the star operator. In the memory of the maid, Xing Xuanzi was an incredibly terrifying figure. Because Xing Xuanzi kept asking the forces in the star field to send virgin girls to him. Every time. At least 10 of them. It was said that, after plucking, Xing Xuanzi would eat those girls as food. Moreover, he would skin them alive. It was incomparably cruel. Now, the maidservants in the Demon Dragon Prefecture all turned pale when they talked about Xing Xuan. They were afraid that they would be sent to Xing Xuanzi one day. Kill Xing Xuanzi. They didn't know how many innocent girls would be saved. This was a matter of accumulating great merit. Lin Feng found the location of Xing Xuanzi's residence in the maidservant's memory. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Feng quickly sneaked over. There were people here. It was eerie. Lin Feng saw that there were many silhouettes floating around the courtyard. Unexpectedly, they were all wandering ghosts. Those wandering souls were all girls. Because they died too tragically. Therefore, their resentment was extremely strong. After death, they turned into ghosts. Those wandering souls naturally wanted to find Xing Xuanzi and take his life. However, their cultivation was not enough and they couldn't hurt Xing Xuanzi at all. No wonder no one dares to come here. This place is haunted at night. Ordinary people don't dare to come here at all. Even those who are not afraid of these ghosts probably don't want to have too much interaction with a pervert like Xing Xuanzi. Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. As soon as he sneaked into the courtyard, he heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the room. Then the voice stopped abruptly. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely that the girls sent to Xing Xuanzi had been murdered. This bastard. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse as he rushed towards Xing Xuanzi's room. At the same time, he struck out a series of array patterns and directly sealed the entire courtyard. After sealing the courtyard, Lin Feng let out a long breath. In this way, no matter how big the commotion was, he wasn't afraid of alerting other cultivators. Bang! Lin Feng came to the door and kicked it open. Then, when Lin Feng entered the room, he saw something that made him want to vomit. On the ground, there was a dead woman lying on the ground. And Xing Xuanzi was gnawing on the woman's body. Except for the woman, Lin Feng also saw some broken limbs. Obviously, there should be many people who died before that woman. However, those people, basically, they were all eaten by Xing Xuanzi. Who are you? After seeing Lin Feng come in, Xing Xuanzi's eyes suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. The person who will kill you, Lin Feng said coldly. Hearing this, Xing Xuanzi suddenly sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Kid, go to hell. Xing Xuanzi leaped out and blasted a palm toward Lin Feng. This Xing Xuanzi not only had extremely profound attainments in the art of deduction. His cultivation was also extremely powerful. He was actually an immortal emperor-level powerhouse. However, so what if he was an immortal emperor? In front of Lin Feng, he still couldn't do anything. Facing Xing Xuanzi's attack, Lin Feng met it with a palm. Bang! The two sides collided. That tyrannical power surged out. Xing Xuanzi was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. In midair, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face revealed an expression of extreme shock. Such a young cultivator actually had such a terrifying cultivation. Moreover, the cultivator in front of him was still a human cultivator. A person suddenly appeared in Xing Xuanzi's mind. You are Lin Feng. His expression was extremely ugly as he said. That's me. Did you not expect that I would personally come here to take your life? Lin Feng looked coldly at Xing Xuanzi. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Kid, you don't take the right path to heaven, but you barge into hell. This is the Demon Dragon Mansion, where experts are as common as clouds. You are simply courting death by coming here. As his voice faded, Xing Xuanzi took out a dozen jade talismans. Then, a dozen jade talismans flew toward Lin Feng and exploded. Xing Xuanzi wanted to use the energy of the jade talisman's explosion to stall Lin Feng. And he himself shattered the roof with a palm. Then, Chapter 3359. Boom. A loud sound was heard. After more than a dozen jade talismans exploded, the terrifying energy instantly flooded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. He turned around and rushed back. He dodged the power of the jade talisman's explosion. At this moment, Xing Xuan had already rushed outside. He wanted to go forward and call for help. However, he found that the entire courtyard was sealed by a restriction. Lin Feng chased after him and said with an indifferent expression, Xing Xuan, I heard that your divination technique has reached the peak of perfection. Have you ever divined that you would die here today? Xing Xuan's expression was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, it's not that easy to kill me. Swish. With a flash of light, Xing Xuan took out a treasure. This treasure turned out to be a demonic banner-type supreme treasure. With a light wave of this magic banner-type treasure, endless evil spirits appeared. Those evil spirits were all moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. This 10,000 ghost banner has been refined by me for a total of 120,000 years. Originally, this treasure was my trump card. I wouldn't use this treasure easily to avoid exposing my trump card. But now, you've forced me into such a tight corner. I'll use this treasure in advance and let you have a taste of what it's like to die from being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. Xing Xuan's voice was extremely cold, containing monstrous killing intent. He was obviously very confident in this supreme treasure of his. Therefore, in Xing Xuan's opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. No matter how Lin Feng struggled in front of him, in the end, it would only be a dead end. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry was heard. The densely packed evil spirits let out mournful roars. All of them pounced toward Lin Feng. The cries of so many evil spirits could instantly destroy a cultivator's soul. However, Lin Feng's soul was protected by the primal chaos ancient lamp, so he was not afraid of the soul attack of 10,000 ghosts. Today, I'll take care of your 10,000 ghost. Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a treasure flew out. This treasure. It was the ghost-raising jar. The two ghost emperors were born from the ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar was the nemesis of these ghosts. The ghost-raising jar floated in the air. An incomparably powerful devouring force gushed out. Waves of powerful devouring power engulfed the group of malicious ghosts that were pouncing on them. Those malicious ghosts. All of them were swallowed by the ghost-raising jar. No. After seeing this scene, Xing Xuan's eyes turned blood-red. How difficult was it for him to nurture those malicious ghosts? However, those malicious ghosts were actually swallowed by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. Xing Xuan was simply mad with hatred. Now, he wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, the reality was that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Originally, Xing Xuan wanted to rely on the 10,000 ghosts banner to deal with Lin Feng. Now, the 10,000 ghosts of the 10,000 ghosts banner had been devoured by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. The power of the myriad ghosts banner could no longer be unleashed. Whoosh! Xing Xuan turned around and rushed out of the courtyard. He took out hundreds of jade talismans. Boom! Those jade talismans exploded at the same time. It produced an energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The jade talismans wanted to destroy the array that Lin Feng had set up. However, the energy of the jade talisman's explosion was blocked by the array that Lin Feng had set up. Xing Xuan's plan fell through. And at this time, Lin Feng had already arrived beside Xing Xuan and punched towards Xing Xuan. The power of that punch. Shattering heaven and earth. Xing Xuan hurriedly exchanged a punch with Lin Feng. Catcher. His arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's unparalleled punch then blasted onto Xing Xuan's chest. Catcher. The bones in Xing Xuan's chest were directly broken. Xing Xuan suffered heavy injuries from Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Seal. Following that, Lin Feng used the 8 divine seals, wanting to seal Xing Xuan. This person, Xing Xuan, could be said to be extremely guilty. He deserved to die 10,000 times. However, Lin Feng did not plan to kill him directly. Because, that would be letting Xing Xuan off too easily. One seal after another was applied on Xing Xuan's body. Xing Xuan was directly sealed by Lin Feng. Have you thought about how to die? Lin Feng looked at Xing Xuan with an indifferent expression. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Star Assembly sect. Our Star Assembly sect's disciples are as high as the clouds. We even have experts of the Holy Emperor level guarding us. Moreover, each of them is proficient in the art of deduction. If you kill me, the Star Assembly sect will not let you off. Xing Xuan directly brought out the forces behind him to threaten Lin Feng. This was the first time that Lin Feng had heard of this Star Assembly sect. However, from Xing Xuan's methods, One could see that this Star Assembly sect was extraordinary. Perhaps it was just as Xing Xuanzi had said. If he really killed Xing Xuanzi, perhaps he would offend this Colossus, Star Assembly sect. But, so what if he offended this Colossus, Star Assembly sect? This person, Xing Xuanzi, must die today. Lin Feng looked coldly at Xing Xuanzi, and said, "Today, no matter what you bring out, no one can save you. There should be a lot of innocent people who have died tragically in your hands all these years. I see that outside this courtyard, there are densely packed malicious ghosts. Those malicious ghosts should be the malicious ghosts that were formed from their resentment after being cruelly killed by you, right? I won't kill you myself. I'll let those malicious ghosts who hate you to the bone kill you. No, no, spare me. I beg you to spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything." Xing Xuanzi begged loudly. He was really afraid. Because his mana was now sealed by Lin Feng. He was not much different from an ordinary person. How could he deal with those malicious ghosts outside who hated him to the bone? Thinking of facing those malicious ghosts with his flesh and blood, Xing Xuanzi felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Feng said coldly, "The cycle of karma, retribution is not good. This is the punishment you deserve." As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Feng opened a restriction in the courtyard. Then, he sent a sound transmission to those malicious ghosts, saying, "Xing Xuanzi has already been captured by me. If there's a grudge, take revenge. If there's a grudge, take revenge. Come in." When those malicious ghosts that were lingering outside the courtyard heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately became extremely excited and rushed in. Densely packed malicious ghosts. They looked at Xing Xuanzi with incomparably resentful eyes. After Lin Feng saw all these malicious ghosts fly in, he sealed off the courtyard. "Xing Xuanzi, we died so miserably. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Go to hell." One by one, the malicious ghosts roared and pounced towards Xing Xuanzi. "Don't come over, all of you get lost, don't come over," Xing Xuanzi cried out in fear. But it was impossible to stop those malicious ghosts. The densely packed malicious ghosts surrounded Xing Xuanzi. One by one, the malicious ghosts drank Xing Xuanzi's blood and ate his flesh. Chapter 3360. Thank you for your help, young master. If not for young master, we definitely wouldn't have been able to take revenge. The female ghosts thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to thank me. Now that the resentment in your hearts has dissipated, you can enter the cycle of reincarnation. Who knows if there really is a cycle of reincarnation in this world?" The female ghosts said. Then, they all left. They disappeared into the night. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng also planned to leave. This time, Lin Feng wanted to find a place to cultivate for a period of time. He wanted to finish cultivating the 3,000 great Daos before thinking about what to do next. Lin Feng turned into a spirit insect and rushed out of the door. The light of the demon revealing mirror shone on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure appeared. However, Lin Feng had already left quickly. By the time the guards reported this matter, Lin Feng had already left the Dragon Eye planet. He was traveling in the starry sky world. Lin Feng avoided wave after wave of cultivators who surrounded him. Gradually, he left the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng originally thought that he was about to completely escape danger, but he didn't expect to run into a group of starry sky bandits. They were from the Fiend Bandits, and the leader was the young leader, Xie Duanhuan. "Brother Lin, I didn't expect that we would meet here," Xie Duanhuan said to Lin Feng with a fake smile. Lin Feng said, "Yes, I really didn't expect that. Brother Xie, where are you planning to go?" "I have nothing to do, so I'm casually walking around in the starry sky world," Xie Duanhuan said. Then, he said meaningfully, "I heard that during this period, many people have been searching for Brother Lin's whereabouts. It seems that those people didn't expect that Brother Lin would actually leave this place." Lin Feng said indifferently, "The first stop of a starry sky voyage is quite rich. However, now that I'm leaving this place, I'm destined to have nothing to do with those forces. It seems that Brother Lin is really magnanimous. Are you only using those forces as stepping stones?" Xie Duanhuan could not help but say. Perhaps they can be called stepping stones. At the very least, they did serve the purpose of honing my strength, Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, you are truly open-minded. My father has heard many things about Brother Lin. He wishes to meet Brother Lin. Is that possible? Xie Duanhuan asked with a smile, but there was a sinister expression hidden in the depths of his eyes. Xie Duanhuan's Evil Devil Bandit Group was a notorious bandit group in the Starry Sky world. He was completely unprincipled when doing things. He killed without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng had always been very wary of Xie Duanhuan. Xie Duanhuan's invitation, Lin Feng naturally would not agree. If he really went, that was to enter the tiger's den. At that time, he would most likely die. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid it's a bit unfortunate, because I still have some things to deal with. After I'm done, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Xie Duanhuan's expression darkened. He sneered and said, So, Brother Lin doesn't want to give me face. What are you talking about? I'm indeed busy, so I can't go. I hope Brother Xie can understand. Lin Feng said. Xie Duanhuan sneered and said, I really can't understand. Since Brother Lin doesn't know how to appreciate favors, I can only force Brother Lin to meet my father. Once we fight, swords and sabers have no eyes. I hope Brother Lin won't blame me if I injure Brother Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Duanhuan waved his hand. In an instant, ancient ships surrounded Lin Feng. There were a total of 12 ancient ships. Every ancient Starry Sky ship had an expert overseeing it. Lin Feng said indifferently, Since Brother Xie wants to fight, I can only accompany you to the end. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the ancient ship Shenyuan flew out. Lin Feng flew into the ancient ship Shenyuan. Attack! Xie Duanhuan ordered. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient starships launched powerful attacks one after another. Spirit stone cannonballs streaked across the Starry Sky world and bombarded the ancient ship Shenyuan. The power of these spirit stone cannonballs was incomparably tyrannical. Not to mention the spirit stone cannonballs launched by the 12 ancient ships. The power was even more formidable. The spirit stone cannonballs fell like rain. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Emperor Rune restriction on the ancient ship Shenyuan. The Emperor Runes twisted. They formed the most powerful defensive restriction. When the dense rain of cannonballs smashed on the ancient ship Xuanyuan's defensive restriction, all of them were blocked by the defensive restriction. At this moment, the ancient ship Shenyuan also began to launch its attack. Lin Feng had previously obtained 100 bronze spirit stone cannons. These bronze spirit stone cannons were extremely powerful, and Lin Feng had equipped them all on the ancient ship Shenyuan. These bronze spirit stone cannons could be said to have directly raised the ancient ship Xuanyuan's power by several levels. But now, this was the first time these bronze spirit stone cannons had fired spirit stone cannonballs. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of loud noises. A dense number of giant spirit stone cannonballs were fired from the bronze spirit stone cannons. After these giant spirit stone cannonballs were boosted by the bronze spirit stone cannons, their power had increased to a shocking degree. Cannonballs landed on the ancient starships one by one. Then, the giant spirit stone cannonballs exploded. Bang! 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 Along with a series of violent explosions, there was a series of explosions. The destructive energy bombarded the defensive restriction formed by the 12 ancient Starry Sky ships of the Fiend Bandit Group. Lin Feng's Xuanyuan's ancient ship Xuanyuan's defensive restriction could withstand the attack of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group. However, the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group couldn't completely withstand the attack of the Xuanyuan's ancient ship. When the giant spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the defensive restriction of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group, catcher 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 sounds could be heard. The seals on the ancient starships began to crack. Seeing this scene, Xie Duanhuan's face suddenly changed. He had never thought that Lin Feng would have such a powerful ancient ship. One ancient Starry Sky ship was able to gain a crushing advantage over their 12 ancient Starry Sky ships. Quickly retreat. Xie Duanhuan ordered with a gloomy expression. Bang! 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 However, before those ancient ships could retreat, the Xuanyuan's ancient ship had already launched a new round of attack. Giant spirit stone cannonballs once again bombarded. Suddenly, the defensive restriction of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit group was activated. Then, the giant spirit stone cannonballs directly hit the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit group. Chapter 3361. Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was indeed extremely powerful. The destructive power it displayed was truly shocking. Seeing the 12 ancient starry skyships on his side all suffer serious damage, Xie Duanhuan flew into a rage. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Xie Duanhuan ordered the 12 ancient starry skyships to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. If they didn't withdraw now, the 12 ancient starry skyships would really be destroyed by Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. The value of these starry skyships was extremely high. Every loss of one ancient starry skyship was a great loss. Such a loss, even their demonic bandit group would feel the pain. This battle was extremely intense. Lin Feng constantly controlled the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship to attack the 12 ancient starry skyships of the demonic bandit group. The huge spirit stone cannonballs rained down like rain. They were simply too dense. Since they had already made their move, they should kill all of them instead of letting them escape. If they were to let them escape, that would be the only way. It would be very disadvantageous for him, because the other party would most likely invite more powerhouses. One had to know that the demonic bandit group had countless experts. There were even venerable sovereigns in charge. If they really invited so many experts, he would die without a burial place. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wipe out these people. The dense barrage of giant spirit stone shells caused great damage to the 12 ancient starry skyships of the demonic bandit group. The 12 ancient starry skyships exploded one after another. Many cultivators couldn't escape from the 12 ancient starry skyships and were killed inside the 12 ancient starry skyships. Some cultivators who were lucky enough to escape from the cabins couldn't escape from the ancient starry skyships. Then, they were drowned by the powerful energy generated by the exploding giant spirit stone shells. Then, they died tragically in the explosion of the giant spirit stone shells. This battle was completely one-sided. After Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was upgraded, it had become almost invincible. It was very difficult to find an ancient starry skyship that could match the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship in the starry sky world. Unless a large number of ancient starry skyships besieged Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. Moreover, in order to destroy Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky battleship, it would have to be as easy as crushing dry weeds. This was because Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky battleship had the ability to repair itself. If he couldn't destroy Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship would be able to repair itself. In that case, it would be impossible to destroy the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. More than half of the cultivators on the 12 ancient starships had died. Only a small portion of the remaining cultivators managed to escape in a sorry state. Following that, all 12 ancient ships exploded. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to escape with their lives were all injured. As a result, the battle prowess of these people naturally fell drastically. Seeing the destruction of the 12 ancient starships and the deaths of so many of his subordinates, he couldn't help but sigh. Xie Duanhuan's face turned ugly. Xie Duanhuan had dominated the starry sky for a long time. He had never suffered such a big loss before. But now, he had suffered such a big loss in Lin Feng's hands. Xie Duanhuan's hatred towards Lin Feng had reached its peak. Xie Duanhuan ordered the remaining cultivators to bombard Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship with weapons. Lin Feng looked indifferent and continued to order the miniature puppets on the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship to fire a dense barrage of spirit stone shells. The attacks of Xie Duanhuan's subordinates were once again blocked by the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship's defenses. The spirit stone shells fired by the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship directly exploded in the midst of the demonic bandit group's crowd. A large number of cultivators were killed by the explosions. The Shenyuan ancient starry skyship's offensive grew stronger and stronger. Finally, as time passed, the demonic bandit group only had a little more than 100 people left. Originally, they had more than 10,000 people on their side. But now, those cultivators had basically been killed by the spirit stone shells fired by the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. But Lin Feng still hadn't made a move yet. He had almost wiped out the other party. This was because the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was too powerful. Ever since the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship had been upgraded, its power had suddenly increased to an unbelievable level. The remaining 100 people were basically the most powerful group of cultivators. There were several Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses. However, they didn't have any Emperor Realm powerhouses on their side. Because Emperor Realm powerhouses were the overlords of the starry sky world. Existences of this level rarely moved outside. Even if the demonic bandit group had a few Emperor Realm powerhouses. But those people weren't people that Xie Duanhuan could command. Although Xie Duanhuan was the son of the demonic bandit group's leader. But he didn't have the strength to make those Emperor Realm powerhouses listen to his orders. The world of cultivators was like this. Most of the time, strength was important. Even if your identity wasn't ordinary, but if your strength wasn't up to par. Those top-notch powerhouses wouldn't listen to your orders. If the other party had an Emperor Realm powerhouse, Lin Feng might have paid more attention to them. But these people didn't even have an Emperor Realm powerhouse. How could they be Lin Feng's match? Lin Feng directly flew out of the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. He put the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship away, then looked coldly at Xie Duanhuan. He sneered and said, "Xie Duanhuan, do you think I don't know why you approached me? Everyone knows the ambition of a wolf. I didn't fall out with you because I couldn't be bothered to deal with you. But since you want to die today, I don't mind fulfilling your wish." Xie Duanhuan's expression became even more unsightly. He said coldly, "Lin Feng, do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? You think too highly of yourself. Apart from myself, I have 3 immortal emperors, 4 emperor gods, and more than 100 boundary emperors. With so many people working together, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Xie Duanhuan was very confident in his side's strength. Although the 2 ancient starships had collided, he had suffered a great loss. But Xie Duanhuan believed. If it was a battle between cultivators, when the time came, Lin Feng would die. There was no way he could survive. Xie Duanhuan was so confident because he had experienced many great battles over the years. Every time they fought, he would emerge victorious in the end. In addition, Lin Feng was alone, and they had more people on their side. Lin Feng was strong enough and had many treasures on him. But Lin Feng hadn't entered the Emperor Realm. Xie Duanhuan admitted that Lin Feng was very strong. But Xie Duanhuan believed that Lin Feng wasn't as strong as the rumors said. There must be some exaggeration in the rumors. "Attack! Kill him!" Xie Duanhuan ordered. One cultivator after another took out their treasures. A terrifying aura spread out. All kinds of attacks surged out. Magical powers and magic treasures gathered together, containing a world-destroying wave of energy. Together, they flooded towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. Chapter 3362. Once the boundless domineering aura was used, it would be the most violent attack. There was a difference between the boundless domineering aura and a magnetic field. Magnetic field. Its greatest use was to imprison and suppress. Next was attack, defense, and so on. And the boundless domineering aura was the craziest attack. The attack contained within the boundless domineering aura was too powerful. This was a terrifying attack that you could never imagine. The power was so strong that it was simply shocking. When the boundless domineering aura bombarded the bodies of those cultivators, suddenly, a series of explosions could be heard. The cultivators of the evil devil bandit group were simply unable to withstand the attack of this terrifying sacred art. One by one, The cultivators' bodies exploded. Under the attack of the boundless domineering aura, the bodies of those cultivators crumbled, their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died miserably on the spot. In the blink of an eye, there were only 8 people left on the other side. These 8 people were Xiedwanhuan, 3 immortal emperors, and 4 divine lord-level cultivators. The rest of them had all fallen. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xiedwanhuan's mouth twitched violently. Boundless anger seemed to ignite his body. So many subordinates. There were many experts. It was not easy to recruit these experts. Now, so many experts had all fallen. The losses of the evil devil bandit group were simply too great. Xiedwanhuan knew that he had underestimated Lin Feng's battle strength this time. Although he knew that Lin Feng's battle strength was extraordinary. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng would be so powerful. It was simply shocking. An immortal emperor-level powerhouse said, "Young master, this person is simply too powerful. We should not continue to fight with him. We should leave quickly and report this matter to the higher-ups. At that time, the leader will definitely send experts to kill this child. If we want to kill this child, we must send out an immortal emperor-level powerhouse to have any hope." Xiedwanhuan did not want to admit this point, but what this immortal emperor-level powerhouse said was very reasonable. In Xiedwanhuan's heart, he could not help but feel a deep sense of jealousy towards Lin Feng. He was also so young. Why was Lin Feng abnormal to such an extent? Xiedwanhuan wished so much that he could have Lin Feng's ability, but he didn't have such ability. Xiedwanhuan really wanted to kill Lin Feng right now. He wanted to kill all the young cultivators who were more talented than him and had a brighter future than him. Jealousy could make a person extremely crazy. It could even make people go to extremes. Xiedwanhuan was such a person. Xiedwanhuan and the others wanted to escape. Then, he invited experts to kill Lin Feng. But how could Lin Feng give him this opportunity? Lin Feng was like the Grim Reaper who had just walked out of hell. Step by step, he walked towards Xiedwanhuan and the others. A cold expression appeared on his face as he sneered. "It's too late to escape now. Have you decided how you want to die?" This time, Lin Feng didn't use his endless domineering aura. Instead, he used his magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the superposition of the 3 highs was extremely powerful. It directly enveloped Xiedwanhuan and the other 7 great emperors. After being enveloped by the magnetic field, these people's battle power was greatly weakened. His movements also became sluggish. Their speed was greatly reduced compared to before. Lin Feng rushed forward and took out the Black Dragon Sword. With the Black Dragon Sword in his hand, he slashed towards an Emperor God-level expert. When the God Emperors saw Lin Feng coming for him, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he waved the long saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Feng. Clang, 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 clang. The Black Dragon Sword in Lin Feng's hand clashed with the God Emperor's long saber. The long saber in the cultivator's hand was directly split into 2 by Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword. Then, the Black Dragon Sword's power didn't decrease. It viciously struck the head of this God Emperor cultivator. With a poochie sound, fresh blood spurted out. The God Emperor's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Seeing the death of this God Emperor cultivator, Lin Feng's face was filled with a cold smile. He looked coldly at Xiedwanhuan and the others, and said, "This is only the first person. Next, it's your turn." As his voice fell, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the 2nd God Emperors. The 2nd God Emperors fought with Lin Feng. Similarly, he was not Lin Feng's opponent and was killed by Lin Feng's sword. Xiedwanhuan did not dare to stay and quickly fled. Actually, there were many great emperors on Xiedwanhuan's side. If they joined forces, they would fight to the death with Lin Feng. It was hard to say what the final result would be. After all, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he was only one person. But when Xiedwanhuan and the others saw how strong Lin Feng was, their confidence completely collapsed. Thus, they did not have the courage to fight with Lin Feng. They only thought of escaping. It was precisely because they were afraid before the battle. The defeat of these people was already destined. Xie Duanhuan looked at the other two god emperors, and then said in a deep voice, "The two of you, go and stop Lin Feng." Wasn't intercepting Lin Feng now the same as sending himself to death? The two great emperors naturally did not agree. The two of them ignored Xie Duanhuan and flew in the other direction. They actually chose to get rid of Xie Duanhuan. "What are you doing? Could it be that you want to betray the evil devil bandits?" Seeing the two great emperors leave, Xie Duanhuan could not help but roar in anger. One of the great emperors sneered, "Xie Duanhuan, although we have joined the evil devil bandits, we are not your subordinates. Our status is on the same level as yours, and you do not have the qualifications to order us around. If not for the fact that you are the son of the leader, do you think we would listen to you? Now that this Lin Feng is unable to fight against him, we do not want to die with you." The second great emperor said, "That's right. You provoked this Lin Feng yourself, and it has nothing to do with us. This person obviously wants to kill you, so we must draw a clear line with you." After the two god emperors finished speaking, they sped up and fled. The expressions of the other three immortal emperors also became uncertain. Lin Feng quickly killed his way over. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the three immortal emperors gritted their teeth. They also quickly made a decision. "Young master, when disaster strikes, let's split up and flee." After the three immortal emperors left these words, they all flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the five great emperors abandoned Xie Duanhuan and fled. This Xie Duanhuan directly fell into a state of complete abandonment. Chapter 3363. Xie Duanhuan's roar was more like a hysterical roar before his death. His roar was useless. It was unable to change the minds of those great emperors who had left. How does it feel to be betrayed? Lin Feng looked at Xie Duanhuan indifferently. Towards this person, he had already made up his mind to kill, and would definitely not give Xie Duanhuan a chance to escape. "Lin Feng, you little bastard. If you want to kill me, you're still far from it." Xie Duanhuan roared, and then took out a jade talisman. It was actually a void teleportation talisman. This void teleportation talisman could open a void gate and teleport Xie Duanhuan out instantly. Once activated, the power of the void teleportation talisman could be released. "Bibi." Lin Feng hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Bibi. "Yeah, yeah." After the little guy heard Lin Feng's summon, it flew out and waved its little claws. Rainbow immortal light shot out. At the same time, Xie Duanhuan crushed the void teleportation talisman. But the void gate could not be condensed. "Why is it like this?" Xie Duanhuan roared in disbelief. He was still hoping to escape with the help of the void teleportation gate. But now, the void teleportation gate did not even appear, so this plan would naturally fail. Xie Duanhuan could not accept what he saw. His eyes couldn't help but turn blood red. Little Bibi's race talent is to imprison the void. Your void teleportation talisman is also useless. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and charged towards Xie Duanhuan. He directly slashed at Xie Duanhuan with his sword. The power of the black dragon sword. It suddenly exploded out. Xie Duanhuan was shocked. He hurriedly took out his magic treasure. His magic treasure was actually an emperor weapon. This emperor weapon was called Yama's blade. "The king of hell will let you die at midnight. He would not let you live until dawn." Yama's blade slashed out. Ghosts and gods were not left behind. The power was great. It was shocking. This emperor weapon. It was obviously a very high-level emperor weapon. Lin Feng guessed that Xie Duanhuan might have obtained this monarch weapon by chance. Of course, it could also be a protective treasure given to him by his father. The Yama's blade slashed out, even forming a hazy shadow. The illusory figure was incomparably powerful and terrifying. His aura was terrifying. That phantom. It appeared to be the projection of the King Yang Luo of Hell. The power of Yama's saber had reached a shocking level. However, no matter how powerful this supreme treasure was, it was unable to contend against Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Clang! The Yama saber and the black dragon sword collided. An earth-shaking sound of violent collisions rang out. Xiedwanhuan's hands that were holding the King of Hell's blade were shattered. Blood immediately flowed out. His entire body was sent flying. Why is your cultivation level so low? His battle prowess is so strong. Xiedwanhuan couldn't help but roar in anger. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with deep jealousy. Lin Feng said faintly, "Bloodline and sacred art. I have the undying bloodline and the sovereign emperor bloodline. I have cultivated no less than 10 kinds of sacred arts from ancient to modern times. In addition, I have cultivated more than 600 kinds of 3,000 great Daos, and I still have hundreds of 3,000 great Daos that I have yet to cultivate. Do you know why I have such battle prowess?" When Xiedwanhuan heard Lin Feng's words, his expression suddenly changed. Xiedwanhuan had also heard that Lin Feng had cultivated many powerful sacred arts. However, Xiedwanhuan didn't expect that Lin Feng had cultivated so many 3,000 great Daos. It was truly inconceivable. Therefore, Xiedwanhuan had completely given up on continuing to fight with Lin Feng. He only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. If he was given another chance, he would be able to do it again. Xiedwanhuan didn't even want to provoke Lin Feng, this demon. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Xiedwanhuan turned around and fled into the distance. However, the difference between his speed and Lin Feng's was huge. He couldn't get rid of Lin Feng's pursuit at all. Lin Feng quickly chased over. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and once again slashed towards Xiedwanhuan. "Lin Feng, do you really want to kill me? Let me go. I will never be invincible with you again," Xiedwanhuan shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "If you want to beat a snake, you have to kill it with a stick. Otherwise, you might be bitten by the snake." Lin Feng compared Xiedwanhuan to a snake. His comparison was extremely appropriate. Xiedwanhuan was like a poisonous snake. This hatred was formed. This person must die. Or else. The unlucky one might be himself. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. After feeling the terrifying power of the black dragon sword, Xiedwanhuan's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. He turned around and slashed at the black dragon sword. Clang! The black dragon sword and Xiedwanhuan's Yama saber collided once again. Xiedwanhuan's arm was almost broken. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. This attack just now. It directly injured Xiedwanhuan. And Lin Feng's attacks were endless. After Xiedwanhuan was sent flying, he quickly chased after him. The black dragon's sword once again slashed out. Xiedwanhuan was tired of dealing with it. Once again, he waved his saber to block. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Clang! This time, when they collided, Lin Feng unleashed the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, this unparalleled sacred art. The Supreme Dao. This was Lin Feng's own Dao. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was activated, the sacred art array formed by all the sacred arts in Lin Feng's body was operating quickly. Together with the Supreme Reincarnation Fist's divine ability grand formation, it shone brightly. The reason why Lin Feng had used such a powerful skill was because he wanted to end the battle quickly. With the fastest speed, he took care of Xiedwanhuan. Xiedwanhuan used the Qilin divine arm to block Lin Feng's attack. His arm directly turned into a Qilin arm. The power of one punch. It was also extremely terrifying. But there was nothing he could do. He was still unable to compete with Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Xiedwanhuan collided. Then, cracking sounds came out. Xiedwanhuan's arm directly broke. Ah! Xiedwanhuan couldn't help but scream. The next moment, Lin Feng's tyrannical punch directly landed on Xiedwanhuan's chest. How could Xiedwanhuan withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack? Xiedwanhuan's body directly exploded. A grayish-brown ball of light wanted to tear the void and escape, but it was directly suppressed by Lin Feng. This grayish-brown ball of light was Xiedwanhuan's soul. "Ah, Lin Feng, you little beast, I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse your future fate to be 10 times, 100 times more miserable than mine," Xiedwanhuan's soul cursed bitterly. Soul-searching technique. Chapter 3364. Those ancient forces would often set up restrictions in the minds of their disciples, in order to prevent their disciples from being searched by others when they were robbed, and then steal all kinds of secrets or inheritances of the sect. But Xiedwanhuan did not come from those ancient forces. His father was a heinous space bandit. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that there was no restriction in Xiedwanhuan's mind that could destroy the soul. So, he used the soul-searching technique on Xiedwanhuan. Soon, Lin Feng found that his guess was completely correct. There was indeed no soul restriction in Xiedwanhuan's mind. Lin Feng began to search Xiedwanhuan's soul. All kinds of memories flashed through his mind like a fleeting view of flowers. In the end, Lin Feng found the various magical powers that Xiedwanhuan cultivated. Lin Feng was surprised to find that Xiedwanhuan had cultivated 86 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. And among these 86 kinds of 3,000 great Daos, there were 72 kinds of 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated before. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a total of 961 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. If these 3,000 great Daos were included, added together, it would be 1,033 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. Originally, Lin Feng planned to collect at least 1,000 kinds of 3,000 great Daos before considering breaking through to the Emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng's minimum goal had been achieved. Lin Feng then destroyed Xiedwanhuan's soul. After collecting Xiedwanhuan's origin and storage ring, Lin Feng and Bibi left together. Bibi, this little fellow, had never slept since she woke up. She began to eat crazily. All kinds of heaven and earth spirit essence. Bibi did not refuse. She ate until her little belly was round. Now, Bibi returned to the mountain river ring to enjoy the delicious food. And Lin Feng quickly flew towards the depths of the starry sky world. He needed to find a place to refine the hundreds of 3,000 great Daos. Evil Demon Star. Origin Spirit Lamp Hall. There were many origin spirit lamps enshrined here. To be able to be enshrined here, the owners of the origin spirit lamps all had extraordinary origins. Or they were the relatives of the leader of the evil demon bandits. Otherwise, they were the higher-ups of the evil demon bandits. Today, 2 Emperor Realm cultivators had their Yuan spirit lamps shattered one after another. This matter was discovered by the guards stationed in the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall. These guards hurriedly reported this matter to their superiors. It was a big deal that 2 great emperors had fallen at the same time. The upper echelons of the evil demon bandits arrived one after another. Even the leader of the evil demon bandits had come in person. However, these people had just arrived at the Primordial Spirit Lamp Palace. Cracking sounds could be heard. Another primordial spirit lamp shattered. This time, it was the broken primordial spirit lamp. It was Xiedwanhuan's origin spirit lamp. Soon after, the demonic bandits issued a bounty in the starry sky. The content is as follows. Anyone who could capture Lin Feng alive would be rewarded with a Grand Emperor grade monarch weapon, 10 types of 3,000 great Daos, and 10 million immortal stones. Anyone who could kill Lin Feng would be rewarded with an Imperial Lord-level Imperial weapon, 5 types of 3,000 great Daos, and 8 million immortal stones. As soon as the Starry Sky bounty was posted, this immediately caused an uproar in the Starry Sky world. The rewards of the evil demon bandits were simply too generous. Following that, many people inquired about why the evil demon bandits would issue a bounty in the Starry Sky. It quickly disappeared and spread out. It turned out that the young leader of the evil demon bandits, Xiedwanhuan, was killed by Lin Feng. Thus, the leader of the evil demon bandits was furious. He swore that no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill Lin Feng. And he wouldn't kill Lin Feng. He swore not to give up. That was why he issued such a generous bounty in the Starry Sky. Many forces were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, there were no clues. Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. In the dark and cold Starry Sky world, the stars were like silver sand in the sky. Lin Feng landed on a nameless planet. This nameless planet wasn't particularly large. Lin Feng directly drilled into the center of the planet. He was cultivating in seclusion here. As a result, he wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion to cultivate the hundreds of types of 3,000 great Daos he had obtained. Lin Feng's seclusion this time was a little longer. Because he needed to comprehend hundreds of types of 3,000 great Daos, even with the help of the Lin word. It would take quite a bit of time. In addition, Lin Feng still wanted to comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space. If he could comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space, then Lin Feng's use of the Tao of space, it would reach an extremely profound level. Now, although Lin Feng had cultivated the Great Void technique, the Great Void technique was somewhat related to the Tao of space. But after all, it wasn't exactly the same. To be precise, the Great Void technique was a branch of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was too complicated, too mysterious, and contained thousands of things. All these years, Lin Feng had been comprehending the inheritance of the ancient god of space. However, it was a pity. The inheritance of the ancient god of space was not that easy to comprehend. Of course, Lin Feng did not give up. All these years, he had been trying to comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng felt that he was getting closer and closer to comprehending the inheritance of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng spent a full 10 years in seclusion this time. In these 10 years, Lin Feng had successfully cultivated all 3,000 great Tao. So now, Lin Feng had already cultivated 1,033 types of the 3,000 great Tao. The tribulation light between Lin Feng's eyebrows was dazzling. It was almost unable to suppress it. "I'm going to break through to the great emperor realm," Lin Feng said. He was going to break through. Now, if he chose to break through, Lin Feng felt that there was at least a 70% chance of success. Lin Feng had been looking forward to becoming an emperor for a long time. Now, he could finally break through to this realm. However, at this moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind, "Quickly suppress the tribulation light between your eyebrows. Don't summon the lightning tribulation. Now is not the best time to break through." "Why?" After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng immediately asked. Now, Lin Feng really wanted to break through. He did not want to continue waiting. "Your potential has not been fully excavated yet," Yarrow Jun said. "Your current accumulation is indeed strong enough, but you should realize that the light of calamity between your eyebrows can continue to be suppressed. This means that your potential hasn't been fully activated. You can choose to continue accumulating for a period of time. Of course, you can break through now, but I don't recommend it. You can obviously continue accumulating, so why don't you continue accumulating? Although breaking through now will greatly increase your battle strength, it will waste your talent. After all, breaking through to the Great Emperor realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since you only have one chance, you naturally have to do your best." Chapter 3365. What a cultivator could not waste the most was talent and potential. Otherwise, they were destined to not reach the heights they should have. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think too much about breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. He planned to do as the Demon Lord said. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. He continued to search for the 3,000 great Daos to refine. The 1,033 types of 3,000 great Daos did not reach the limit of Lin Feng's breakthrough. That was to continuously increase the number of 3,000 great Daos. Anyway, there was still a long way to go before reaching the Undying Realm. Going to the Undying Realm, he could not be too hasty. He had to let nature take its course. While training, he would increase his cultivation. Then, he would go to the Undying Realm. This was to let nature take its course. Lin Feng continued to cultivate in seclusion. He began to study the inheritance of the space ancient god. What Lin Feng obtained was the inheritance of the first-generation space ancient god. This generation's space ancient god was different from the other space ancient gods. It was like the unique status of the first-generation ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan. Naturally, it was not something that the other ancestors of the sovereign emperor clan could compare to. It was the same for the first-generation space ancient god. He was the first existence in the era of the titled gods to truly master the path of space. Therefore, the battle strength of the first-generation space ancient god should be the strongest. His comprehension of the path of space was also the most profound. As time passed, Lin Feng did not know when, but he vaguely heard the sound of the Tao bell. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt that he had arrived in a mysterious world. In the depths of that world, there was a mountain forest. Halfway up a mountain, there were ancient trees, cliffs, stone millstones, and so on. And an old man was sitting on a stone bench next to the stone millstone. His back was facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried hard to see the old man's appearance, but he tried several times. He failed. His back was facing the common people. I wonder who he is. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he was comprehending the inheritance of the first-generation space ancient god. Could it be? Could this old man in front of him be the first-generation space ancient god? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Senior, Lin Feng said. Sitting cross-legged in the forest, transforming into vegetation. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the mysterious old man speak. He was extremely shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Then, Lin Feng attempted to comprehend the Tao. However, he didn't gain anything. Wanting to comprehend the Tao of space was simply too difficult. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He wanted to continue asking the old man about the mysteries of the Tao of space. Perhaps he could be enlightened. However, when Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked ahead, the old man had already disappeared. Where did he go? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Then, he sighed. He still had to rely on himself to comprehend the Tao. It was destined that he could not rely on others. Thinking of this, Lin Feng closed his eyes again. He activated the true word of Lin and tried his best to comprehend the great Tao inheritance of the ancient god of space. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he tried again and again, but he still couldn't comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the Tao. This made Lin Feng feel extremely helpless. I sensed something and entered this illusory world. That's why I was able to see that old man. Logically speaking, I should have been able to comprehend the Tao. However, I still can't comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Where did I go wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this time, Lin Feng was carefully analyzing every step and process of the Tao of space. He was trying to figure out his understanding of the Tao of space. However, Lin Feng still didn't gain anything. Not long after, a light suddenly flashed in Lin Feng's mind. He thought of a sentence. Sitting cross-legged in the forest, transforming into vegetation, transforming into vegetation. What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He vaguely felt that the key to comprehending the Tao this time was this sentence. Could it be that I want to transform into a stalk of grass? A tree? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He used the great transformation technique and transformed into a stalk of grass. However, he still didn't gain anything. Lin Feng used the great transformation technique again and transformed into a tree. Still, he didn't gain anything. Lin Feng finally transformed into his original body. I transformed into a stalk of grass and a tree, but I still didn't gain any enlightenment. Why is that? Lin Feng asked rhetorically. A gentle breeze blew over. Lin Feng smelled the fresh smell of grass. He heard the sound of leaves flapping. It was like the most beautiful music. It was very pleasant to the ears. Wild grass covered the mountains and plains. Ancient trees that were full of business. Lin Feng suddenly felt something in his heart. He thought of a poem. Wildfire can't burn it. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. These wild grasses were very ordinary. However, these wild grasses had extremely tenacious vitality. Even if they died again and again, they could still wake up in the next year. Then, they would display even more vigorous vitality. And these ancient trees had flourishing branches. The vitality from the ancient trees continuously flowed into those branches. Lin Feng saw a withered branch. It seemed to be about to die. However, under the nourishment of the ancient tree, the withered branch actually regained vitality and finally sprouted again. The grass is telling me, no matter what happens, never give up the hope of living. The ancient tree is telling me, when it grows into a towering tree, it can protect the people around it. If it reaches out, it can protect countless creatures. Am I right? Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, the old man who disappeared actually appeared again. He still had his back to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng still couldn't see what the old man looked like. Then, the old man stepped into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind the old man. Time passed day by day. It was unknown how much time had passed. Lin Feng, who had been motionless for a long time, finally moved. His body gradually became illusory. But looking carefully, his body didn't become illusory. Looking at the place where Lin Feng was, he found that it was empty. Looking again, Lin Feng seemed to be sitting there again. Everything was so mysterious and unfathomable. This was the inheritance of the space god. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In that illusory space, after experiencing countless difficulties, he finally comprehended the inheritance of the space god. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Comprehending the inheritance of the space god was really important. Ha 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 ha, now even the space god's way of space has been comprehended by me. This is really great. Chapter 3366. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of many great emperors. Then, he began to check the treasures in these storage rings. These great emperors had a lot of good things on them. It was just that emperor-level magic treasures were rare. Now, there was a shortage of materials. These great emperor-level experts wanted to forge their own emperor-level weapons, so they needed to find the materials to forge them. But this was the most difficult. And it was not easy to obtain the emperor-level weapons left behind by the ancient people. It required an extremely heaven-defying opportunity. However, Lin Feng still obtained an emperor-level treasure. Yama Blade. Xie Duanhuan's treasure, a high-level emperor-level weapon with terrifying power. Lin Feng also found another treasure in Xie Duanhuan's storage ring. It was the God's Token. Back at the trade fair, Lin Feng also coveted the God's Token. But unfortunately, the God's Token was exchanged by Xie Duanhuan. Who would have thought? After a while, the God's Token finally fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng carefully observed the God's Token. This token was the token to open the God's battlefield. It was extremely important. That was the last battle before the innate lifeforms were wiped out. Countless experts participated in it. That battle ultimately led to the end of the era when the innate lifeforms ruled the heavens. Because too many experts had died, countless orthodoxies had lost their inheritance. In the many great eras that followed, cultivation had always been at a low point. Until the appearance of the Master of Gods, cultivation began to rise from decline to prosperity. A long time had passed. The scenes of the past might have long been buried by history. But, in the gods' battlefield, there must be countless experts' magic treasures and orthodoxies. I don't know where this god's battlefield is, but since I have the god's token, I will definitely have the chance to go there in the future. But I don't know what I can get in the god's battlefield. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was still looking forward to the trip to the god's battlefield. Lin Feng kept the god's token. He rested for a day. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. After many years of seclusion, the starry sky world was still the same. It was just that after so many years, the forces that had wanted Lin Feng were unable to find Lin Feng's whereabouts. Therefore, many forces gave up on pursuing Lin Feng. The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng then added some spatial arrays to the Shenyuan ancient starship. Because of this, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's speed became even faster. It was like jumping through the void. His speed was so fast that people couldn't help but be shocked. And in these years, the starry sky world was extremely restless. Firstly, the Nine Mysteries' great world was becoming more and more chaotic. Many powerful forces had descended upon the Nine Mysterious Great World. Firstly, they wanted to snatch the resources of the Nine Mysterious Great World. Secondly, they wanted to snatch the supreme treasure that the Nine Mysterious Great World's Lord had obtained from the Supreme Divine Court. However, it was said that the supreme treasure was secretly taken away by the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord's clansmen. The clansmen of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord went into hiding. Currently, many forces were still searching for the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord's clansmen, hoping to find that supreme treasure. The other thing was that the people of the Starry Sky world were in a state of panic. The other thing was related to the gluttonous god demons. Something happened in the Forbidden God world. Many cracks appeared. Many gluttonous god demons escaped from the Forbidden God world and destroyed many life planets in the Starry Sky world. Those gluttonous god demons were extremely cruel. They directly devoured the origin of cultivators to recover their strength. In these years, the cracks in the Forbidden God world seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. More and more gluttonous god demons escaped from the Forbidden God world. Every year, there would be gluttonous god demons escaping from the Forbidden God world. 5 years ago, the gluttonous god demons attacked the Universe Great World. The Universe Great World suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the Universe Great World eventually fell. The Universe Lord was a terrifying existence. He had no choice but to escape from the Universe Great World. Lin Feng also received some news about the Starry Sky world. In particular, the news about the gluttonous god demons shocked him. There is a peerless existence among the gluttonous god demons. It is said that their cultivation has reached great heights. They are even more powerful than the 5 ancestors of the myriad races in the past. On a planet where cultivators gathered, Lin Feng received this news. Although the 5 ancestors of the myriad races had fallen in the 9 continents. But in the past, their reputation shook the entire Starry Sky world. Even though they had been dead for so many years, many people still had a fearful expression when mentioning the 5 ancestors of the myriad races. Even among the many forces in the outer realms, experts who could reach the level of an Emperor Lord were extremely rare. No wonder the gluttonous god demons were so powerful. They actually had an Emperor-level expert overseeing them. It was indeed terrifying. The Emperor-level expert of the gluttonous god demons did not make a move. If that existence had made a move, the Universe Great World would have been destroyed long ago. A cultivator said. He seemed to know more about the Universe Great World. Why didn't he make a move? Someone asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe it's because he doesn't care. That cultivator said. The gluttonous god demons became the biggest topic in the Starry Sky world. It was a headache for countless people. Some of the major forces planned to join forces to deal with the gluttonous god demons. But obviously, it was not an easy task to deal with the gluttonous god demons. Lin Feng did not stay on this planet for too long. He soon left. But Lin Feng did not know that he was being watched. Lin Feng, you little bastard. You didn't die in the huge star cluster of the Lanzhou star. This time, you will definitely die in this star cluster. The cultivator in the dark had a sinister look in his eyes. The Forbidden God realm was a special place. It was said to be a special world parallel to the Starry Sky world. This world. It could be connected to any planet or any Starry Sky world. Now, in a certain Starry Sky world, cracking sounds could be heard. The void was cracking. I'm finally going to be free. I'm finally going to be free. An extremely excited voice could be heard from the broken space. This damned place, the Forbidden God realm, can't trap me anymore. Then, that excited voice could be heard again. From the few simple words spoken by the voice, one could tell that the voice was very powerful. The place where the broken space was connected. It turned out to be the Forbidden God realm. Crack. Crack. The space was still cracking. Black gas filled the air. A powerful creature was condensed from the black gas. Now, the broken space only cracked open a few cracks. The creature trapped in it escaped. The creature was surrounded by darkness. It was unknown what kind of creature it was. Ha 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 ha, I've finally escaped from the forbidden god realm. I've finally seen the light of day again. Chapter 3367. This was a living being that had escaped from the forbidden god realm. It was a devouring god-fiend. The culinary god-demon was shrouded in darkness. Because of this, many cultivators called the culinary god-fiend an emissary of hell. The culinary god-demon's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Even if he had been imprisoned in the forbidden god realm for tens of thousands of years, the culinary god-demon's battle prowess was still terrifying. In the forbidden god realm, the culinary god-demons were one of the most terrifying races. Once these god-eaters escaped from the forbidden god world, they would be able to escape from the forbidden god world. It would quickly wreak havoc in the starry sky world. By constantly devouring the origin of all kinds of living beings in the starry sky world, he could increase his strength. And this time, it was no exception. After the culinary god-demon broke free, it quickly searched for a life-bearing planet. Mysterious moon planet. On an ordinary planet with life in the starry sky world. The Star Lord was an immortal emperor-level cultivator. After the culinary god-demon arrived, boundless darkness covered the sky and shrouded the lunar star. When the darkness fell, mysterious moon Star Lord was startled. Who dares to invade lunar star? Mysterious moon Star Lord snorted coldly and soared into the sky. He quickly flew towards the gluttonous god-demon who was hiding in the darkness. The terrifying god-eater demon looked coldly at planet Lord Shen Yu. Lowly existence, you are only fit to become my food. Gastronomic god-demon looked at mysterious moon planet Lord coldly. Then, endless darkness enveloped mysterious moon planet Lord. The mysterious moon Star Lord, who was an immortal emperor, could only parry the attacks of the god-eating demon. They were completely unable to retaliate. Finally, the mysterious moon Star Lord was killed by the culinary god-demon. There were a total of 1.25 billion living beings on the mystic moon planet. But no one escaped. Even the ferocious beasts on the mysterious moon planet couldn't escape and were all devoured by the god-eating demons. Mysterious moon planet. From a bustling planet of life, it had turned into a desolate planet of death. This gluttonous god-demon was constantly searching for new targets in the starry sky world. The living beings on the various planets. They were all devoured by the culinary god-demon. The culinary god-demon's strength was rapidly recovering. In the starry sky world, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly jumped through space-time. As Lin Feng's understanding of the Tao of space grew deeper and deeper, Lin Feng applied all of these insights to the Shenyuan ancient starship. Recently, he had been studying space-time arrays. Furthermore, all these space-time arrays had been set up on the Shenyuan ancient starship. Therefore, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky battleship's ability grew stronger and stronger. Now, he directly jumped through time and space. Every jump, he was able to instantly leap over 100 miles. At this moment, the ancient starship Shenyuan was currently leaping through the void. After one jump, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship needed to rest for a while. Only then could he continue to jump. This was similar to how a cultivator would feel fatigued after an intense battle. After using the void jump, the ancient starship Shenyuan also felt tired. I need to rest. After a good rest. After that, he would be able to perform void jumps. In the starry sky world, the culinary god-demon once again devoured all the living beings on a life planet. Boom boom boom. The culinary god-fiend's body emitted waves of violent waves that were truly shocking. Boundless darkness surrounded the culinary god-demon. The starry sky world was a world of darkness to begin with. After stacking the dark energy surging out of the culinary god-demon's body, it was so dark that one couldn't even see his own fingers. The culinary god-demon's aura grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, the culinary god-demon seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. I want to recover the strength I had in the past. In the darkness, the culinary god-demon couldn't help but roar. Every roar shook heaven and earth. In the darkness, a huge whirlpool was formed. The huge whirlpool, it spun violently. Every time the whirlpool spun, it could absorb essence from all directions. Absorb it. The essence was continuously devoured by the whirlpool and then poured into the culinary god demon's body. Not enough. Still not enough. Far from enough. The culinary god demon roared. The whirlpool continued to grow bigger. Bigger. Bigger still. Even some of the surrounding planets were attracted by the whirlpool. As they neared the whirlpool, bang bang bang, suddenly, a series of violent explosions rang out. One planet after another, they directly exploded. After the planets exploded, they produced the purest energy. The pure energy, completely poured into the culinary god demon's body. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the culinary god demon seemed to have completed his breakthrough. His aura became incomparably terrifying. It was many times more terrifying than before. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. I've finally recovered to the Imperial Emperor level. The culinary god demon stood in the void and roared excitedly. Recovering to the Imperial Emperor level was only the first step. Next, the culinary god demon believed that he would recover very quickly. Rumble. As soon as the culinary god demon's laughter faded, suddenly, a loud noise shook the sky. In the void, a huge ancient starship rushed out. This ancient starship was none other than the Shenyuan ancient starship. Damn! Why is it so dark outside? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Although the starry sky world was a dark world, the six senses of cultivators were very powerful. Therefore, it didn't affect their vision. But now, the Shenyuan ancient starship jumped out of the void. It actually appeared in the darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. No, at this moment, Lin Feng heard a terrified cry. In the next moment, the sound of a violent collision was heard. The Shenyuan ancient starship seemed to have crashed into something. Could it have hit someone? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He hurriedly ran out of the cabin. The Shenyuan ancient starship jumped through the void. Its speed was too fast. Such a fast speed, once it charged, the resulting impact was simply unimaginable. The surroundings were dark, and Lin Feng's vision was obstructed. Therefore, he couldn't see the specific situation in front of him. The darkness is starting to disperse. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The darkness dispersed. Lin Feng's vision finally returned to normal. The Shenyuan ancient starship had stopped. In front of the Shenyuan ancient starship, there was a large amount of blood mist. I really killed someone. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He really didn't want to kill someone. It was really an unintentional mistake. It was all because it was so dark here. Right at this moment, the Demon Lord's tone couldn't help but be shocked. What's wrong, Demon Lord? Is there something wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said in a strange tone, the one you killed should be a culinary god demon. Chapter 3368. Lin Feng had already lost count of how many times he had heard about the terrifying existence known as the man-eating demon. However, this was his first time seeing one. Of course, the man-eating demon he saw today could not be considered a true man-eating demon. This was because the man-eating demon's body had already been completely destroyed. This man-eating demon's origin energy is still here. With such a powerful origin energy, it seems to be at least an emperor-level expert. The man-eating demon's origin energy is different from the rest. It will be extremely useful to you. The Demon Lord could not help but say. The man-eating demon's origin energy is different from the rest. Lin Feng revealed an extremely astonished expression. Lin Feng then asked, what's the difference between the man-eating demon's origin energy and the origin energy of other living beings? The Demon Lord said. You will know once you collect the origin energy. Lin Feng nodded and then collected the man-eating demon's origin energy. Something that shocked Lin Feng happened next. The man-eating demon's origin energy. It actually condensed together. It transformed into a fruit. Lin Feng looked at the fruit in shock. The man-eating fruit. It's a special fruit that only the man-eating demon's origin energy can condense into, the demon lord said. What's so special about this fruit? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Special. Very special. The man-eating fruit is known as the Emperor Law fruit, the demon lord said. Emperor Law fruit. This was yet another new term. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of it. What's the use of the Emperor Law fruit? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The demon lord said. The meaning of Emperor Law is very easy to understand. It's the meaning of Emperor Law. After cultivating to the Emperor realm, a cultivator's life form will undergo a complete transformation. At that time, the body will produce Emperor Law. Emperor Law is very special. It contains incomparably terrifying power. Moreover, it is surrounded by countless runes. Thus, it is extremely powerful. The number of Emperor Laws will often affect a cultivator's combat power. Under normal circumstances, only after a boundary Emperor cultivator breaks through to the Great Emperor realm will they condense an Emperor Law. However, if a cultivator consumes the divine fruit, they will be able to refine the Emperor Laws within the divine fruit. As such, even before becoming a Great Monarch, one would have already mastered the Great Monarch Laws. Once you break through to the Martial Monarch realm, you can imagine how terrifying your battle strength will be. If a cultivator has enough Emperor Laws in their body, they might be able to challenge sovereigns, saint emperors, and even sovereign lord. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. He suddenly thought of the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was so powerful. It had only been a few years since she became a great emperor. She could even compete with great emperors. The reason was not only because the Red World Fairy had cultivated 3,000 great Daos. I'm afraid there was an even more shocking reason, and that was, the Red World Fairy had refined an Emperor Law. Of course, there are many factors that affect a cultivator's battle strength. An Emperor Law is only one of them, the Demon Lord said. But there is no doubt. If you can refine an Emperor Law, then your battle strength will greatly increase. This unlucky guy who was killed was an Imperial Emperor when he was alive. In other words, his Emperor Law should be at the Imperial Emperor realm. The Emperor Law of a cultivator at this level must be very terrifying. Right now, your cultivation is able to contend against an immortal Emperor realm cultivator. This is almost the limit you can reach. Even though there is only a thin line between an immortal Emperor and an Imperial Emperor realm cultivator, but it is also the difference between heaven and earth. If you can refine an Imperial Emperor realm Emperor Law, then you will complete your transformation and be able to grasp the power that only an Imperial Emperor realm cultivator can grasp. At that time, with your methods, it shouldn't be difficult for you to contend against some early-stage Imperial Emperors. Lin Feng's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Before entering the Emperor realm, he could contend against an Imperial Emperor. It was like listening to a fairy tale. But this was true. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. This was truly a great opportunity. How many Emperor Laws can a cultivator produce in their body at each stage? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said, this varies from person to person. Different individuals will produce different Emperor Laws in their body. Generally speaking, a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can only condense one Emperor Law. A cultivator at the second heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 3 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 9 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the fourth heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 27 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the fifth heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 81 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the sixth heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 243 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the seventh heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 729 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the eighth heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 2187 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the ninth heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 6561 Emperor Laws. A cultivator at the 10th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 19,683 Emperor Laws. These are the emperor laws condensed by cultivators at the God-Emperor realm. If one breaks through to the immortal emperor realm, the emperor laws in one's body will completely transform and fuse together. After these emperor laws fuse together, they will form the immortal emperor laws. The division of emperor laws between cultivators at the immortal emperor realm is the same as the division of emperor laws between cultivators at the God-Emperor realm. However, the number of emperor laws between different cultivators may be the same. However, because these cultivators have different accumulations, the power of the emperor laws is different. The power of one emperor law condensed by some monstrous cultivators may be even more terrifying than the power of tens of thousands of other emperor laws. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head. He was very clear about this point. Just like the magic power in Lin Feng's body, it might be even stronger than all the magic power in the body of a cultivator at the same level. The Demon Lord continued, "What I just said is only for ordinary cultivators. Those monstrous cultivators may have some other changes in the emperor laws in their bodies due to various opportunities. Before breaking through to the great emperor realm, refining emperor laws is very useful for raising one's cultivation level." "Do you know why?" the Demon Lord suddenly asked. Lin Feng shook his head. The Demon Lord continued, "For example, if you refine one emperor law now, when you break through to the great emperor realm, you will actually have two emperor laws in your body. When you break through to the great emperor realm, the emperor law you obtained from someone else will gradually be assimilated and eventually become one of the emperor laws in your body. When you break through from the first sky of the divine emperor realm to the second sky of the divine emperor realm, your body will have 6 emperor laws instead of 3. When you break through from the second sky of the divine emperor realm to the third sky of the divine emperor realm, your body will have 18 emperor laws instead of 9. In other words, these emperor laws will increase exponentially as your cultivation level increases. Therefore, before you break through to the great emperor realm, the more emperor laws you refine, the better. This will have an unimaginable effect on your future." Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The emperor laws he refined from others could actually split into more emperor laws as his cultivation level increased. This was too heaven-defying. Chapter 3369. An Imperial Lord-level Emperor Law. It was extremely terrifying. Of course, the more the better. This depends on the Imperial Lord-level Emperor realm of the heaven-eating god demon that was killed. The higher the realm, the more Imperial Lord-level Great Emperor laws it contains after death. The Demon Lord said. "Then I'll refine this divine eating fruit and see how many Emperor laws there are." Lin Feng smiled. He returned to the cabin. He carefully observed this divine eating fruit. Lin Feng immediately discovered. This divine eating fruit was actually emitting a series of thumping sounds. It was like the sound of a heart beating. The divine eating fruit was extremely extraordinary. It made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Lin Feng circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. He began to refine the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. Under the refinement of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, a shocking scene appeared. The medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was gradually refined into the purest energy. Lin Feng began to devour the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. As the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was gradually devoured by Lin Feng's magic power began to increase. His magic power became stronger and stronger. Stronger and stronger. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. As his magic power continued to increase, Lin Feng's combat strength also continued to increase. After all the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was refined, Lin Feng immediately discovered an emperor law floating in front of him. There's only one emperor law. It seems that the heaven-eating god demon that was killed was an early-stage imperial emperor. The Demon Lord said. The early-stage imperial emperor usually referred to the first, second, and third stages of the imperial emperor realm. An emperor law was extraordinary. However, the emperor law condensed from the divine eating fruit was only a part of the emperor law in the heaven-eating god demon's body. For example, if a heaven-eating god demon at the third stage of the imperial emperor realm had 9 emperor laws, after he died, the heaven-eating god demon turned into a divine eating fruit. Theoretically speaking, the divine eating fruit could condense 9 emperor laws at most. But in reality, that was not the case. The emperor law condensed from the divine eating fruit was far less than the one this heaven-eating god-demon had. It was just as the demon lord had guessed. This culinary godfiend was indeed an early-stage imperial emperor when he was alive. To be precise, he was only at the second firmament of the imperial lord realm. This culinary god might have been extremely powerful when he was imprisoned in the god-forbidden realm. But after a long time, his cultivation base, he had already fallen down. Before he was killed, he had just broken through the shackles of the imperial emperor realm. Then, he took the opportunity to climb up another step. In the end, his cultivation stopped at the second heaven of the imperial emperor realm. However, as soon as he broke through, the ancient starry sky ship, Shenyuan, rammed him to death. He was really unlucky. Lin Feng began to refine this imperial lord-level emperor law. Suddenly, the emperor law vibrated with a terrifying ripple, and the terrifying ripple slammed into Lin Feng. Emperors were terrifying. He was unwilling to be refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was injured by the terrifying power of this emperor law. His face was extremely pale. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "You're dead. An ownerless object still dares to struggle? You're overestimating yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, powerful dharmic powers surged into the emperor's law, suppressing it. The emperor law struggled more and more. But after all, it was just a law. It didn't have its own consciousness. The struggle from before was just an instinctive reaction. Therefore, it was impossible for this emperor law to completely resist Lin Feng's refinement. In the end, this emperor law was suppressed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng began to refine this emperor law with all his might. Refining an emperor law was not an easy task, especially when the one Lin Feng was refining was from an imperial lord-level expert. It was even more difficult to refine such a powerful emperor law. Lin Feng tried many times before he gradually formed a special connection with the emperor law. With this mysterious special connection, the emperor law no longer resisted Lin Feng's refinement. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. The emperor law no longer resisted his refinement. This was the first step in refining the emperor law. A journey of 1,000 miles. It began with a single step. The first step. It was the beginning of success. Time passed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, this emperor law was refined by Lin Feng. A terrifying strength emerged from Lin Feng's body, which made the earth and sky lose color. That power. It was simply too terrifying. That power came from the terrifying power contained in the emperor law. That was the power of an imperial lord-level gluttonous god-demon. One had to know that the gluttonous god-demon was an extremely terrifying creature. His combat strength far surpassed cultivators of the same level. The gluttonous god-demon could even easily challenge those of a higher level. From this, one could see how powerful the gluttonous god-demon was. Such a tyrannical existence, his emperor law. It also far surpassed the emperor law of the same level. Perhaps a single emperor law of the gluttonous god-demon was stronger than a few or even dozens of emperor laws of the second heaven of the imperial emperor realm. This was just like how Lin Feng would break through the emperor law in the future. After condensing the emperor law, his emperor law would be many times stronger than the emperor law of the same level. Ha 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 ha, I've finally refined this emperor law. I can feel an unimaginable power brewing in my body. That power should be the power of an imperial lord-level emperor law, right? In the past, I could at most fight against peak immortal emperors. I couldn't fight against imperial lord-level experts. Now that I've refined this emperor law, I can finally challenge imperial lord-level expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but say excitedly. The demon lord said, "The gluttonous god-demon's emperor law is very violent. That's why you spent so much time refining the gluttonous god-demon's emperor law. If it were any other cultivator, their body wouldn't be able to withstand the violent power of the emperor law. In the end, their body would self-destruct. The requirements for refining the gluttonous god-demon's emperor law are too strict. But for you, this isn't too serious. Now that so many gluttonous god demons have appeared in the starry sky world, to others, these gluttonous god demons are as terrifying as the death god that walked out of hell. But for you, these gluttonous god demons are the greatest opportunity to increase your cultivation. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's heart immediately palpitated. The demon lord's words were simply too true. Every time he refined a gluttonous god demon's emperor law, his battle strength would greatly increase. The gluttonous god demon's emperor law would naturally be refined as soon as possible. Because refining a gluttonous god demon's emperor law, his accumulations would be even more powerful. Before breaking through to the imperial lord level, the more powerful his accumulations were, the more his battle strength would increase after breaking through. His potential would also be greater. Since that's the case, I'll look for gluttonous god demons in the starry sky world. Then, I'll hunt them down and refine their emperor laws to increase my cultivation. Lin Feng revealed a smile. The ancient starship Shenyuan quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Chapter 3370. These are the two group accounts of the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Everyone, add them. Also, the Archean dragonesque elephant art's side story. For example, the side stories of some characters were posted on Old Steamed Bun's WeChat public account. Search for Wang Zai Old Steamed Bun on WeChat public account and click follow. You can see all kinds of side stories. Tonight, we will release the mysterious metal boxes side story. Everyone, add Old Steamed Bun's WeChat public account. Thank you, everyone. I hope that everyone will support the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Everyone had a dozen yuan, but it was the money Old Steamed Bun used to support his family.